Hello guys, I hope you are all doing fine. Welcome to our show today. It's another day to exist in this country. But anyway, welcome to our show. Karibuni. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, welcome to our show. I hope all of you are doing well. For those who will wanna join me in the studio, let me just paste the link over there. Lakini hope tunapatana. So yeah, so as you all have seen, for those who have watched, today Didi Nyoro appeared before the Budget and Appropriation Committee to talk on the issue of fuel prices in Kenya. Yeah, he talks of all that. I think there was also a point where he was asked about this nini of him owning shares in KPLC, and he answered that question. And apart from that, he also said that he made some few proposals where he was saying that the state house the state house should also reduce its expenditure, and he was also proposing that a reduction on foreign travels, especially for the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary. And yes, those are some of the issues that he talked about. But first things first. And on the other side, I've also seen the UDA MPs who are from the mountain wanasema apology is not enough from Hassan Omar. They're saying apology is not enough and Hassan Omar should resign as UDA Secretary General. So yeah, that is it. But let me start na hii and Ndindi Nyoro. And apart from that, we will also talk about the matter of them. Okay, let me say it like the economic and political state of our country. So actually yesterday I didn't play the ninis of the citizens who were at Jivanji, the way they were roasting Mbadi. I don't know if kama Njiru alikuja kama aliplay, I don't know, but I was to play the same. But let me just start na hii and Ndindi Nyoro. Cha nianze na hiyo ya expenditure, and then I go to hiyo yenye aliulizwa swali about him owning shares. Got it.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything from action items to key decisions.
There we go.
Let me start with my sister, Honorable Ruth. I agree with you 100%, Honorable Ruth. And thank you very much for those kind words. They are very scarce nowadays from people like you and my colleagues. So when I hear one, it's an outlier. What do you mean? The political space has been taken over by opposition. You're in a position where you belong. So what do you mean are you not part of that team that is very vicious? What I mean, Chair, is that when I'm doing these kind of things, I am happy Kenyans are very encouraging. I'm receiving very many messages of encouragement, but to hear some from my colleagues are very rare. And that's why I want to recognize Honorable Ruth for that. And also other members who have commended me privately, like Honorable Naisuga.
Anyway, that part was new, but maybe.
Chairman. No mandate. So I would like to urge you to just restrict your submissions and responses to the revenue and the expenditure aspects of your recommendations. I'm guided, but it's only that it came up, but I'll still be to the right place. I think I like my sister to direct that question to the right section, that department, maybe Department of Energy, Committee of Energy.
Wait, I was just looking for a specific one. Give me a second. But naona hapa comment section, Jesus Protect anasema Kenyans should go to the streets and stop Ebola being transferred in Kenya. Kwani imeshafika? The last time I stopped ilikuwa imeachiwa Uganda. Let me take the one that he was talking about, KPLC. And then I go into the other long one.
Away from paraffin, kerosene. Have you thought about reducing these levies on the electricity? Yeah, because as we talk about diesel, petrol, the cost of electricity is also high. And I'm tempted to believe that you're not talking about it because you are personally a beneficiary of the output.
Yeah, so this question, I don't know how it was, but yeah, here Ndindi was being asked because I think because he's one of the shareholders, pale, anaown shares pale KPLC, they're asking him about this question, electricity going up due to hike in fuel prices. And this is what Nini Nyoro had to say. Just listen.
Thank you. Because I think let Nini respond to those questions, and I'll make the final submission.
about this proposal. It's a good proposal, but I wanted to hear from our good friend, Honorable Didi Nyoro. If we reduce these 7 shillings, already we have some contractors who are undertaking the project in the constituencies. What will happen to those projects? Will those projects stop or stall? Because you have told us that these projects can be done by domestically funded, but even those domestically funded sector, we have already some commitment to the contractors. What will happen to the currently committed project? Will they continue or they will be stored for maybe to be funded in the future? Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, no.
Yes, maybe you can respond. Let me start with my sister, Honorable Ruth. I agree with you 100%, Honorable Ruth. And thank you very much for those kind words. They are very scarce nowadays from people like you and my colleagues. So when I hear one, it's an outlier. What do you mean? The political space has been taken over by opposition. Those united opposition where you belong. So what do you mean are you not part of that team that is very vicious? What I mean, Chair, is that when I'm doing these kind of things, I am happy Kenyans are very encouraging. I'm receiving very many messages of encouragement. But to hear some from my colleagues are very rare. And that's why I want to recognize Honorable Ruth for that. And also other members who have commended me privately, like Honorable Naisura. Chairman, please don't burn our house. Honorable, please don't burn our house. Don't burn our house. And I'll be replying to your message even later on of Naisura. So the one for 7 things, I agree with you, Honorable Ruth. We need money for road maintenance. And the reason I say that, or in my submission, the budget is in threefold, almost equivalent. There is external funded, we may not do there much, but there is a domestically funded budget for roads. We can cut off the 7, but then we put it through the other route. That's one. In terms of PDL is where the field stabilization money comes from. So we are still actually invoking it. Because if you look in my proposals, I have also proposing we get an extra 3.5 billion shillings to subsidize diesel further after these measures, so that diesel will be cheaper. So that is also in part of the proposal, but we can go further through your guidance. In terms of G2G, I may not answer here because it can be, but because you asked if the GF permits, I can go ahead. G2G, I share your opinions that we should open up the field. G2G makes our field more expensive. Honorable Didi, yes. I don't know whether I need to guide because your appearance with this committee is purely for the sake of looking at the revenue and expenditure side of the estimate. The policy issues to do with GTG, or those are policies that were taken elsewhere, in which this committee has actually no mandate. So I would like to urge you to just restrict your submissions and responses to the revenue and the expenditure aspects of your recommendations. What years is on that? I'm guided, but it's only that it came up, but I'll still be to the right place. I think I like my sister to direct that question to the right section, that department, maybe department of United, committee of United. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And before I go to the next one, thank you very much, Honorable Ruth. At least I know I have one supporter in the floor. Honorable Jamatia. You're forgetting Naisura is obvious. Honorable Jamatia. The solution that we are giving is surprising. As I have said what I wanted to say, the jokes we used to have back then, because it's a very serious matter. We'll talk about the break time. In terms of Honorable Jamatia's question, pricing of fuel in Kenya is a component of majorly two things. One is the landing cost. The second is taxes and levies. And actually the third is margins, profit margins for importers and marketers. If you take in, for example, super, landing cost, we are talking about 117 shillings. Taxes and levies, 74 shillings. Margins is around 17 shillings. The other ones are small levies. Now, in a non-oil producing country, you can deal with two things. Some are talking about one is static. It's not. You can deal with the landing cost if you are a non-oil producing country. And you can deal with the landing cost based on where are you sourcing the oil and which model are you using to source the oil. That is why if you look at the landing cost of the Kenyan field, it is higher than the other regional economies. So that's one. Because the way we are sourcing it makes our landing cost more expensive. So the second thing is taxes and levies. Yes.
We are Honorable Ndindi. We are here because of disruption caused by the war. And one of the biggest hindrance is insurance. So that is why, even if you want to deal with the landing, that one I'm okay. But the insurance of the shipping and the ship itself is what has caused this problem. So we are looking at, and look at the distance, and look at the situation that comes with it, so that we will look at the solution by not only looking at what we have, but also the worldview.
For that clarification, what I meant, Honorable, is that there is a lot we can do in terms of landing cost, sourcing cheaply. There is a lot we can do in terms of taxes and levies, and there is also definitely something we can do about lowering the margins of the people involved. However, on the insurance and disruption is already embedded in the current oil prices globally. It is already internalized. The reason why the barrel of oil has moved from $60 per barrel to closer to $100 per barrel is because of internalizing those disruptions and costs associated. That maybe ship somewhere may have to travel for a longer distance. That's already embedded. And that's why the prices of oil are higher. So these are not extra costs over and above the global oil prices. They are already embedded in the current oil prices as we see them.
FlexJobs is the #1 job site to find remote, work from home, and flexible schedule job opportunities.
Honorable Aseka talked about levies in terms of electricity.
Sasa hapo kwa electricity is where I have interest. But wacha tusikie vile atasema. The levies in terms of electricity.
I actually hope that was a joke, but what happens, Honorable Aseka, because you're my friend, there are shares you bought for Equity Bank when I was chairman of budget. You are never called when Equity Bank is increasing our interest rates for the loans we take. That is the nature of our stock market here in Kenya. That minority shareholders, you are spectators. I am neither a director nor nothing. And also I call upon all of us here as members of parliament. Let's have our country. Instead of making money and hiding it in Dubai and other havens, let us invest in companies here in Kenya without hiding our identities at the nominee accounts. And I read that talk. We inspire our capital markets by showing Kenyans that we have faith in our country. We may not have faith in the government, but we cannot lose faith in our country. Our chair emeritus, you support the VAT on electricity. You support electricity on levies, EPRA levies. You support forex levies.
You support delivery levies, inflation levies on electricity. You don't support those levies on oil. Declare your interest.
Chairman, let me say something. Let me just reframe this question the way I understood it. I believe and I'm persuaded that the reason why you are here is to look for solutions so that Kenyans can lower their cost of living. That is one. You want Kenyans to have affordable fuel. So would you not want Kenyans to also have affordable electricity? Yes. Or do you want Kenyans only to enjoy cheaper fuel but not cheaper electricity? This is something that you consider, given that the prices of electricity is going up. Would you also try to give us solutions for that? Thank you. You can now respond.
Atandi has gone far by asking Ndindi Nyoro this question of electricity and stuff.
Come on, to answer it with the same word that you asked. I am glad that you have given me so much responsibilities as members of parliament that I can deal with all the matters that affect all our constituencies. I am one of the 290 members of parliament, and I am glad I'll do even the one for electricity if none of the members can do it. However, the way I got the question from Honorable Aseka was actually a banter in terms of it is out in the public domain. I have some shares in Kenya Power. It is in that length that he asked. It's not actually about electricity. It's my being a shareholder in Kenya Power. And I threw it back to him because he's also very intelligent. Now that you have shares in Equity Bank and they increase our interest rates, do they consult you, Honorable Aseka? Secondly, I was just trying to say that minority shareholders, and I am proudly one in Kenyan companies, is that we do our research and buy shares, but we don't do that as majority stake shareholders where you have to be involved in the running of the company. And I want to say this for avoidance of doubt. I am very proud to be part and parcel of our capital markets, not just Equity Bank, even other listed companies in our NSC, so that all of us as leaders should know that our economy needs whatever small resources that we have. Instead of hiding our money in tax havens in Dubai.
Mmesikia that point?
And elsewhere, we grow our own capital markets and we don't hide our names at our nominee accounts.
Mmesikia hapo kwa jina? Because there are obviously people who are using proxies.
Actually buy through our names. I am proudly so. However, on the part of electricity, I think just like any other Kenyan and as a legislature, it makes all the sense. However, Chairman, just 1 minute. I would seek that members actually take time so that we don't become superficial. And it's not in bad faith. I'm just trying to look for the solution. In terms of electricity pricing, we need to hit the nail at the head. The current situation of Kenya, the electricity prices are higher in Kenya than most in the region based on one thing. And that one thing is called cost of production. You have Kenyan producing electricity at what some of the IPPs are paid. IPPs are independent power producers. And as you all know here, these are politically connected individuals who own these companies. So Kenyans are made to pay a tax for higher tax production of electricity just because we are feeding into some political system. So if you look at the segmentation of what we end up paying, after Kenya Power collects the money, the profit margin of the district, not the profit margin.
Believe it you're not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor.
Yeah, so I think before I continue with what I'm going to play next, I think you can also give me your views on what you think, because when Ndindi Nyoro has been asked about electricity, he didn't meander or go and round kufanya but he just answered directly. Yeah, he was like, yes, I know I own some shares in KPLC, but it's better also for some people in this country to, instead of them going and putting monies in other countries or having proxies here using different names and not using their real names, because yeye alisema yes ana own shares KPLC but anatumia jina yake, si kama watu wengine na waninio pia. He's just like being proud of investing in his own country. And yeah, being asked about why electricity is higher, he talked about the cost of production. I can see Raf is here. Hi, how are you today? Anyway, so I'll just play another video where Ndindi Nyoro had a proposal that was it expenditure? But first, let me play this.
Kiharu Member of Parliament, Ndindi Nyoro.
Before I continue with Ndindi Nyoro, I've just seen Ruto's wife. Ruto's wife is holding a national prayer breakfast for women's due convention or whatever. And the reason as to why he says he's doing this, ati anafanya hivyo kuombea taifa. And he even reached a point where he was saying that the enemy is not asleep. That is why they are gathering with other women on this convention, waendeleze maombi. So when Ruto's wife was saying the enemy is not asleep, my mind was like, God, who is the enemy of Kenya? You know, you might be talking of Satan, kumbe Satan is just within us. So he was saying that they are holding this conference because the enemy is not asleep. I don't know, they are supposed to pray and what. I don't know what's wrong with the president's wife. Instead of checking things that are, okay, Mimi, I'm not against Christianity or whatever, but Nini, when you really, there is a very dangerous thing that happens when you mix religion and politics. It really doesn't add up or end up well. There is being a Christian, believing in God, and being religious. So ni kama bibi ya Ruto ako too religious. Okay, that's my own opinion. Mimi sina shida, aombe nchi, aombe the enemy that he has said. Anasema there is an enemy within and he's not asleep. So let him continue praying. Yeah. So let me go to mambo ya Ndindi Nyoro.
Nyoro is proposing a 100 billion shilling cut in overseas expenditure across the executive, legislature, and judiciary, with the funds being redirected to the fuel subsidy fund. He says the move would further reduce diesel prices by 17 shillings and petrol by 15 shillings. The former budget committee chair is also calling for the complete scrapping of the G2G oil importation arrangement, arguing that it has failed to shield Kenyans from rising prices linked to volatility in the Gulf region. Let's get more from our very own Seth Olale.
Okay. In his latest presentation to the Departmental Committee on Budget on Fuel Price Mitigation, Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro singled out government spending as one of the key factors driving the surge in petroleum importation costs in the country.
But you know that the
legislator is proposing a 100 billion shillings reduction in overseas travel allocations across the three arms of government, saying the funds should instead be channeled into the fuel subsidy fund.
One area that I'm targeting is that we have to decimate completely, almost completely, foreign travel.
He also questioned why some entities, including State House, are receiving an increase in budget allocations.
The top offices, namely State House, has to also lead the way.
Where would you propose that we cut? Because if we are to do this, if we are to engage in this process, we are to implement your proposal, these losses we'll have to get them from somewhere. The other alternative we have is to affect our fiscal deficit.
CDF also has to sit around 2 billion shillings.
In calling for the scrapping of the 8% VAT on fuel, the Kiharu Member of Parliament also proposes a reduction of at least 7 shillings from the Road Maintenance Levy Fund, saying the move would ease the financial burden at the pump.
The roads that had stalled were able to be done, and new roads are currently being done because of the securitization that some wise people somewhere sat down and thought about it. As far as I'm concerned, as a member of parliament, there is no securitization that has happened.
In dismissing the G2G oil importation arrangement, the Kiharu legislator said the initiative has fallen short of its intended purpose of cushioning Kenyans from the rising fuel prices. The legislator was also put to task by the parliamentary budget watchdog over why he is not similarly advocating for a reduction in electricity costs in the country.
The cost of electricity is also high. And I'm tempted to believe that you are not talking about it because you are personally a beneficiary of the output from Kenya Power. Now that you have shares in Equity Bank and they increase our interest rates, do they consult you on Abuaseka? Secondly, I was just trying to say that minority shareholders, and I am proudly one in Kenyan companies, is that we do our research and buy shares, but we don't do that as majority stake shareholders where you have to be involved in the running of the company.
In a desperate attempt to cushion Kenyans against the surging price.
Yeah, so that is it. Do you think this government that we have will agree to cut down on their will agree to cut down on their foreign travels? Because Nini Nyoro proposed the cut of like, let me say 100 billion within all the arms of government, that is the parliament, judiciary, and the executive. Will they cut down? Juzi tumesikia tu about the private jet ya 5 million per hour. Mzee atakubali ku cut down asienjoy? Anyway, you can also give me your comment concerning what Ndindi Nyoro has been talking about. And yesterday I was to play these clips by Kenyans at Jivanji, but I think I ran out of time. It was about the finance bill. I ran out of time, so I was unable to. But before I head there, tuangalie hii where the Mount Kenya MPs, the Mount Kenya UDA MPs want the resignation of Hassan Omar because of what he talked of the other day by profiling the Kikuyu community.
As elected members of parliament, we speak today with one clear and unequivocal voice. We flatly reject the statement of clarification and apology issued by the UDA Secretary General Honorable Hassan Omar on Sunday, 24th, 2026. An apology cannot erase or excuse calculated ethnic profiling. The inflammatory remarks made by Honorable Omar in Mombasa were targeted, vilifying, and scapegoated the Kikuyu community under the guise of addressing historical land injustices, thus making them dangerous, reckless, and explicitly designed to incite ethnic animosity. Let it be known that we will not sit back and watch anyone profiling people from the Kikuyu community or any other community in this country. Kenya is a constitutional democracy where every citizen has the right to live, work, own property, and do business anywhere across the 47 counties without fear of being targeted. Therefore, as leaders, we state the following. Immediate resignation. We do not want explanations. We have rejected the half-hearted apology. We demand nothing less than the immediate and conditional resignation of Honorable Hassan Omar as the Secretary General of the UDA party.
We'll even petition the president himself to make sure that if Omar doesn't resign, we cannot continue to be members of UDA. If he continues to be the Secretary General, and we must petition the president so that at least he can action. We have seen, and Mheshimiwa Kagiri has read a statement saying, even members of our own community, they have resigned from other positions because of profiling certain communities. So this must be the decision of the UDA. Even the UDA party must come up.
Pia Secretary General, kwa sababu sisi wote ambao tumesimama hapa sisi ni wana UDA, we are not comfortable as you continue sitting as our Secretary General. We are not comfortable. We are telling you enough is enough. Pack your things, leave our party. We have other competent people who can take us to the next level. As we approach 2027 elections, we cannot have you as our Secretary General. You don't even know how to carry yourself. Even you don't know how to speak even to your members and to the rest of the Republic. So what you can do good. And when you say this remark, you use a public address. The day you are tendering your apology letter or speech, you wrote it in writing. Like I said on Sunday, can you speak it out so that everybody can hear you? And even if you do it, we are not going to have it. We as members, elected members from this region, we are telling you, please, we are not comfortable with you being our Secretary General. Enough is enough. Funga virago, tuondokee kama chama, sisi tuko sawa.
Yes, so do you guys think that Hassan Omar will resign? Because people have been putting it, it's like he's just a sacrificial lamb. Yeye alitumwa afikishe ujumbe na akafikisha venye ilitakikana. So do you think he will resign? This is Hassan Omar. And also, if he doesn't resign, these MPs are saying that they watatoka UDA, watatoka hiyo chama. So I don't know what you guys think. There was this new. Yes. Hapa Mbadi alikuwa anaambiwa he is a demagogue.
know, Africa is home to almost 600 million people without reliable electricity.
There lies the absolute.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was just among the videos that I didn't.
The beloved citizens of the fourth estate. My name is Ubot Babu, and today I want to question or to condemn some kind of utterances with the highest order possible, because we cannot sit into a nation that the people of without fourth estate knows Kenya as the nation that have been blessed with immense potential and the breastfeeding beauty. But we have several raveners that can sit into the highest axis of evil to siphon the resources of this nation to be dry, subjecting the states into the state of and the corridors of anarchy. I want to say, John Mbadi, it is quite unfortunate that today John Mbadi can come into the people's plenary, the bunge la mwananchi, the people's vulgaric pressure, and try to read the financial bill of 2026-2027 Act and disclose in public domain as a pure 100% vote. Yet in the content of the finance bill, we have another section that have been inserted, section 12H, that sit in the 16% of the VAT tax, have been deemed a 5% of profit on Mutumba. Mutumba is the clothes that the common people, the people and the peasants that cannot cater for the hired cash to purchase the heavy class attires. Today, John Mbadi have inserted a 5% on Mutumba, whereby if a peasant go up purchasing a Mtumba bale worth 100 million, goes purchase is going to pay 50,000 Kenya shillings, regardless of whether you make profit or not. I want to tell John Mbadi, you are supposed to reason by the people, nor you are not supposed to reason by yourself. Little did we know, or we shouldn't have known earlier, that John Mbadi is a stereotype demagogue, and a kind of implement is going to superimpose himself with the shenanigan of the head honcho of the executive of President William Samoei Ruto. Then we could not have allowed this man even to ruin the people of Luo Nyanza and the entire fraternity of the jurisdiction of our land. And I want to tell you, my beloved people of Kenya, if you go further to the content of the Finance Bill 2027, furthermore, we have another residential rent that have been skyrocketed from 7.5% to 10%, something that haven't been recorded in Kenyan political space since independence. We are asking our question today, in whose hand are we going to be safe? That is the reason why I would urge my all fellow comrades, my all fellow youths, and the like-minded citizens and the beloved patriot of the fourth estate. If Morara Kebasu did it in 3 months and failed, yet we have remaining with 12 months to kick all these glimpse of their folding saga from the docket of power. Only 12 months. Then shall we win. Shall we win. And through the content of the finance bill, that this mediocre and hypocrite by the name of John Mbadi today come in Jivanji Garden to disclose for us. Further reading it, we have another section whereby an excise duty have been inserted of 25% on telephone and wireless networks. I want to say to the people of Kenya, telephone is mode of bank, telephone is mode of communication, telephone is the way we get public service, telephone is the way the people of Kenya who cannot cater for affording the high taxile laptops can get a telephone on a cheaper price to make sure that they incur their all kind of academia protuberances and all kind of academic affairs. whereby John Mbadi have inserted 25% excise duty. A telephone worth 8,000 Kenya shillings. Nowadays, if you're going to purchase due to that, should only be it will going to be passed by these mediocre and plutocrat members of parliament. You're going to purchase a telephone on 15,000, a telephone that goes on 8,000 Kenya shillings. We want to say, with the highest order possible, as I will repeat the terms that I normally use it each and every time, we are tired to be handled by the pogroms and the revenue logic individual whose their main aim is to maraud these resources and siphon these resources of this nation to be dry. And therefore, as the Socrates once said, that we cannot be frightened by any hobgoblin nature and the economic status of the despotic and the usurpers of power surrogates being led by President William Ruto. And we are going to make sure come 2027, all these cabals and UDA mafias is going to go home with immediate effect. We are too cockarded. And this kind of despiting Article 10 of the Constitution by this flower girl of UDA, this mediocre from Somalia, I don't know his name is Hassan Omar Sarai. When mwanamuke tuheshimu. You cannot come and question and criticize His Excellency, the best performer of the best, who cater and into the Big Four agenda. The retired President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who up to date.
Umesikia Hassan Omar ameingizwa kwa hiyo mix. And then on the same thing that the guy is talking about, yes, the finance bill. Do you guys think that Mbadi is misleading Kenyans? Because yeah, so I was just asking a question. Do you think that Mbadi is misleading Kenyans? Or he's only going to take, or is he giving the Kenyans, wherever that he's going, popote penye anaenda, is he giving Kenyans the wrong interpretation of the finance bill? Because we've seen, we saw yesterday the manufacturers and some financial expertise saying that some, like, talking about it not being good. Yeah, in as much as they are saying they want to increase the tax bracket in the finance in that bill, apart from Kalonzo, who talked about it, and I think Mbadi answered him saying that hizo ni propaganda zake tu, financial expertise have come here, manufacturers have come here. Some of us have read that bill, and that is what this kijana is saying over here. So I don't know where we are heading as a country, and I don't know what him as the CS for Treasury wants to do for this country. Grace Neema, good evening. Tusikize ukijana yosemaje.
We can see the development who is palpable. Expressway is still in radar. SDR is in radar. Affordable housing was started by him. We can see Linda Mama that was being disappointed by this stupid mediocre by President William Ruto. Linda Mama, up to now, I can see the figures never lie. Cater for 7.7 million. Linda Mama and NHIF adding on it. And nowadays, these flower guards, you know, in ODM, being led by this stupid fossil primitive Oburu Ginga and this mediocre hypocrite woman by the name of Gladys Wang. And this stupid mammon, a stupid specimen that was elected into the parliament to act as a controlled reaction to see whether Homa Bay can grow beyond the palpation of development. I can refer to him like that. Because a person who cannot reason by the people, we only have three options. Option number one, when you move to Kiambu via Thika Road, you either follow or divert to the left-hand side, go to Director of Criminal Investigation, because you are a custodian of the same. Or it's either you go straight to Juja to go to Kiambu, or you are placed your habitat, divert to the right to Madare mental checkup. Because the brain sickness cannot be tolerated in this nation. And therefore, I can say, without any fear of contradiction, criticizing the president with the palpable remarks and the development kind of protuberances, it is something that is going to retrogress the ambition while the progression of this nation, while depicting the latter as the devil incarnation. So Gladys Wanga, na hii jamaa primitive fossil Oburu Oginga, I can see it is quite worthwhile and totally inconsistent phenomenon to understand the fact that ODM party leader since independence or since 2002, since its formation, ODM has been filling a presidential candidate whenever we are going to have any election in this nation. But it is also stupidity and mediocrity of Oburu Oginga to say that he's going to defend his senatorial seat in Siaya County. But I would rather advise this stupid mediocre, he rather go for an MCA seat. Because the people of Siaya are tired.
Umesikia amejibu Oburu. The other day Oburu said he's going to defend his senatorial seat in Siaya. Wanamwambia yeye aende asimame MCA.
To be handled by the stereotype demagogues of the specimen that are acting in a reverse psychology. So the people in ODM Linda ground, ODM Linda Tumbocrats, that they called the other day along Gong Road, wakaita ile kitu inaitwa SDC, ama ni aje Jesus spokesperson, ile inaitwa suspect demagogues delegates conference. So that kind of comicality being deployed by these people and fearing this nation toward a systematic collapse. Oh, I'm sorry. Should that trajectory of misconduct persist, then this nation is going to suffer. Raila Amolo Odinga told us one day he was on the mountain top. He have seen the promised land. He will not go there. But through those kind of utterances, he directs us through His Excellency Edwin Wetanya Sifuna that the perturbation and the exodus toward Canaan is only in the hand of the senior political protagonist, being led by senior counsel, the working constitution, James Agri Bobo Rayango, the party leader, Edwin Sifuna, and the competent, consistent incoming governor, the palpable figure, Babu Owino Ogendi. So that is the direction where we are going to follow. We are not going to follow pogroms, the glimpse of that falling saga, but we are going to follow the direction whereby the grievances of the people is being articulated, the cyber that the issue are tabling into the table of interest are being attended to, whereby Article 37, 43, and Article 10 and Article 1 of the Constitution is being represented. Though failure to that, we are going to have Article 1 plus 1B and Article 7 plus 1B and Roman 1 plus 2. Those articles should be attended to with immediate effect come 2027. Should only this Deuteronomy and despotic of usurpers of power surrogate William Samoei Ruto come into power again. But that is something that is not going to happen. As I conclude, I have seen nowadays Opio and John Bad and this drug inlord from Coast, Joho, are working into reverse psychology, coming in a public domain and saying that they are ODM experts. Little did we know that these people are mediocrity experts and brain berserkness. We are going to expose them and make sure that these people have been directed to their natural habitat of Madare mental checkup. Because we cannot be led by the brain berserkness in this nation. We want the people that are going to lead us beyond the grievances of the people. When you criticize James Agri Bobo, you are criticizing the only party leader when consecrating the only local thing, when depicting the latter as the devil incarnation. So these people, this working Mongoloid, you have come into a juncture of revelation, and your revelation have already been determined. I have said to the beloved patron of the fourth estate, if Morara Kibasu did whatever he did in 3 months, yet he failed. But for us, we have a timeline that have been extended up to 12 months. Then these despotic usurpers of power, working Mongolites, these thugs, these mediocres, these pogroms, these frequentless and resolute figures must come and unearth into the carpet of power of the head of executive come 2027. Because Tukokadi's slogan is palpable. And as you know, Edwin Sifuna paraphrased a word from Martin Luther King, saying that he is in office of the late Raila Amolo Odinga. Even James Agri Bobo Rengo, the only party leader in this nation of the largest party, said that you cannot, despite the ambition of over 35%, the ambition of over 54 million Kenyans, that are being represented by the leaders that have been in Kenyan political space since independence. Wakiona nani akanachini Orengo sahi kwa hii siasa ya Kenya. Orengo amekuwa kwa hii siasa ya Kenya since independence. Advocator for the current constitution of Kenya promulgated in 2010. Working constitution, political politagonists. Yet you are coming with flower girl from Uda and the Tumbocrats from Homa Bay. This stupid hypocrite by the name of Gladys Wanga to criticize James Agri Bobo Rengo. Wanga wewe, usipotuheshimu hata Kisumu tuwai kanyaga. Tunajua wewe kuyo ni Kisumu, umeenda kudharau mpaka watu wa Homa Bay. And that is the reason why even Kidero Odasum is going to unearth you. But we cannot support even Kidero since he's using the flower girl and the party that have dispatched and killed over people of this nation. That is UD. If you want to vie in any seat in this nation, kuja linda mwananchi na ongea na party leader James Agri Bobo Rengo. Hapo ndio kuna mwelekeo. Hapo peke yake. Failure to that, then we cannot tolerate any kind of comicality, cantankerous behavior, and is totally inconsistent phenomenon to understand that kind of fact. Hey, as I conclude, I want to tell Sarai the direction that you have followed to criticize the performer of the best, allocated 60 billion in the food debate for agenda. Kenyatta Hospital during Uhuru Kenyatta, they did not face any kind of ravenous, did not get any face of systematic collapse. Nowadays, if you go to Kenyatta Hospital, whatever you will get there is totally required. And a pregnant mother cannot get lab funded due to failure of implication of supply chain failure, due to lab reagent failure, absence, and due to lack of food. It is something that we are saying, Kasongo, wewe 2027 ndugu yangu, wewe enda nyumbani. Na tunaona sasa unalia sana eti kwa sababu watu wamechomwa. Eti wamechora tatu yako. Wewe mwanamke anaitwa Rachel Wandetu. Ni unanalia saa hizi tu alikuwa girlfriend wako. Hatuelewi. Wewe mtu alikufa kwa sababu amekosana na bwana yake. Amechora picha ya bwana ya mwingine kwa shingo akachomwa. Sasa usipigie kelele na hiyo. Mimi nimemaliza nikisema 2027 Sugoi via Economical Summit, the money that you have stolen to construct is real. We are going to make sure that we have sent you Sugoi by Economical Summit. Thank you very much.
He finished by saying that they'll send Kasongo to Sugoi via the Rironi Mau Summit Road. Anyway, there was also another person here who was at Jivanji yesterday. I think his name is... Just a moment, I look for the video. So, when I look at the politics of Kenya, before I go into there are people out here who are saying like, there are people who, especially the middle class people, there are the people who are like, me, I don't do politics. I'm not interested in politics. But since Kasongo came to power, I've even seen other people who are saying, I never used to have interest in politics or other Kenyan politics, but now naeza soma constitution na nimeshika almost all the chapters. Then another one was saying that they didn't even know about finance bill until Kasongo came to power. So you can see how people wameamua enough is enough. And apart from that, before I play what these other guys were telling Mbadi at Jivanji, I've seen something has been going viral about people wanapost visu, spears, arrows, wakisema that to all those people who are saying one term, they are calling for an anniversary of what happened in 2007. I don't know if you guys have seen that thing. Wana post visu, mikuki, mkuki ni sawa na mshale? Mshale, saying that for those people who are saying one term, they are calling for a replica, they are calling for 2007 anniversary. So I don't know what they they mean. Anyway, but I'll also play the same. I don't know if you guys have seen that. You can tell me here in the comment section. But before we continue, and I've seen Senator Aaron Cheruiyot akigombanisha judiciary at they have given soft punishment on the people who are protesting on fuel prices and whatever. There is this guy called Galgalo kwa pale Jivanji jana is saying
globally they have to make the best of every moment. Come on, the best number choma, where's the in-laws? Snacks number 3 to keep cheering. How many last minute gift? Mio. Download the app, order global, and get anything you want in minutes.
people were very mad with Mbadi. Very, very mad.
As members of to ensure that we are not here to impose the document of the government. We are here to interrogate.
Yeah, I hope you can now see clearly.
And what is fulfilled, it is unfair to the citizens of the Republic of Kenya who stay here. Number 2, we are here to speak for the common people. And we are not here waziri. Tuseme tunataka kusema kuwa hao watu wanaelewa zile document ambazo ziko hapa. There are lots of propaganda which have been said. There are true things which have been done which help the people. And unfortunately, we are in a country whereby the speed of propaganda and lies travels faster in the world before the shoe of the truth is put on. And we are here to speak for the document which is not for the government, but this document is for the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. And we are here because the Constitution of Kenya, Article 10, Article 118, Article 201A, inatuambia kuwa hii mambo ya finance bill, it has been upscaled to ensure that it doesn't endorse what the government wants, but to ensure that the citizens are given an opportunity to speak what they want and to say what they do not want. And waziri ya mwisho, nataka niseme kuwa kama kiongozi wa bunge la mwananchi, zile vitu ambazo wananchi watasema hapa leo, tunataka zisikuwe vitu ambazo tunaongea hapa na ishi hapa. We want the proposals of the people to be made into action and executed by ensuring that it reflects in the finance bill of 2026, 2027. For the interest of time, na hii siku si yangu, si yetu, ni siku ya waziri, na tunashukuru Honorable Basaris kwa kuwecho huko hapa. So thank you sana, Mungu awabariki.
Mtazamaji, tunakuwa na mapumziko kidogo tu, lakini tuko katika bustani ya debate, tutaendelea.
Against the Kikuyu community. The leaders are now threatening to issue
There was another guy who was also there. He speak very bitterly. People are tired with this government. Let me just try to search for the video. Nice. I found this. Give me a second.
Bunge la Wananchi. Nikisema bunge la wananchi nasema nguvu mashinani. Bunge la wananchi. Bunge la wananchi. Leo CS amekuja hapa.
I can see my friend Kip hapa mbavuni. Acha nitumie Kiswahili kama cha msimamo. Kakaangu wa mbavuni hapa. Acha ni welcome studio tuone leo anasemaje kuhusu siasa na uchumi wa Kenya.
Tuko sawa
How
tu.
are you, Kip?
I'm okay. Leo asubuhi tulikuwa na Gen Z buddy kwa TikTok. Watu wameshika ngori
Akiongelea
bana.
umeona hiyo story ya watu kupost mikuki na visu wakisema to all people who are saying one term wataona recap ya 207. I don't know if you have a clip. I don't know if you have a clip on the same.
Tribalism
Wameshapen visu zao na mikuki. Wamesema wenye tunasema one term tutaona kilichofanyika 207.
He's resorted to violence.
Yeah. Do you have a video?
But when a police, if you have a clip.
Okay, the one I had, I think ni Gen Z buddy alikuwa amepost, but let me send you and then just give me a second.
Things are tough huko home.
Very.
Mpaka hata Watanzania wanatupigia kelele huko. Ni kama maisha yao ni mzuri. At least they're not being overtaxed like us. Ni kama mbuzi. 91% of all of the 95% of all the revenue we're going to collect itaenda kwa kulipa ushuru. Imagine.
Zakayo amesema ashuki anytime soon.
Hawezi shuka huyo.
Tuchukue power so tukate hiyo mti. That is the only solution. Tuchukue power so tukate hiyo mti. I think when you get the video I'll send it to you.
Hata Gen Z bado amesema Gachagua no for president.
Naona Rafrafa anakuuliza.
Sasa na Rafraf. Lenga umse. Sana.
Anataka kutumbua.
Ataka uchokozi ni kazi yake.
Bado Anko Roba hajafika huku leo na
yesterday nilikuwa nataka kuona hii interview ya nani ya anaitwa aje mzee wetu
Onyonka.
Onyonka. Ulijua ni Onyonka?
See, I've watched. Nimeona but si yote though.
Yeah, because I wanted to watch it, but things got heated jana. It was so interesting. So interesting.
Yeah, sure. If you have a group on the same, you'll also. Hadi watu wakasema, hey, so I think polygamy is the way.
Kuvaa nini?
Because this man, the way it's talking to,
Inaonekana bana. Yeah, unaona polygamy inakuweka kichwa mzuri.
Hey, wewe kipa wewe.
Hata mimi niko hapana, sasa uliwa. Cannot say that. Shauliwa.
Unataka ya kwanza ama ya pili? Ni ya kwanza ama ni ya pili?
So hiyo moja ni ya Gen Z party.
Oh, number 1.
So guys, sijui kama mmeona hizi post zenye watu wanapost weapons, mamishale, visu, afu wanaandika ati president lazima akuwe 2 term ama tutakuwa na a repetition of 207. Let me show you. We have this one for instance. You can check on this post and the next one. So, next. We have this one as well. And the person who posted this, alipost X na aliandika hivi. So the one who posted aliandika that this man should be arrested for inciting and threatening Kenyans. Na akatag baka page ya DCI. But you know what's funny? None of them has been arrested. And the other day, I saw all of us coming at Teacher Shei for saying that, oh, he exposed people on TikToks, you post video ya watu. Now watu DCI wakapost wakasema, they are looking for them. But huyu mwenye niye mwenye wamejipost, profile picture yake iko hapo. DCI wamtafuti. Awana kiwewe na yeye awana shughuli. And that's why even as Kenyans, tunakuwa pia na double standards hata sisi. Tunakuwa pia tuna double standards. You come at Shei, someone who risked his life, awalete hizo news. But mtu kama huyo, amepost mikuki, profile picture ni yeye, yola okay. Wanta.
Yeah, so keep what are you saying? Nimeona hata huyo mtu mwenye amepost hiyo mishale na visu anaitwa Keep kama wewe. Wanasema tuendelee kusema one time mishale ndio hizo.
Wewe si kichwa mzuri, wewe ni Mnandi. Acha tuseme tu. Ni Wanandi. Wacha sema ni Kipsigis hapo bana. Acha tujitoe kwa hiyo hesabu.
So wanasema tusiposema 2 term tutaona the 2007 ijirudie.
Hiyo ni ujinga gani? You can't force him on us. You know, that's the funny thing is. What happened after 2007? Unajua saa zingine watu wengine wanakuanga na ujinga sana. What happened after the genocide in Rwanda? The culprits are the ones who were kicked out. It's not that you're going to cause eruption with Kenyans and then uache watu wanyamaze. It's just like Suluhu right now. Suluhu is not having a good time. She's not. These things have repercussions. But we'll see.
I've seen umeona ya Ndindi Nyoro leo before the committee amesema on international travels wakati
sijui alidefenda hata sijui alidefenda hiyo kitu.
Anasema ati wakati budget ya hiyo foreign travels within all the arms of government, judiciary, executive and parliament. Do you think these people can do that? Watu wenye wanapenda raha. Umeona Jalang'o akipray money?
Hebu tuoneshe watu vile pesa yenu inamwagwa. Valerie, kitu linistua sana bana. That was bad. Hiyo ni pesa
Are
yenu
these
wana.
are these the same people that we expect them to wakubali expenditure yao ipunguzwe?
I think sometimes there are people who are not allowed to have any sort of money. Wanafaa tu kupata tu kidogo ya kusurvive. Ruto, Jalango, you admire where they came from in life to come wakakuja huku juu. But they can't handle money. They don't know how to act. Because they'll steal more. Hii ni wizi tu. And the confidence in Jalango is weird. Ni kama anaona anaenda na hiyo Senate seat.
Yeah.
Sijui nani aliongea tena. Do you have a suspicion Oburu is going to be kicked out?
To be kicked out of where? UDA.
ODM.
Mbona juu ya hiyo ni alisema anataka kudefend ninio? Ama there is something
In,
latest. Ni alikuwa sema lazima
ni-
atadefend kiti yake ya Senate.
no, it just looks like people are ready to remove him. Naona tu Gladys Wanga is continuously making this party a Luo party. I always talk about ODM because of that. It's just I'm watching the downfall of a great party. A party that unasema grassroots mobilization, lakini unakwamilia huko kwa Jaluo peke yake. Wamekuja anywhere else.
Walikuwa walienda coast walikuwa wameenda retreat, right? Ilikuwa retreat.
Sasa, you know what they're planning to do? I tell you, they're saving up money. Party money this time, because I don't think Ruto is going to give them any money. They're planning to do a mega rally in Kisumu. And will pay them any mind. Hata ikiwa kubwa aje. Hata ikiwa kubwa aje.
It's
Mr.
called
Speaker, sana nasikia amerudi.
Yeah, I saw the person who entered parliament hiyo day venye walikuwa wanachoma parliament. Yeah, I saw.
I thought he was killed by the way.
No, he wasn't killed.
There are speculations. Alafu Cherelgei anasema kwamba ati ati Central ati Olkarau ni UDA. UDA is a stronghold. Olkarau is a stronghold for UDA. Hiyo ni ujinga gani?
Achana na Cherargei. Cherargei huongea tu. Cherargei just talks. Pa, 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 pa. I think God I don't know what I can say about Cherargei keep, but anyway.
I think he pretends he's a buffoon. Na Rachel alikuwa anafanya nini leo?
Actually, that is what I've been telling the people here. Rachel ameorganize hiyo sijui ni National Breakfast Prayer Conference Women or whatever. Anasema ati ni ya kuombea taifa. Anasema ati anaombea taifa ati tunafaa tujue kama taifa that the enemy is not asleep. I'm like, bro, kwani who is the enemy?
Rigathi Gachagua, according to them.
The enemy is not asleep. Nico, like, I was like, bro, I just wanted to comment there, like, you sleep with the devil, with the devil
I don't even
besides
think
you
they
every
sleep in the
day.
same room. I don't even think they sleep in the same room. Huyo mtu ako na maugonjwa mingi sana bana.
Keep keep utakujua na mshale. Chunga.
Nani? Mimi? I come from I come from the clan that wanatengenezanga hizo mshale. Wataniweka mshale aje. Chana na Nandi. They dare touch a Talai watajua. Watajua ajui. Clan yangu yote itawakujia. You don't touch people like me. We're blessed. Ever heard of the Talai? Ever heard of the Talai clan? Oh man.
Oh, keep. I've never.
That is my clan.
Oh, nyinyi ndio mna manufacture hizo nini?
No, we are the guys who pray for people, for leaders. It's Rutisha, man. Where is Rutisha?
Alafu
That one
anakuuliza
I
hapa
can tell you.
Talai are warriors.
Huh?
Anakuuliza hapa Talai are the warriors, right?
Yeah, yes. Cannot touch us. Wakijaribu kunishika hapo tu ni direct tu simu. They are gone. Watapata wenye waliitisha hiyo mshale. Hao watapata. Unashika aje kijana yetu? By the way, we were never my clan. Hatukubalishi to run for any office.
So wewe
So
hauwezi run.
no, so I'll give you a history of what our clan does. Before warriors go for war, we were like the guys who bless them. To now bless, and then we give them God's grace to run. Pia tulikuwa tunaitwa I don't know if you've got that one in Luya. The guys who foresee the future. Foreseers come from Talai. Ukitaka kuambiwa I don't want to say it. Ataishi hapo tu. You don't mess with the Talai. People fear us.
Sawa. So nyinyi hata amwezi rushwa
Kuna siku hapo karibu na home, shamba ya neighbor ilichomeka na yetu kuchomwa, and we were not around. Kasema hapa sitaicheza nao mzee tena. That's what the neighbor said. That's believed the spirits came for him. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what you've need. I think I've sent you other videos keep concerning how to walikuwa na lecture Mbadi on the finance bill, and also the last one which I wanted to talk about the state of the economy.
Wewe tunataka kuona watu wa Jacaranda, si ndio?
Papi ninde papiri.
Yes, because this finance bill whole thing, where do you think Mbadi is telling people the truth, or is just telling them what they want to hear? You know, there is telling people the truth.
He's been going around shops.
Yeah, nimemwona paka kwa shop ya
He's been going
simu.
around shops.
What are you doing?
See, that is his baby. That is his baby. That is the one that aliomba sana wasitoe, so that it looks like it's a big thing. But yet, 91% of the whole revenue this year is going to paying our debts. There's nothing else. We're just servicing wazungus bana. We're just slaves of these people. It's not like we've built anything. Hakuna kitu tumejenga. Nobody's going into those affordable houses. And I'll tell you, anybody who's going to those affordable houses, you're going at your own peril. Man. You're going at your own peril. This is just anguka.
I've seen Dunstan Omari talking about it. Okay, I didn't go in sana. But alikuwa anasema tu, I think it was a headline, him saying that what will happen to people who wenye wananunua affordable housing if Ruto gets out of power. But sijaenda kuiangalia tu nikalie chini vizuri.
Watch out, let's just say the next government is reasonable, and says, okay, so we'll buy those lands properly, and we will, do the right thing, and purchase it properly at the correct price or whatever it is. Go for public participation. We discuss it to achieve watu. Hiyo kitu itakuja, it will ile kitu nje naogopa tu ni, were they built properly? Hii speed mjamaa ako nayo, ati unafikiria uko na affordable housing. By the way, yeah, for those people who can afford it, chukua, buy it. You could sell it in future anyway, maybe. Because they're not meant for the poor. It's for rich people. Buy it. Nikwambie sasa wewe, ukiangalia uko nyumbani, which of these people that need these houses can afford to pay for it?
Hakuna.
And the ones who would like to get a house, if you know the traits of Kenyans, it took me about 7 years to build my house. That is what Kenyans like to do. Unapata kidogo, unaenda unaweka, inaitwaje hiyo? Unaenda unaweka foundation, si ndio? Ukishamaliza foundation, unaweka roof. And those can take, kutengeneza roof tu na foundation can take you 2 years. Aya, walls unaweza fanya rakaraka, that is fine. Kwanza kuplaster tena, unafanya polepole, unaanguka, you spend money. Aya, ukishamaliza hiyo, unaweka dirisha. Like things, people like to do their own. Ukijenga nyumba yako, unafanya polepole. What you can handle at a time. But hii kitu ya kutoa pesa, atijua all at once, hata deposit ni ngumu ba. Affordable housing, kwenda huko. People are just discussing, huyu mtu akikufa leo tunaenda kukojoa kwa grave yake. That's not treason. Tunaenda kukojoa hapo, I'll be the first person. Na nitacheka tu nikifanya hiyo. I'll go take a piece on his grave. Kwanza hizo siku nita dance.
Ni nani alisema haoni Ruto akifika 2027? Nimeona watu wakim
Acha Roba alisema January. Roba alisema January. Wewe unaona hiyo ni ukweli kweli? Polisi yote ameweka wakali.
I don't know.
Amejaza wakali huko. Every single police chief is a Kalenjin. Hakuna tribe ingine. Hata Wasomali wamefukuzwa. Alafu naita Gachagua tribalist. Gachagua is a tribalist. Alafu umeweka kila mtu mkale. If you ask me, yeah, that is the strangest thing, yeah. If you ask me, if somebody is going home to his home village, yeah, aende aite watu wake waseme wampigie kura. Hiyo ni tribalism, because that is where his people live. They understand him. Hata siku hizi tu mpaka natetea Gachagua. Do you see anything wrong with that?
I see, because I think Ruto's government is complaining about tribalism, while the actions that they do exposes them as most tribal
I'm asking about Gachagua. How can Gachagua be a tribalist if he starts from home to look for votes? That is the logic I've never understood. And when you go see your people, sunaongea lugha yenye wanakuelewa kwanza.
Hata yeye Yesu akienda kusema watu hawajaregister as voters, aliwaongelesha na lugha gani?
The other thing is, let me tell you, if I could have, when people say at mother tongues, vernacular, I feel like slapping them in the face. Luya is a national language. Kikuyu is a national language. Kalenjin is a national language. I think even when you go to parliament, you should speak in the national languages that we have. We've got very beautiful languages. Unajua badi akina Ruto walikuwa wanasema wanataka kupatia vijana kazi. Then we hire translators. You understand? So if me as a Kale sitting there as a member of parliament, a Kikuyu speaks in Kikuyu, I don't understand what they're saying. You employ the youth too. Unajua ile kitu ya masikio ile inaitwa je earphones. Then they translate what my Kikuyu brother or sister is talking. Then me I speak in Kalenjin. Nobody understands me in a translator. So hiyo ndio kazi umepatia vijana kufanya hiyo translation badala ya kuweka AI. It's a bunch of rubbish. Gachagua. And when he moves to other parts of the country, he speaks in English.
Yeah.
I may not want him for president, but I do want him as a leader of Kenya. I think he's improved. I hope he's improved. I genuinely hope he's improved.
Niwacha nicheze hizi video nione zinasemaje. Wait. Oh.
Irito. Korka kiny wabiro kwa tegni. Korka wuok omera wiwa ni airport. Pierwa pod ni kondele kon. Mane wuoth ma wabiro wuothogo Jumapil, lich koso klich. Wabiro koso kwabi. Kisumo wabiro koso kwabi. Wabiro. To ing'eyo biro no ema lich. Wabiro, mano is the point. Tiene ni wabiro. Kaka wabiro emonego nere ni wan joma serious. Jo Kisumu Central ano kuchie kuiko run ready, Nyasaye ogwedhu, Nyasaye oritu, Nyasaye umu.
I made a mistake. I thought she'd talk in English. There you go. ODM is a low party. Imekuwa confirmed sasa.
Tulikuwa tunakula asubuhi saa 7 na jioni, inabidi saa 7 tunainama, lunch inapita, tunasubiri jioni. Ya pili ukikuja kama ni upande wa usafi, unapata kama
hapo kando. Hapo mbele hapa.
Maziwa imeenda juu, unapata kama unga inauzwa bei kali, unga kuliko ile safuria wewe mwenyewe unapikia kila siku. Sasa inakuwa shida sana. Asante
sana. Baadhi ya wananchi wakizungumza, naona baadhi ya viongozi bado nafikiri ni namuona mwakilishi wa kike kaunti ya Nairobi Bi Esther Pasari amewasili. Karibu sana mheshimiwa, karibu sana. Hebu kwa kifupi tu tunaendelea na mazungumzo kidogo. Naam, kidogo tu. Naomba tupatie nafasi tupate kupiga picha tafadhali. Naam. Tafadhali. Tumpatie tumpatie mheshimiwa nafasi kidogo. Hebu niambie matarajio yako katika mswada wa fedha. Tafadhali tuwe na utulivu. Niambie najua.
Thank you so much, Nimrod. My expression in the finance bill, number one, I have only two suggestions. Number one, the first suggestion, instead of taxing less people, more money, I think thank you so much. I think I have two suggestions in the finance bill. Number one, instead of taxing less people, more money, I think the government and the experts should look for a way of taxing more people less. Another thing, I like the government to scrap all on consumption. Because economy cannot grow when we subsidize consumption. I think the government should work on subsidizing production, so that when it reaches the point of consumption, the government can collect more money. Thank you.
Asante sana. Karibia tafadhali. Karibia kwa kifupi. Tupe jina lako na matarajio yako. Usije ukaanguka kwa watu kule nyumbani wakati. Kamera yangu ile pale.
Thank you so much. Imekuwa ngumu sana. Wavijana malalia sana. So mahindi gharama ilikuwa juu. Serikali bapunguze mafuta ikisini. Because unalia hata madaktari pia wanalipa sana. Walimu, polisi, pia hata polisi wanalipa pesa kidogo sana. Naomba serikali waongezee madaktari pesa kutosha. Na mwalimu, police officer. So polisi ina mdoki hapa pia angepewa msaada na kutosha. So naomba serikali, naomba ama madaktari waongezewe msaada na kutosha. Wale MCA, hadi MCA hafanyi kazi. Walipo msaada mingi lakini hafanyi kazi. So please, madaktari muhimu sana na walimu na polisi officer. Nasikia tuongeze
Asante. Pengine kwa wepesi sana, jina lako na matarajio yako katika wa fedha na vile vile bajeti ambayo itakuwa inasomwa baada ya mwezi huu.
Sana Bwana Nimrod. Kwa majina anajulikana kama Chacha ama Francis Mara kutoka pale Kibret. Chenye mimi natarajia katika bajeti ya mwaka huu, pesa zile zitakuwa zinasanywa kutoka kwa mwananchi, mkulima azingatiwe sana, elimu izingatiwe sana, afya izingatiwe sana na ulinzi wa nchi. Na zile pesa ambazo zikikatwa, tafadhali zisipate mifuko ambayo haifaidi mwananchi. Unapata pesa nyingi zinaenda kwa starehe ya wakubwa, wabunge, masenate, na wakija hapa wanatuonyesha kwamba wako na sisi. Tunataka wapunguze starehe kwa wao wakubwa, wateremshe pesa zifanye kazi kwa mwananchi. Kwa mfano barabara zile ziko kule mashinani. Rais ameanzisha barabara nyingi Kenya mzima, lakini haziendelei sababu makontrakta wanasema hakuna pesa. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji pesa ziende kule mashinani tufurahie. Asante.
Nipe mfano wa kitu ambacho imekulazimu ukiondoe katika maisha yako kufuatia mfumuko wa bei au hata gharama ya juu ya maisha. Kitu gani ambacho imekubidi unaishi katika maisha yako? Maanake wananchi wengi tukiwahoji wanatuambia tu gharama.
Okay. Where is the other one?
Tuma mbili.
Uwe wa kwanza ukuje uongee. Yeah. Karibu sana. Uje uongee.
The idiot is on his phone.
Bunge la Mwananchi. Nikisema bunge la Mwananchi nasema nguvu mashinani. Bunge la Mwananchi. Nguvu mashinani. Bunge la Mwananchi. Nguvu mashinani. Leo CS amekuja hapa na mkimwona CS hapa mjue huyu ndio mtu ambaye ako in charge kwa kuchukua ushuru yetu kwa 1 year. Na tunakubali ya kwamba leo amekuja hapa kutuona sisi kama wanabunge, na tunashukuru kwamba nataka bwana CS uangalie sura zao watu wote hapo ukiangalia. All these people are jobless. But today we are here for public participation for a budget of 4.8 trillion. And today we are going to discuss that because we love this country. The only thing I want CS to address today is about something called budgeted corruption. The Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta told us that in a day of this country, we lose 2 billion shillings. I want to know, Mr. CS, whether in that budget, you have already taken care of that 2 billion that is stolen every day, so that we'll be losing 2 billion shillings every day, and that's what you want us kupitisha kwa bunge. Bunge power! Number 2. Hii watu na I'm so happy that Mama Pasari is here. Bwana CS, Raila Amolo Odinga akikufa alikuwa amesema ya kwamba CDF is illegal because CDF inatumiwa na wanabunge kubibribe, alafu the executive inaiba 80% of the budget. Nataka nikuulize Bwana CS, wewe kama expert ambaye Raila Amolo Odinga aliweka, kwa nini umekubali bribery ya CDF kukua katika budget ya 2026-2027? Number 3, I look at your budget CS and I see your budget is concerned about expansion of the tax base and making sure that there is efficiency in collection of taxes.
Ben, 30 seconds.
I want to ask you, Mr. CS, in this country today, corruption is the biggest resource. Kwa hiyo budget ambayo umetengeneza, watu wote wamesema katika nchi hii na watu wengi ya kwamba we lose a third of the budget. Why don't you just be brave enough, kwa sababu unataka kusimama president in 2032 and legalize corruption and then tax corruption so that you can make money out of corruption.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Ben, asante. Kwa sababu ya Ben utawazuia wengine kuja. Asante sana. Asante. Mheshimiwa Waziri, bila shaka hata maoni hayo tusubiri, tunarudi hewani sasa hivi. Tumsikize waziri tafadhali, tusubiri kwa mfupi.
Hiyo ilikuwa moto, hiyo ilikuwa moto sana. Valerie.
Yes, my brother.
Let us legalize corruption.
I can see that. Rafraf anasema hapa there was a professor one time called Chacha Igoti. Chacha, if you remember him. Hola, do you know him, Kip? And then akasema, Kenya, we have smart people, but we fight childish games. It's a nation of intelligent men and women. We can never be denied our rights.
Kama wewe kijana sasa, very clever person. Let us legalize corruption. We have intelligent people, but they're down. But the problem is the intelligent people like Mbadi. Yeah? Mbadi tukiona speech yake before, it was merely just 2 years ago when Raila was still alive. Alisema nini? Alisema kana kwamba all the people you're putting here are skunks. Let us give you your skunks, you can go. So amekuwa skunk sasa.
Yeah.
He's one of the skunks. And let me tell you, another thing. I think all this tribalism stuff is to make us focus and to make the Gema MPs, because they're the majority, they're the biggest and the biggest influence, to focus on Awesome Omar rather than the finance bill. And it's working. It is working.
Yeah, this guy will always create distractions. Always.
Because what hakuna Kenya wanachukiana hapa. Just ignore that person with the mishales. We don't hate each other. We live with Kikuyus in Rift Valley, like brothers and sisters. Nakuru, most of it is in Rift Valley. Most of it is actually Kikuyu territory. And we live very peacefully with them. Eldoret, the same. A lot of Kikuyus live there with us, and a lot of Luyas, a lot of Luos. Atuchukiani, we've intermarried there. I have nieces and nephews that are Kikuyu.
Grace anasema maturity in Kenya is an endangered species. Ndio maana nani kana behavingi hivyo. Huyo beshte yako mwenye ulimtaja hapa kipi? Senate. Let me play this one.
Yeah, Bora Twitter Kyle, and he's here with us this morning. It's been a minute, but he's here. Good morning, Cyprian.
We thank God I'm alive, and I've been following you, so I know you are well.
Oh, this one, keep. I would like you to play this video ukianzia the 5th minute. Is it possible?
Yeah.
The 5th minute ndo alianza kuongelea matters of the economy and the politics of this country, like, yeah. To me, aliongea vizuri and I thought it. 5. Obole.
Okay.
You have provided the platform for us to have a conversation again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing that. Dennis, this week takes us to a place you may have been to, and we'd love to hear your interpretation of this proverb.
Today we are in Gambia.
Yes.
The land of Kunta Kinte Island, which is formerly known as James Island. Why? Because it is recognized as a site and a historical
of the to buy things. Secondly is development, consolidation, and number 3 is devolution and participation, and finally demographic wellness of the nation. I'll skip the democratic faithfulness because that's the political one, which normally takes us far away from the developmental, consolidation, where the economy falls under. So, the whole policy of the government, not just this Ruto administration, but actually starting from the Uhuru administration where they were with the Ruto, the key feature has become odious debt. We have borrowed, we have been running what Kwame Owino calls the credit card to buy things that we cannot afford. And we've destroyed the foundation of the economy. And Ruto has actually worsened the situation as it is today. Because any family which goes to the supermarket to consume things it cannot afford is going to become a slave to the people who are loaning it money. And because of this binge borrowing, the economy is 12.3 trillion in debt. And it is estimated that nearly 60% of that debt is actually corrupt debt, we call odious debt. And because of this borrowing, we have been running a very huge deficit in the budget. So what have we done? We have pushed up the taxes so that we can raise money to pay the people we have borrowed from. So a lot of people do not know how bad these two presidents have been on the economy. That is why we go back to the Kibaki years. When Kibaki handed over government to Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013, we were only 1.8 trillion in debt, only. Under the Kibaki administration, for every 100 shillings we borrowed, we collected, 14 shillings went to debt payment and repayments and servicing.
Under Kibaki.
Under Kibaki, only 14%. 14 shillings out of every 100. Uhuru pushed that up to about 70 something. For every 100 shillings you collected under Uhuru, for every 100, 72 was going to debt servicing. Ruto pushed it to about 78. In the last year, they managed to actually restructure that debt by borrowing more expensive debt to pay off for debt that was due last year. So they brought it down from 78 to 69, where it is now. So round it off at 70. So for every 100 shillings that we collect, 70 shillings goes to debt repayment. Now, the problem with that is that then you are left with 30 shillings out of 100 to pay for education, to pay for healthcare, to pay for roads, to pay for social security, to pay for the military and the security and everything. Pay salaries. You know you can't.
It's not enough.
You cannot operate because that takes you now to a massive hole that is in the economy. And so what has happened, which is what David Ndii refuses to explain to the people, is that services have been getting worse. That is why schools are in distress. That's why the healthcare is in distress. That is why every sector is in trouble. That's why potholes are becoming bigger everywhere. And so, what President Ruto has decided to do is that after 2024 June, with the Gen Z revolution, he realized that no, you have to look for a formula of operating outside the constitution. So now he has been advised by David Ndii and the team to create an infrastructure fund to borrow money and spend outside parliament. Because if you bring it to parliament, you are going to raise the taxes and the revolution is going to come back. So keep increasing the debt by creating a formula of borrowing money and raise taxes without parliament approving.
But it's still going to come back, Cyprian, because
It
people
is
still have to pay.
here. You see, when you are paying debt, it is quiet and it's treasury which is doing it. So by the time Ruto gets out of government, we are going to realize that for every 100 shillings we collect, we will be probably at 93, 94. That is the problem with what is happening right now. Because the borrowing is not through parliament. So you are not feeling it, but you are paying for it, and it is increasing. The time Ruto steps out, he is going to leave this country in a hole that the next generation will be unable to come out of. And that is, he thinks it's political genius, but actually it is going to destroy the goose. It's going to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Because you are not going to have any manufacturing, you are not going to create any jobs in this country. The inequality is going to grow. And therefore, I want to summarize this way. The economy is in shambles. And all this corruption that you are seeing through this so-called G2G and everything else is actually putting bandages on a bleeding wound so that you can be able to go beyond the 2027 election. That's all that President Ruto is doing. He's basically adding more bandages on the wound so that the wound is not seen, so that he is able to survive the 2027 election. And the opposition, that's what is very unfortunate about this country, is that the people in the opposition are completely unable to explain to the country the hole into which William Ruto's administration is digging the country into. They are incapable in their rallies to explain to the country how badly the state of the economy is getting. And once the economy collapses, these other three pillars that we were speaking about will collapse. The democratic, the demographic, and the devolution. They will all collapse because the economy has collapsed.
Cyprian, you've mentioned that 60% of Kenya's debt today is odious.
It's odious.
And here we're looking at an infrastructure fund that has been created to bypass parliament. And with that then, if already with the laws that we do have and the act of parliament requires every money that we borrow to come through the consolidated fund, you go back to Eurobond that never came to the country. One asks the question, how exposed then will be the country in terms of odious debt that will be accumulating because there is a fund that has been created to bypass parliament?
The word you have used there is very important. How exposed will the country be? We will be naked. Totally exposed, no gate, no fence. This country is going to face... I want to request Kenyans to slow down on this one-term nonsense that is going on. What we need very urgently is not even another protest in June. What we need is actually an open-air national conference on the state of the economy, where all sectors of our country, young people, women, traders, manufacturers, government, members of parliament, we can all sit under one tent, probably at KICC, even if it's at Nyayo Stadium. We need to sit down and explain to ourselves that forget about elections. Because you will change Ruto, but what are you going to inherit from this completely destroyed? So we need to sit so that we ask ourselves, who do we owe money? What was the money borrowed for? How much have we repaid? Is it sustainable? The answer is that it is not sustainable. We are going to destroy our economy, and our children are going to eat us alive because we were reckless, because we did not stop Ruto from continuing to borrow more and more and sinking the country deeper and deeper into the hole.
The questions you're asking seem to all be in the National Debt Register, that rather should be. Who borrowed? Who did you borrow from?
What for?
What did you borrow for?
How much have you repaid?
Do we owe? How much
have we repaid? What's the balance?
And what is the balance? All of those questions should be in the National Debt Register, which should be public and up to date. So you're saying that May 2026, if you go to the debt register, which there's an office and there should be a portal, that you should be able to find all of the answers to the questions that you ask.
Nobody in Kenya knows how much we owe and who we owe. Even the Auditor General.
Or if Kenya owes, actually.
No, we definitely owe. All right? Who do we owe? We don't know all of them. Because what Uhuru did, and that is why your headline today, Stop the Blame Game and Work, is very cheeky. Because Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto are not different. William Ruto has been trying to show that he was in a government where he was not in control. He knew everything that was happening and he approved everything that happened under the Uhuru administration. He borrowed this money together with Uhuru. They stole it together. And they will have to pay for it together. Henry, what was his second name? The minister, the former, Henry Rotich. Henry Rotich knows who we borrowed from, And even him, he does not know everybody who we borrowed from. So what happened? When the Public Finance Management Act was amended by cabinet to allow that you can go abroad, borrow money, deposit it in any account, is when Treasury and the Republic of Kenya lost its ability to know who we owe and for what we owe. Because the Constitution from Article 220 going forward is very clear in terms of what you can borrow for.
Yes.
But once Uhuru and Ruto amended the PFM Act to allow agents, any individual of government to go out there and borrow money from a bank here, a lender there, and deposit it in any accounts out there. We actually do not know how much money we owe and who we owe. The Auditor General has said it, that she does not know who we actually owe, because Treasury is being presented with bills that this money is due paid. This money is due paid. This money is due paid. But it is money that was borrowed outside the Constitution, and it is money that was actually stolen by individuals who deposited it in accounts, made interest on it, actually sold it again to government. There are incidences where somebody borrowed money and then lend it to government and earned interest
on it. And Kenya's got to pay it back.
And Kenya has two people to pay. The one who resold the money to government, and the one we borrowed from. And all of it was actually borrowed outside the law and outside the Constitution. So this is what we call treasonable charges that will have to be opened against these individuals under the Uhuru Kenyatta administration and under the William Ruto administration. It's treason because you operated and acted against the sovereign interest of the Republic of Kenya, and you have destroyed the foundation of our economy. We can't create jobs for our young people. We can't reproduce. We can't keep the costs of electricity or anything down. And the corruption so ugly that it has to be investigated. That's why we have been recommending a forensic examination by an agency headed by the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya to get to the bottom, because that's what the Constitution says. It's the Auditor General who can undertake this forensic or audit. But the executive cannot allow the Auditor General to do that.
Cyprian, we talk about the law being specific on when you borrow, it goes to do what?
Yes.
We talk about 12.3 trillion shillings in this country. And this 12.3 trillion shillings, one would say...
That was in March. It could be much more now.
Yes. Sure. If you walk in this country today, you should be able to see 12.3 trillion shillings.
Exactly.
We should not be having problems funding our education, our healthcare, security. We should not be having such problems. And you talk about opening this fund to a point where even the Auditor General can't tell the debt that we have in the country today. One asks the question then, why does it seem as if the government of the day, the law, is a suggestion?
Because it is. Because it is. And that takes you to the pillar number one of our 4 Ds of reviewing the state of the nation. I summarized it that if your economy is in the state of distress, as ours is, regardless of the bandages that are being placed on it, our other 3 pillars will not hold. So the democratic faithfulness, which is pillar number 1, is in shreds, is in shambles, has collapsed. That pillar has collapsed. That is why the William Ruto administration cannot allow Kenyans to exercise their democratic rights, even of assembly, even of petitioning his government. The police in this country have been given orders not to allow people to demonstrate, not to allow people to assemble, not to allow people to question government. Why? Because if you question this government and expose the rot, if Parliament was to exercise it, is all institutions, let me summarize it this way so that we use our time here judiciously. All institutions of the state and society are dysfunctional. What do I mean by that? The judiciary in this republic cannot guarantee justice. The parliament in this country is not performing any of its three principal roles of oversight, of representing the people. Parliament in Kenya does not represent the people of Kenya. And the parliament makes bad laws. That's the only thing they do. We pay them to make bad law that is against the national interest. Whether you're talking about the police, the commissions, the independent officers, all institutions in Kenya are dysfunctional. The president and the executive cannot allow any of the institutions to do its job. Because if any of them did their job, the first person they will arrest and jail is the president. The president has violated the constitution since he was sworn in 38 times. 38 times.
And you've gone to look at each and every one of these incidences where this has happened.
That's our work. We actually filed a case in court in 2024. When I came here in 2024, I explained what the case. That time we had 31 infractions, 31 violations of the constitution. This has continued. You've even seen a president who holds UDA rallies and meetings in State House against Article 131 of the Constitution. And nobody's asking him, nobody asks him why he's using a state office for political party functions, spending money in millions to pay thousands of shillings to delegates from Kirinyaga and Kisii and Mombasa and I don't know where.
And this is not a political affiliation issue. What you're saying here is that this is a constitutional mandate that is
the Constitution in Article 131 lists the 10 functions of the president. One of them is not to hold political party functions in State House. That is not one of the functions of the head of state. The head of state can be a member of a political party and he can conduct his political party affairs outside government offices, gazetted state offices and state, so we are basically operating outside the Constitution. That is the short answer, that because the economy is in disarray, and the Kenyans are desperate for any handouts, they are not even asking, where are you getting this money that you are paying us every week for us to come to State House in buses? Where do you get that kind of money from? Has UDA accounts been published for us to see that that money is from UDA? None of that money is coming from UDA, and the president cannot account. But it is our money that is being used to entertain political party activists, UDA political party activists in State House using taxpayers' money against the Constitution in Article 10, and nobody is raising these questions with the president. So the Constitution is technically disregarded and suspended. That is why no chapter of the Constitution, from chapter 1 to chapter 15, none of those chapters is being upheld. Is actually observed in breach. All the chapters are observed in breach. That is the short answer. And that tells you that our institutions, once they have been captured and they are being misused, then devolution, which is the third pillar, has collapsed. I want to become the governor of Nairobi, but I actually know the state of devolution in this country. And when I look at the people who are talking about devolution, they know that devolution cannot survive if democratic faithfulness does not happen and if the economy does not thrive. So those are the things that you start with. And finally, the demographic wellness. I listed 8 sectors of our demography which are in distress. You've seen that if we start from children, in fact, the demographic discussion starts from how many mothers are dying when they are giving birth. But there are more than 10,000 children in this country who have disappeared.
In a year.
In a year.
Yeah.
10,000. What about the state of our youth? The state of our youth is red, is in distress. What about our workers? What about our women? What about our persons with disabilities? What about our elderly? What about the state of marriages and families? And this is where you really wonder why the church is quiet, why the civil society is not focusing on the state of our demographic wellness. So when you look at these 4 Ds, you have to come to the conclusion that we are on the track to a failed state. But because there are elections next year, the discussion is not about the state of the nation. The discussion is about who is able to rig the election next year and come back or get power. So it is a power discussion instead of a welfare and survival discussion. So it's a state of the nation that is in distress, in confusion, and illegitimacy, suffering illegitimacy, but we are not talking about the state of the nation. We are talking about who is able to grab power next year. We are completely sick. That's how you know that people have been traumatized for so long. They no longer can talk about their welfare. The only relief and what people are discussing is about which Arsenal team has won which cup in whatever. The Super Bowl and how it was in America.
Seems like that's an outlet for frustration, though.
Exactly. And that is what, in political science, if you do not want a revolution, give them the circuses and give them food. Give them bread and circuses.
That's how Hollywood was created, let's be honest. Because they did that to take away the attention of the people from what was really happening in terms of governance. But what I'm hearing you say, and if we need to look at it, one of the things that you mentioned is that this political slogans that we're hearing, 1 term, 2 term, no term, whatever the case may be, also seems like an outlet. It seems like an outlet to avoid the difficult yet necessary job of fixing the problem. Because if we talk about, sky-high debt, we talk about systems that don't function. We're talking about, lack of funds to then follow these functions. And not because they wouldn't ordinarily be available, but because they have been diverted somewhere else where they should not have gone. Now, as you list all of these things, there's often the accusation, and this has come from political circles as well, that surely it's not everything about government that is bad. It's not everything that has to have a negative tint to it. There must be something that you then must be able to celebrate. Does that divert our attention from what is really going wrong, whereby you need to then say, no, you don't get to escape by asking people to be positive? What you must do with the responsibility that you have been given is to ensure that you leave it better than you found it. How do you play between those?
This is very important, the question now you've asked. There is no constitutional obligation on me to say the positive things that government is doing. I've read I was one of the makers of our constitution, and so I know there is no obligation on me or any Kenyan to praise their government. In fact, patriotism, which is a national value in Article 10, means that you are loyal to your country, not to your government. So anybody who is asking us to say the things that government is doing very well or whatever is missing the point, because that's not our obligation. Our loyalty is to our country, not to the government. The government is of employees who have actually used our tools to browbeat us, kill us, jail us, take us through very, very difficult, do everything that is unconstitutional. So my response to that is to say this. President William Ruto operates what we call Machiavellian politics. In Machiavelli said that you better be feared than be loved. So what William Ruto wants is to be feared, not to be loved. But Machiavelli also says it will be better if you have both. You are feared, but you are also loved. And so how he uses that is to use brute force. You remember his number? Use brute force, intimidate the population, scare people, instill fear, and then use our taxes to go around with the Nyota Fund and distribute money and goodies, and so that you are loved at the same time. So that people do not actually have a discussion about how you are acting against national interest. So national interest is the only thing that we are concerned about. Our national interests begin with sovereignty of our nation. Recently, Macron was here. The president is the chief agent in undermining our sovereignty instead of securing it. So let us continue to remind Kenyans that the state of the nation is checked through the 4 Ds. If you are going to ask the question, it is how well has the administration developed our democratic credentials. And the democratic credentials we are doing very badly. Out of 10, I would give this government 3, because the violations, the intimidation, the way protesters are being taken to Kahawa and charged for terrorism, this has never been done before, where demonstrators are charged with terrorism. This is actually ugly. It is ugly. What we are seeing right now is actually unbelievable, where people cannot be helped to do meetings. You've seen tear gas in churches. Even Moi didn't do that. I remember Moi doing it at All Saints Cathedral, and the whole country united in saying, this is sacrilegious. You can't do this. Now it has come back in force, in full force. We are seeing that people are not even safe to worship in churches, and that's dangerous. Our economy is not doing well, under development. Devolution is in shambles, and our demographic wellness is in distress. That's the word I have used. The state of the nation is in distress. And I've listed these 8 categories of our demography, and we'll go from the time children are born, how those children are cared for. A country cannot secure its children. It's a failed state. It's a failed state. A country that cannot secure its children, what does it have an army for if it cannot secure its own children? Organ harvesting that is happening in this country, we know it. This city mortuary here reports every 3 months 300 unclaimed bodies of dead Kenyans. We don't know who they are. What country are we in? If we cannot secure children, we can't. What was Kericho? That there were 100 bodies in Nyamira that were buried in Kericho.
Still unexplained.
Yes. Unexplained deaths everywhere. So I don't know. Let it be Kenyans who actually judge where you place William Ruto's administration as regards these 4 pillars of the state of the nation.
And Cyprian, of everything you talk about directly goes back and or falls back to politics that we play in the country
And
for a
governance.
very long time.
Yes.
Politics has been said to be a very dirty game. I don't want to get involved in it. But then again, look at what that gives birth to. When you talk about governance, children, protecting sovereignty of the country, it all boils back to politics and quality of individuals that we put in there. So now as we approach 2027, Kenyans want to put new people or return these individuals in there. What kind of discussion or conversations must Kenyans want today if we are to address the subject of debt, if we to address the subject of security and sovereignty of the country? Because seemingly Kenyans cannot afford to stay outside politics if things are to change.
That's a very important question, what you've raised. And this is my suggestion, all Kenyans of goodwill towards 2027 must decide, first of all, to hold democratic, free and fair elections. And how do you hold democratic, free and fair elections? Ensure that everybody registers as a voter and everybody turns up as a voter on election day. Ensure that you vote only for women and men who are going to secure your national interest around these 4 pillars: demographic wellness, democratic faithfulness, development consolidation, and devolution and participation. Now, the Bible tells us in Matthew chapter 8 that a good tree cannot bear bad fruit. And a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. So if you vote for bad people, they cannot give you good fruit. What we are experiencing right now is the bad fruit of the bad trees that we voted for. And that is why people in this election must approach this election differently. We cannot be excited about parties and about ethnic entities and what we are being presented for here. We have to be radical, and we have to be very, very radical. And I want to call upon Kenyans to approach the 2027 election looking at those 2 things. 1, register and be there to vote. Number 2, vote for the good trees.
And you know, can we be honest? That
we know
who they are.
There's nobody. Even when Gashawa says that Ruto cheated us, and then we found ourselves that we have elected him, he said more than Yaragon. No. Gashawa is not being sincere. We know these people, all of them. We know them. So let nobody lie. When people are there, acting as goons, they are not confused about this. Cannot be a good leader who's using us as goons. No, we know actually that we are the ones who are facilitating these people to destroy our country. So the only thing you have to do now, which is what we are doing as Kenya Bora, is that we are supporting candidates. That's how they are supporting me to be governor of Nairobi. That's how we have to support men and women of integrity and credibility to run for office. Because if we are all, the good people are going to stay away and say this thing is so dirty. So the people will only have a choice of electing one of the worst criminals on the ballot. So we have to offer Kenyans good men and women on the ballot. That's the first thing we have to do. So my rallying call is that good men like Maraga and the others and women we need to come together and hold this national convention. And I have been speaking to Professor Kivutha Kibwana, the former governor of Makueni, and you hosted him here recently.
Yeah.
And he's actually hearing what we are requesting. We need somebody and the people who can convene us to have a sober conversation in terms of how we are going to ensure that we hold credible election to elect credible men and women to office, and then hold them accountable so that the 4 Ds, the 4 pillars of our nation can be replenished, can be repaired. So that is my recommendation. First of all, let the good men and women come forward. Here in Nairobi, we are actually going to, I said this the last time I was here, we are going to raise money to support good men and women as MCAs, especially young men and women. As MCAs, as MPs, we are going to force some people. I have been speaking to Faith Odhiambo, the former president of LSK. We want her to run as the Senator of Nairobi. We will pay for the bill for her to become the Senator of Nairobi. If we can't get to the place where Americans got to pay money for Obama to run and win, we are not serious about our country. We have to come to a place where we actually approach good individuals like Faith Odhiambo. You drive to our office and say, Madam, we know you are not interested in this politics, but if we made you Senator of Nairobi, we know for sure that you will be a good senator.
So what you're talking about here is that there has to be something radical that is done
Completely
to sort
radical.
out. Because if we talk about the state of the nation, which is where we started,
Yes.
being in distress, what you need to do is have something radical that is going to sort out the issue.
If you don't do that, you are not going to change a thing. Don't wait for people to offer themselves as candidates. Offer them as candidates. If you are supporting Sifuna and you are supporting whoever, send money to the number so that he can have money to run rallies. And I'm very happy because I've been working with them. And one of the activities, I actually saw Kenyans sending in 2.6 million to the account, which is what they are using to do the rallies. That is very important. So we have to come to a place 2027 where we are going to be the ones to list the men and women we want in office. In your county, we have 47 counties. Don't wait for people to offer themselves. Call them and say, it is you, madam, we want to run. No, we want you to run for this office. And we are going to pay for it. And you know, people think that you need all the 400 million shillings, all the 30 million shillings at the same time. No. Let people send in 150 shillings and 80 shillings and 200 shillings. That is how somebody, the kitty runs, form committees. Let these people not be the ones collecting the money. Form your committee and raise money and run candidates. The people who are supporting me in Nairobi are funding my campaign. They are funding my campaign. They are sending money so that I can fuel vehicles and hold meetings. We have to come to the place where we are not waiting for people to offer themselves as candidates. We are going to approach them. I've given you the example of Nairobi. I declared myself the patron, and I have been doing it. In July, on Sabasaba, it will be a Friday, we are going to hold a meeting at Ufungamano of all the candidates from all the wards and parliamentary areas. And we are telling them, we are not looking at how much money you have. The money we are going to give you, we will fund the campaign. We want you to step forward and sign this charter, that once you are in office, these are the things you will do for us as Nairobians. And I want this replicated across the country. That's the only way we are going to make a difference in this country. We cannot be passive and expect that things are going to change. We have to take responsibility for it.
I mean, Cyprian, let's go straight into it. I live in this county, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Nairobi is a mess. This is what Trump would call that whole thing, you know. This is what Trump would call it, you know. You want to get into this county as the leader. What are some of the immediate fixes that must happen for Nairobi to reclaim its position?
So people look at Nairobi's mess. I look at Nairobi's opportunities. Every time I've come here, I've talked about the opportunities that Nairobi has. Nairobi is probably the only city in the Southern Hemisphere with the opportunities that no other city has. And we happen as Kenya to be on the eastern gate of Africa. So the problems of Nairobi are very small. Nairobi has only lacked a mother and a father. Parents, people we call them stewards. If you elected me and I was in that office, I'll do 3 things in the first 3 days, and everything in Nairobi will change. Do what you need in that office, once you arrive there, is to cut all the 8 cartels. We know them, we've researched, we've documented, we know who the cartels are and why Nairobi can't function. Nairobi can't function because if it functions, the cartels will not be banking and raking in the millions. So the day you cut out cartels, and that's the first thing you have to do. How do you manage to cut out the cartels? By ensuring that the cartels do not fund your campaign. That is why I'm telling Nairobians, if you want change, finance the election of your governor. And a governor that you funded will go to that office without any baggage obligation to the cartels.
To get his or her money back.
Because they will be saying, excuse me, our money back through this contract, this garbage contract, this road contract, this contract. In Nairobi, it is the MCAs who are doing the roads. Nairobi is in shambles because it's the MCAs who are doing the roads, the contracts. And you know why they are given the roads? So that they do not impeach the governor. So that's how the cartels work. So every MCA has cartels, has people who have to be given contracts, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, we sack you. Otherwise, we impeach you. So how you go in matters how you function when you are in there. I think I've answered your question. The 10 areas of delivery are very public. We've published them over and over again. The 10 areas of delivery are very public. We will deliver once you've stopped the leakage of the funds and increased the money from 22 billion collections on source revenue to 63, which is our target, within 2 years. You increase that money and you get from government about 25, national government. If you add 63 plus 25, you are practically at 90 billion. 88 billion going to 90 billion. With 90 billion, you transform this city and you increase business and wealth. Nairobi is the easiest place to change. It's the easiest place to change. You don't have any single problem. You just need to change the model, how you collect garbage. Not through contractors, but by the decentralized. I can talk about it the whole day because it's the clearest area in terms of what can be done from day one to transform the lives of the people.
What confuses it is all the middlemen who are doing the business here.
They can't allow you to deliver because they will run out of money.
So what does it look like then? Because we can do a minute or two, Cyprian. What does it look like? Because that's one of the things that often say, well, we can talk about a negative output. We can talk about how it looks terrible, but then if you were to change it, what does it look like? We've been told, people have stood on steps and said, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of the cartels. You've mentioned 8 of them.
Yes.
How do you do that?
Is how you get in. If your strategy of campaign is not like mine, of organizing 85 ward committees and ensuring that every residential area has a committee, the People's Committee for delivery, for service delivery. How then are you going to help South Sea with its drainage issues and all that? So how you come in is what tells us that you are actually going to be able to deliver. If it is not the people who are putting you in office, but it is the cartels that are funding your campaign, like they have funded the previous 3 governors, not deliver. So how you come in is what matters most. And how we have organized the campaign is that it is the people who are going to fund it, and number 2, they are the ones who are going to install the committees that secure the vote and put you in office. If the MCAs do not pass the budgets and the plans, you just go to the 85 committees and you say, let us dissolve this government because it is not being allowed to deliver. So the MCAs are the ones that must, they are like Mujahideen. They are actually equal to Al-Shabaab. They are suicide terrorists. These MCAs. MCAs are the problem. They are the ones the cartels use to ensure that the governor does not function. And nobody talks about it, so we have to talk about it. The only way to deal with cartels is establish the people's committees, and we are doing it through the Nairobi People's Convention.
Cyprian Yomamu is the convener of Kenya Bora Twitakao. He's also Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant and has said there are ways to fix it. Yes. He said the state of the nation is one of distress, but that too has a way to be fixed.
We have to give people hope every single day that there are people who are able to take this country to the next level. Kenya's situation can be turned around within a month.
It can be done.
It can be done. Even the odious debt, we can fix it within 30 days. All of it audited and repaid. We can free this country in 30 days if we change the leadership of William Ruto, if we change the leadership of Sakaja. Because these are not leaders, they are dealers. Thank you very much.
And so we ended at 8:05. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
Keep. Have you been listening to that guy?
Oh no, it's depressing me.
Sorry?
It's too depressing.
Why?
Amenichapa depression bana.
Hiyo story ya cartels unaonaje? Do you think they can be done away with?
I'm not even worried about the cartels. Cartels wakulangi sana.
Worried about me too. He's talked about very many things.
Acha nikwambie hiyo cartel, I'll tell you the one for cartel. Pesa ya cartel inarudingi hapo to back to where kwa mwananchi. Because kazi itaendelea. Because once you collect garbage, si unalipa ushuru kwa hiyo kitu.
And what about hii yenye anasema we don't have to wait for people to show themselves as candidates. We ourselves, nafani kuja hapa niseme mimi naona huyu keeper kuna potential na tunataka tukusupport wewe ndio usimame, and we support you, and if you don't deliver to us tunakutoa, tunakubwaga chini. Do you think that idea can work? Sisi wenyewe tuna produce presidential. Yeah?
We tried that on this show. Nyinyi watu mmekataa kusaidia. I know tunasaidia. I'm just joking. We have msimamo. We actually have 3 candidates, huh? It's sure at the moment. One of them is trying to think about it. Still thinking about it. Ata decide. Wacha tu nimuuze. baba yako ataenda, but he's thinking about it. Uncle yako ana run for Mbeere North as a MCA. Amesimama huko
Na
kwanza.
wewe?
I'm at a lie. We don't run for politics, my friend. You don't do that.
And then he also said that devolution is in shambles. Do you think the same? That devolution imekuwa mdudu kwetu? Instead of it helping us now, it's just something else.
Let me tell you the one thing that would save the whole nation. It's good MPs. I've always stated that. I don't care about governors. I don't care about senators. I just want good MPs and good MCAs. That's it. MCA anachunga hapo nyumbani hapo tuko chini National Assembly, wanapata budget yao, wanaambia governor, this is the budget we stipulated for you, we'll do work. That is the only part that I did not like from his cartel thing, when he said the cartels are now with the MCAs. Now that is scary. That one I don't like. That one is bad. But when it comes to MCAs, just imagine if National Assembly are just there to talk about how to run the county. If MPs are not given CDF funds, all they did was do work for the people. Hii kitu ilikuja na Moi to bribe MPs to vote for his shit. Ruto is using it. You can see a lot of MPs. How can you have CDF in the budget? Kitu ngine imeniumiza hapo tu ni 60%. Like 60% is a lot of money just going on corruption. Just going to dust. Sasa zingine nakaa hapo tu nasema, why am I here? Sini kujumiza tu. To be honest, this is hurting yourself. Just thinking about the things you could have done. Na hiyo pesa yote. Kitu ingine imeniumiza ni things we always see. Amefanya State House imekuwa nyumba yake. Imekuwa UD headquarters.
Yeah.
Hajaingia Harambee House, by the way. That is the office of the president, Harambee House. Meaning he knows he's not president. Uhuru used to go to Harambee. Kibaki went there. Moi went there. But this guy is stuck, sijui wapi.
Because he has just said that it is not constitutional for the president to hold political parties function in State House. Anafaa kutane na watu wa UDA na huko hivyo, but
why do you think Raila never used to go there?
You tell me.
Raila never used to go to State House. Mpaka akapewa tu pesa siku moja na kaenda huko ndani. Chinga yeye. Njoroba anashindwanga why I'm very upset with Raila. Raila used to have principles. He never used to go to State House. Now he goes to State House mzungu. Najua tena anapenda wazungu sana. Wazungu tu ni Mungu kwao. Lakini Mwafrika mwenyewe, Mwafrika mwenzake, it's nothing to him.
Okay. He also talked about the issue of unexpected deaths everywhere. Watu wanapatikana tu wamededi. I don't know. You remember the last incident ya mass grave imekuwa Kericho. I don't know how that story went. Ilienda tu hivi
You're
hivi
just
hivi hivi hivi
harvesting,
then.
harvesting bodies for billionaires. People's hearts, kidneys, lungs, livers, eyes. In some billionaires' body.
Oh.
Kama
And then
unajua kuna konga Rockefeller, unajua ule mtu alikuwa anaitwa Rockefeller. That man lived to life age of 110. Every year he used to get a new lung, a new something, spare parts too. He could buy it. Vile alikufa tu ni mwili tu ilisema bana boss, hata ukiweka spare part ingine bana your time is now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then the other thing is that anyway, I know people have been going for demonstrations, and in the midst of the demonstrations goons walikuwa wanatokea wanaharibu vitu za watu, and then also on some issues where people
even the
have been talking
demonstrators, no, honestly, no, hold on. This is where we get
I
it
have
wrong.
not, yes?
No. We get it wrong, yeah? Some of the people go with the heart of demonstration, yeah? They go with the complete heart of demonstration. But you've got to think about how hungry these people are. It's just that it's been politicized, the hunger of these people. That's why unaona opportunities, unaona hapo, you've got to remember, yeah? There's that heightened anger of haves and not have-nots. Huyu akona duka, kona pesa, nini? Hajakuja demonstration, sijui nini. So half of them are goons, half of them are actually wananchis who are just trying to get a little bit of something back home. They'll loot. But a high percentage of the real demonstrators are not looters. But then there are also the desperate people. And then a mixture of also the people with the pangas who come now also to disrupt the thing. Then there's a mixture of Akina Moses Kuria's goons who will go and ban vehicles. Then there's like, the thing is, me, I look at things objectively. Obviously, I'll tell you, kuna watu walienda hizo demonstration without a good heart. Na kuna wenye walienda with a good heart. Mimi kama sijakula for 3 days, mi siwezi kudanganya bana boss. I'm looting. And that is what we don't get. And those are the people we should forgive, I'll be honest.
Mama Mary amekuja tena akahepa.
No, akiingia umuingize tafadhali.
Nimemuingiza akatoka.
No, when she comes back, she'll come back. Unajua kwa job. So the other thing. So maybe somebody walk.
As you know, I'm the best man of Africa in East and Central Africa.
That's the thing that put me to depression kabisa ni tu yani. Our Martha Karua, the thing that's depressing us is the Martha Karuas, the Shagwas, the Sifunas, all these people are just politicizing. Just the one term and the two things. And the kitu ya economy vile imeshika tu leo. Because it is just, I think this is even worse than 2024 in terms of what they have done to us. We are left with nothing. The last 3 years hakuna kitu tumepata kwa hii nchi. Hakuna watu wanaenda shule. Businesses are fallen. Do you know, back in the day, nilikuwa tunaona maduka mingi sana. People used to have extra money to have like pop-up shops to sell phone cases, to sell trinkets, to ndogo ndogo. And people would still buy because there was extra money in their pockets. But right now, you're deciding between feeding yourself and actually going to work. You're negotiating that. You're nikule leo ama niende kazini.
Ama
Do you know that there are
niname.
people who are
Actually,
going to work?
there was
People
another
who are
lady
going to
pale
work hungry.
Jivanji. Yeah.
Unaenda kazini na njaa. This is back in the Moi day because I remember when I was young. I had a cousin alikuwa amepata kazi kwa serikali. Very young fellow. I was a mere teenager. 13, 14. Moi regime. Nimeingia kwa ofisi yake. Been told to go visit him, not just to aspire in 20s. So nimeingia kwa ofisi hivi. Ni time ya kukunywa chai. You just see that the trolley ya chai inaenda tu kwa maofisi ya wakubwa na mandazi. Hao watu wa chini tu wanakaa hivyo. This was even before the corruption has gone to where it is. Mpaka mtu wa chini sasa kwa office unapata. So time ya lunch, my cousin is telling me to nje, we'll go for a walk. Nirudi nyumbani na njaa bana. Because everybody in the office, no, those people are not eating back in the day. That was Moi regime. Then you'll understand the reason why Moi must go was happening then. People are not eating lunch. They go in the parks, wanakaa chini. I just sat with my cousin. Tulikuwa tuko park hapo tukiskylock. Ananiambia ma story tu hivi. And you know, for me that time, you don't understand what is happening. Wewe tu unafikiria kuzo amekuwa selfish. Not understanding that guy ni tu nimetupwa huko tu na madhe kwa babysitter kwa ofisi. Yeah. People in Nairobi never used to eat at lunchtime.
And
Very few people.
it has gone back to that.
And it has gone back to that now. Go to the
There are people
offices
who
right
are
now in
saying
Nairobi.
there are people who are saying they can only afford one meal because of the hata tulipiga na wewe kipi hiyo hesabu juzi, mtu mwenye
Yes.
ana 30 ni mtu single. Huyu ni mwenye ana watoto.
Now you know most of them are. You know how much a watchman makes?
Sorry?
Do you know how much a watchman makes?
I don't know.
Between 14 to 16,000.
There is one that I knew.
And that is taxed.
There was one that I knew. Mchana he used to go somewhere just and sleep juu aliona mshahara anapata haiwezi lipa nyumba, haiwezi tumia watoto pesa ushago ya fee and whatever, haiwezi haiwezi mlipia transport kwenda kazi na kurudi. So that guy used to find somewhere to sleep during the day, alafu usiku yeye ni ochi juu pesa analipwa haiwezi tosha mahitaji yake.
And you know it cannot be stopped. Because if that guy is not employed, utakuwa wapi? Would you blame the employer? No, I'm genuinely asking. You can't blame the employer. Because enforcement of minimum wage is not done, right? And then furthermore, because of inflation, people are not able to afford to hire watchmen. You understand?
Yeah.
So you see why the government cannot enforce that. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That money is important for them because they're still taxing them. And that guy needs a job. These things are tough, my friend. Salesperson in Eldred makes 14,000.
Okay.
Sometimes people ask me, do you know Kenya? I tell you I know Kenya. I think I'm joking. I know my country. Hata watu naongelea sahi, the people you're talking about, the ones we calculated 20 and 30,000. But are very few people. Very few people make that money. Very few people make even 14,000. Even 16.
Mm.
Do you know how much that is in dollars?
$14 is like $12. Ama?
No, $120.
Oh yeah, $120. Yeah.
$120. Hiyo hata haiwezi shika shopping ya mtu mwingine hapa. Actually, AI always says this. What is the average shopping? What is the average shopping?
Na kuna mtu anachukua ndege. Na kuna mtu anachukua ndege ya 5M per hour. Mm.
A single adult spends between 350 and 450 on groceries a month. Hiyo ni mshahara ya mtu.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bad. Na ndo hao wameongeza bei ya mafuta. See, the other day I just showed
Hiyo sasa, hiyo ni sasa kusema middle class average per month, average to services tu kufanya tu vitu kama nguo nini, dry cleaning, vitu ndogo ndogo, sema kwa 164 pounds. Sasa hiyo sasa hiyo ni ile, by the way, US people. Obviously, I'm looking at low-cost states. I'm not looking at the big ones, like for example, in New York, California, and Hawaii. Watalipa kama 500 to 650 per month on just food. Chakula tu, kwenda shopping, kununua mayai, kununua mkate, hivyo. In Kenya, bana, yo. Do you know how much 650 is? 500. How much is 500 in Kenya shillings? Hiyo ni shopping ya mtu. Hapo unaweza slapiwa na mtu ukisikia ati mtu analipanga sijui $500 kwa hiyo. That is approximately, me, I like it when I'm with you on the show. Tunaweza discuss these things in real numbers. At 64,000. 64,000 goes on shopping. Hakuna hata mafuta, hakuna nini, hata Mama Mary aongee because of, sometimes she's in the job. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see she's back. I think your time maybe network drop. How are you, Mama Mary?
I'm good. How are you guys? Hello, Valerie. Hello, Kip.
Hello. Uko na mshale yako?
Ati uko na nini?
Mshale yako. Nasikia tumeanza kutarajaniwa hapa bana na ujinga.
You're going to share with me? I'm very happy today somehow.
Yeah. Why?
Because of seeing Denzel.
Denzel Washington.
Si ndiye huyo? Si ndio nilikutu. Can you imagine nilikutumia Denzel?
Let me see.
The one who said yule wako kwa nini parliament. That boy. Oh my gosh.
You met the boy?
No, I'm telling you, I saw him on camera and he was talking to Babu Owino after all that long time. I don't know whether it's AI, but
no, it's him. It's him. He met
it's him.
Babu is going to be his lawyer. No, Babu is going to be his lawyer.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, when I saw that boy, I was so happy. I was so happy.
You know,
my
you're
God.
a mother. You're a mother.
I am. That boy.
You know, we thought he died.
Me too. You remember we were shown a body which was in the pool of water.
Yeah.
And then people thought he is the one. And in fact, people completely said it is Denzel. Oh, when I see that boy, whoever is close to him, give a hug for me. Maybe spiritually it will reach me. Yeah.
I'll send you Babu's number. Say too.
Send me. I'll be very happy. Oh my gosh, Denzel. I kept on asking his fate, but when it was that people started saying about that he might be the one picked from the pool of water, well, I crashed. I crashed completely. But God is great. God is great. Though we are not happy because there are still more who have vanished and we don't know where they are, and some of them already were killed for no reason. Kini Mungu ni mwema. Yes, otherwise I'm good. Kila siku lazima tunaamka tukisikia tuko hai tunasema asanti Bwana, asanti Mungu, kwa sababu it's not our strength to be alive, it's God's favor. So there we are. Yes, I see there are several topics that you are talking about, and I want to just reiterate a little bit about, especially economy. Economy in our country is so poor, and that is why you see many people are crying. There is nobody who is not crying. Hata yule tajiri bado analia because he don't know how long he's gonna hold his wealth while all these things are happening. Kwa hivyo ni kila mtu analia, na hii mambo yote imeletwa tu pole pole kwa sababu ya kunyima watu uhuru wa kuexercise their freedom. Freedom is not only to be free. You have to be free from bad economy. You have to be free. So freedom it carries a lot in it, freedom. Kwa sababu saa ile unaletea watu shida hata za kusafiri kwa sababu ya kuongezwa kwa ushuru wa gari, fuel. You are keeping people where they are not supposed to be because people want to move around. People want to go and exchange. But you are taking freedom of traveling, freedom of interaction, freedom of finance, freedom of everything. You are holding the country in captive, which is very bad. Kwa hivyo mtu asifikirie ati freedom ni ile tu ya kuambiwa ati you have freedom of speech. No. We also have to have freedom of finance. Kwa sababu sahi mtu hata akienda kwa bank, you will not be given a loan as before. This time round is hard. Na hata ukipewa unaogopa utalipa na nini? Kazi yako imezorota. Kazi yako imefifia. hakuna biashara, na hata ukiweka hiyo biashara bado unafyonzwa na hawa mapolisi or whatever the government it is, kwa sababu saa ile wanaongeza ushuru hata wa license, alafu kila kitu sasa kimeongezeka. Wewe, you are not even able to buy the stock that you had been buying there before. You are not able to sell as fast as possible like there before. So lazima kama ni chakula kitapotea, kingine kitaoza, utatupa. Hiyo ni hasara. Na ni nani ameleta hiyo mambo yote? The same people. So economy carries a lot of stuff. Freedom carries a lot. Nimeangalia the meaning of politics. Politics is not what we are seeing in Kenya. Politics is where people come into one table, negotiate, talk about how they can organize the community in a certain location, when and how and what they have to get, and maisha iendelee. It's like a debate whereby you have to sit with your people from all corners and negotiate what is happening in Rift Valley, what is not going well in Northeastern, what is needed in Coast, what is supposed to happen in Central. Those are the terms of politics. Politics is hii ya kuua. Politics is hii ya kuiba. Corruption every day. That is not politics. So when I look at how they are trying to, they pretend that they know politics, lakini ni ujinga mtupu. Kwa sababu politics si ya kunyanyasa wananchi. In fact, it is to support, to make good decisions, organize the community so that they can live happily. Na happiness ya hiyo si serikali hata inatengeneza. In fact, it is the same community. Kwa sababu saa ile hiyo community inafanya vizuri, hata serikali inapata marupurupu. But now, where are they getting? Ni kumaliza wale ambao wanatengeneza hiyo marupurupu. So where do we head? We get finished, we perish. Kwa sababu hiyo serikali saa ile itakosa pahali ya kwenda kuchukua hata huo ushuru. Tuseme kama licenses za business. Wakute business zote zimefungwa. Wataenda wapi? Kenya itaenda wapi? Watajisaidia na nini? So those are all aspects that people has to look at. Na sioni ni haja gani serikali kukimbia as if the world is ending. Kukimbiza watu, kumaliza watu, wawe wanalia kila siku. The world is still there. God has given us this country that we need to take care of it. Lakini mnakimbiza watu, mnaonyesha watu ni I don't know where are you going. Lakini huo utajiri wanatafuta namna hiyo utakuja kuisha na utaisha vibaya. Sababu wananchi bado wanaangalia na wanaona ile shida mnawaletea. And they are the people who keep the country up. It's not the government. The government is just to organize. But they are organizing what we have cultivated. So I don't see the reason why we should be suffering. The sufferings have been created intentionally. Hakuna shida Kenya. Hii ni mambo ambayo inatengenezwa na hii serikali ya kuumiza wa Kenya. Why should you eat more than you can earn? Why should you spend more than you get? Those are the hiccups that we are getting in Kenya. Nafikiri kuna watu wengi sana walikuwa wanafanya biashara zao during Uhuru time. Hata kilio hakikuwa namna hii. People were just very okay. Na tulikuwa tumebakisha tu just a small centimeter. Inchi iwe kitu moja. Wakenya wameingiana. Wakenya wamependana. But what happened? The tribal men came in. Because there is no way Ruto can say he's not tribal. He is a total tribal man. Na hata ninashindwa hiyo tribal yake anaileta ya nini? Kwa watu ambao wameshikana. Hata sielewi ni kwa nini huwa anasema ati nataka kurudisha Wakenya pamoja. You can't. Even if you try. Tribal is in his blood. Kwa sababu hata ile mambo yote anafanya, yote ni tribal. Si kwa maofisi, si kwa maongeo, si kwa kila kitu. ameingiza hata kwa sectors zingine ambazo hata hazieleweki na hatupendi nia hizo. It is so bad. Look at hata kama ni jeshi, kama ni police, anything that is any force, unaleta watu wako waingie huko wafanye nini? Kwani wale Wakenya wengine hawataki kuingia? You segregate other tribes completely, na unaonyesha kabisa, na unarudi kutuambia hapo unataka kuleta Wakenya pamoja. We are not fools. We see you step by step, the way you are doing things. Ni kunyamaza tu, tunanyamaza kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa usukani wote. But the way you do things, you are terrible. A very bad man. Somebody who cannot sit and talk anything before he says tribal something. Before he acts tribalistic. Everything. Na tumemuona siku nyingi kwa sababu hata wakati wa Uhuru, you could see his cabinet, his side of institution. It was all that. Na bado hata hao wakiwekwa hapo, wakipata shida anawadump, analeta wengine. Same tribe. We are not ashamed of saying so. Because even right now, if they stand on a line, you'll be shocked. All this is tribal. Lakini anataka hiyo tribal anaitoa kwa mdomo yake, anarusha kwa wengine, ndio muangalie wawe tribal. But Kenyans, if you are not a fool, just show us the evidence of other people being tribal. Show us being tribal. Ni kweli kuna Wakenya, Wakikuyu, kuna Kalenjin, kuna Waluo, kuna Wakamba, kuna Wamasai. We know all that. Lakini hiyo haitusumbui. It doesn't give us any bother. Ati kwa sababu kuna Wamasai hapo ama Mkalenjin ama nani. We don't. We are Kenyans. Our name is Kenyans. It's not about any other tribe. Lakini kwa sababu ya mchezo wake mbaya, evil mind, that is why he bring this card. And he want to hide himself behind his people, his goons, ambao anatuma watuongeleshe, watuambie habari ya tribe. That is how he hides himself. But he is the cause. He is the director. He is the manager of all this. Kwa hivyo usifikiri hatukuelewi. Tunakuelewa vizuri. So shida yetu ni hiyo. Shida yetu ni hiyo ya kuletea watu maneno kuwaeka kwa kichwa. Ati tribal. All those who are talking, they are talking on behalf of Ruto. Because if you can remember, even there before 2007, and sometimes later, maybe later or before, he said it in his own mouth. He said it. Hakuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. What does that mean? Kalenjins don't have any problem with us. Kalenjin does not have any problem with other people. Lakini tunataka kujua, Ruto, ulifanyiwa nini na Wakikuyu? Ndio uwe so harsh like that. Trying even to magnify something that we even don't know what they did to you. He needed to come to be truthful, like Gachagua. Be truthful. Tell us, Kikuyu, you did this and that. Rather than, hiding yourself behind other people and trying to show them that kuna kitu mulikosewa na mimi ndio nitawasaidia. Tell us what Kikuyu did. Kwa sababu most of the time it's not even about other tribes. It is Kikuyu. I'm a Kikuyu and I feel bad because me, I'm a mixture. I mix myself with all the tribes. I've gone to school whereby we had Luyas, we had Luos, we had Kalenjins. And I went to school with them. I didn't even see any problem with them. Hata wao hawakuwa na shida na mimi. Na hiyo mambo yote iliendelea na tukasoma na tukamaliza. Nimeenda college. College nilipoenda ilikuwa huko kwa Waluo. Tulikuwa na Waluya, tulikuwa na Jaluo, tulikuwa na Kalenjin, tulikuwa na any other tribe. They were there. We were all interacting in peace. But nobody would, never even one time it came out of our mouth about ule Mjaluo ama, isipokuwa ile mchezo watu huwa wanachezeana ati nyinyi mnakula samaki na ugali na nyinyi mnakula githeri. Those are the only jokes, and it makes people feel happy for the day. But about fighting, reaching to a point of putting that people must fight for their rights because they are this tribe, that is horrible. You are terrifying everybody in Kenya. People don't want to fight. And I know Kenyans want peace. They want to live the way they are. We have intermarried. What is going to happen to those intermarrying people? What's going to happen? Are they going to start packing and go? Na watoto wao wataenda wapi? Leave Kenyans alone. We are at harmony, living together with no problem. Na shida yetu saa hii ni wewe. Kwa sababu wewe ndio umekatisha maisha yetu, umetatiza kila kitu. Hata si habari ya tribal. That is only a small thing in Kenya, very minute. The problem is our economy that you have spoiled, and the debt that we owe, which does not benefit Kenyans. It has not come to develop the Kenya that we know. It is you by yourself. Usitudanganye hata kidogo. The other thing is about fuel. Fuel, unaweza ongeza vile unataka. Lakini sielewi unaongeza kwa hiari gani. Na kwa nini imefanyika hivyo? Tukijua kweli tuko na mafuta upande wa Turkana. How comes? Si exchange hiyo mafuta kama ni crude pahali na refinewa, exchange uambie tutakupea crude na wewe utupee refined. So that now it can be ample. You know, Kenyans can enjoy their life. Lakini unaharibu kila kitu, hakuna kitu unatengeneza. And the whole issue is about you getting rich. And I don't know how much you need to have, because I know you are not poor. You are making people poor for you to get rich. What does it help you? Are you happy that way? Unafanya kazi ngumu sana ya kuiba. Alafu, ukiulizwa swali, nafikiri hutaweza hata kurudisha, kwa sababu umefanya ni maovu. Na saa hiyo hutaki mtu aseme chochote kuhusu hiyo. Ati unaona vizuri, afadhali uchukue pesa kadhaa. Badala ya kusaidia wananchi, unachukua pesa kadhaa. Ati ya kupatia group kidogo tu, ndio wanyamaze, wananchi waendelee kulia. Hiyo ni nini? Ni kuzima moto ama ni kutengeneza umetengeneza iwe zaidi? Sisi ndio wananchi ambao tunalia kwa sababu hatuwezi kuishi vile tunaishi. Hao kikundi kidogo, maybe they have enough and you are adding more to them. How about that person who cannot afford even a plate of food? I am flabbergasted completely, kwa sababu hii mambo vile inaenda haitakuwa mzuri kwetu. Na hatupendi kuwa tunalia kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya, we don't like handouts. We like to work hard for ourselves and we are proud of that. So Kenyans, sisi hatutapigana. Hiyo vita anatafuta, nobody is going to fight. Hiyo mishala wanatengeneza, watengeneze, wakae nayo nyumbani, kwa sababu hawatapata mtu wa kupiga. Sisi tutakuwa peaceful mpaka dakika ya mwisho, na tunajua vile tutakutoa. So don't worry, just go ahead. Hakuna umbwa haina siku yake. Siku yako itafika ya kuonyeshana vile umefanya na vile umeumiza wa Kenya, utuambie ni kwa nini. Kila siku lazima iwe inakuwa usiku na kuna kucha. Na kukisha kucha utaona matokeo na mambo ile yote inaendelea. Wakenya wako wamenyamaza, wametulia tu, kwa sababu wanajua one day, one time, all this will come to an end. Kwa sababu hutakuwa hapo milele. Siku moja tutakuja kupeana hiyo story. Now that is what I'm looking for. I'm happy that Kenyans will not fight. And Kenyans are looking forward to get you out. And they will not fight for you. Hakuna mtu ako tayari kupigana. Hakuna mtu ako tayari kukufa. Kwa sababu You are not the type of the person we can fight for. Sisi tutaendelea kuvumilia, lakini tutapigania haki yetu. Kupigania haki yetu si Wakenya kupigana, but with the truth and putting everything on the table so that you'll be ashamed. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Valerie. That's all I have to for now, but I'm still on. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think what Mama Mary has said is true, and it's what we've been talking here with the keep. Kenyans are tired, and this man is trying even this man is just behaving in a way that he's forcing himself to the people, but so far the people of Kenya have decided, and they really don't want him. And I can see Njiru is here, so masaa yangu ya kuenda imefika.
Yeah, kurelease tu.
Acha mimi nikapumzike.
Hata mimi ni relax kidogo, nimekaa hapa sana.
Welcome Njiru.
Njiru, karibu. Waongee juu ya Trump na nani wakifanya deal yao ya kutupatia Ebola. Trump and Ruto are bringing Ebola to us. Very nice.
Sasa wewe unanikaribisha na story kama hiyo, na mimi siko kwa deal yao. Sasa wote
Si ni mtu yako. Sio ni mtu yako tu.
I do not control the actions of my guy. We are independent.
Bado namuita your guy akituletea Ebola.
But you know, as Kenya, we have prerequisite of accepting or not. You say you cannot say that another person has made me to do something. So you are to the duty of saying no, hiyo tutafanya ama tutafanya. But because of the appetite for money, unajua Wakenya wanaambiwa tutaleta watu Ebola hapo. Kuna I think kuna madhuru pass Ruto anataka. I think that's why he is agreeing with them. If I were a Kenyan leader, I would not accept, but you know what Kenyan leaders are. They don't have a spine. That is the problem, Bwana Keep. It is not about the issue is not about my guy. The issue is about our leaders lacking spine. Yeye mwenyewe anakalia watu wengine ngumu. I've just heard like Iran, for instance. Iran will be commuting from Mexico to do the World Cup here. Because wao wanataka ikue hivyo. But ikifika Kenya sisi, we allow our country to be a toilet. We have a prerequisite to agree or disagree. But how come sisi hatuwezi agree or disagree? Sisi lazima kile tumeambiwa lazima tufanye. It's like, yeah. So let me see what Anne is saying. Imagine nawaona. So
naweza toka. I'll come back later.
Na sinaona ni kama umeweka mavideo hapa ama
tushacheza zote.
So unataka kwenda, na kuna swali nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza, swali nyeti, alafu uende
okay.
Ama unajua nimekuja kuona these days because nakuja amalete na itigae, kuna vile mumeamua kunipunish, mnasema wacha huyu jamaa kae hapo peke yake.
Hapana, si unaniuliza swali alafu una disappear, then I'm left here on the studio alone. I'm afraid of that.
Who has told you I'm disappearing on the studio? Why are you predetermining me? Unajua bwana Kipril, hii ndio shida yako. Nimekuja studio nitoroke.
You do that. Si umepata tu mchinga tu akaya hapo.
Wewe ukiniona hivi unaona nikiwa mtu ambaye anatoroka. I even have a watch ya kuangalia pia vile time iko, nimenunua mpaka saa because I want to be more keen here. Sasa najua where I am, it is 6:05 and I will be here until kitu kama 8:05. So niko na saa bwana. What are you telling?
Sasa niulize swali alafu niende bwana kwera. Uliza.
No, hii history ya to predetermine mimi na kujaribu unataka sasa kukasirisha
the viewers ili hata wao wakasirike. Yani you are now bringing what we call group range.
Macho, wewe ni mgonjwa, wewe ni mgonjwa. Wewe ni mgonjwa.
Wacha nikuulize swali. Cheragei. Cheragei vitu mbili. Cheragei leo ameongea stories mingi sana kuhusu DCP. Nadhani kuna mambo nimesikia. So Cheragei amesema Ruto alikuja huko kwenye UK, he wanted to raise 2 billion, amepata milioni 2 peke yake. So he will be auctioning positions at DCP. Then na akasema UDA they cannot leave Mlima, that is their stronghold. Then kuna kitu ingine nimesikia, or I heard a number of people, Cheragei did not say directly, but I'm also hearing that Cheragei and UDA, they are now in their functionality, they want to sponsor many DCP candidates wawapee pesa ili eventually wakishinda warudi UDA after sasa in the unlikely event watapata serikali. So because wameona ni kama kimewaramba through their UDA ticket, and their UDA ticket has become very relevant and very unpopular. For instance, in a ward called Keremari in Embu, I'm hearing there are 47 DCP candidates in that ward, and UDA has attracted 0. So now what UDA has decided to do is they now want to sponsor people in DCP. Watu wasimame kwa DCP. If they are lucky, that's why sasa I think itabidi sasa tuanzie kusikiliza watu vizuri. Mtu anaweza kuwa anaongea kama ni mu DCP lakini ni mu UDA. So lazima we have to listen. So they have said they will sponsor people inside DCP. Then they work very hard to steal the election. Alafu sasa watu wote wageuke after uchaguzi imeisha. Can you react to that?
A very stupid plan. So yes, umesupport hao watu wa UDA waingie DCP, yeah? Okay.
Mimi sija support watu wa UDA waingie DCP. I've told you what is going and what UDA is, in planning.
I'm addressing them.
Okay, yeah.
Sasa
okay, sawa.
Umesupport hao watu wa UDA waingie DCP, si ndio? Sponsor them, they've gone through. Kila kitu imeenda vizuri. DCP gets let's see, how many MPs could the Central have? MPs or Central?
Na kuna comment ana naweka hapo ati Njiru ulitupea anticlimax njana. Gachagua alikuja comment section asubuhi. Hapo sijashikanisha. What is that trying to say? So anticlimax unajua
tunataka kuona calculation hapo. So
the word climax inatumika everywhere. And so you better make me to understand the climax. Climax inatumikanga kila pahali kwa dunia. Even in my profession we have a climax. Zile vitu Kipulira anafanya, there is a climax. So what type of climax are you describing? Because climax is an amorphous word. You can climax in anything and in everything. Hata ukishinda kura vizuri tunasema umeclimax vizuri. So that word is very amorphous. So and you have to put me into perspective. So kama unasema Gachagua alikuja hapa kwa show yetu, you need to indicate well. So na mimi sijakwambia ucheke. I just gave you facts and I validated for you that statement. So when you are using the word climax, know that you are using a word with a million application. So Kipri, can you react to that specific thing about DCP sasa being scavenged?
Let's say out of the 59 MPs the mountain has 59 MPs, tuseme 59, alafu tuongeze how many in Western? In Western?
You can do an equivalent, another number,
so
like
37. 37,
30 to 40.
How many are in Kisii?
Kisii MPs, I think, inakuanga 12.
Okay, so kuna Kisii, Nyamira, 15 plus women rep. Sisao? Two
Okay.
women rep. Haya, tuongeze let's see. Kamba Nation.
Kamba sio
Nation
ni
ni
Wiper.
ngapi?
Kamba ni Wiper, man. Unajua nimeweka computer off.
25, si ndio? Haya.
So Anna anasema Mbudi was here, will explain. So I need to get that perspective because
so if we combine all of them, we have 145 constituencies.
Yeah, the ones which are opposition aligned.
Yes.
Na mbona zinakaa kidogo? Out of 290, 145, that is too small, bwana.
No, I've just given you nimekupatia sure bet just by communities. Sure bet. Haya.
You have to amplify that number, bwana. Hiyo number ni kidogo sana. No, we should be talking of 200, man.
This is now where I feared. Because we're only consolidating certain areas. You understand why Moses Kuri was talking about tyranny of small numbers?
Wachana na huyo Moses Kuri. Even those small numbers we have. Unajua,
that is why Jubilee needs.
That is why
no.
I have to react something here. History ya kusema
I'm gonna go.
Wako na monopoly ya small numbers. Even as we have monopoly of small numbers.
Yeah. So where are you going to
we have monopoly of big numbers and small numbers. Wow, they can try to see if they can get monopoly a fraction of small numbers. But for us, we are being supported by both big and small numbers. And Ruto cannot show us that small numbers are not with us. We are being supported by both small and big numbers. Ruto is being supported by a spec. Only the 90 people and some few people here and there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mbona unanichekelea sasa? Unajua Kipuri lazima nikupe fact. History ya mtu ni kama EUDA and Ruto, they are having very bad entitlement. Ati kusema ati hizo community ndogo ni zao. Who told them hakuna Waturukana wa opposition? Who told them hakuna Wachonyi wa opposition? Who told them hakuna Ogiek wa opposition? Why is Ruto having that moral functionality that small numbers belongs to him? Small numbers belongs to us and Ruto to him. Big numbers belong to us. Nimekumalizia. Ebu wacha Mama Mary kwanza react. Ebu kwanza niulize Mama Mary kidogo.
Ngoja. No, you don't understand why Ruto needs Central, eh? Central is what is
you hawezi pata. Let me tell you, Ruto itabidi akojoe Central yake. Lakini ile Central ambayo the real Central ya akina Mary na akina Ann aende atengeneze Central yake. Lakini the existent one, ile Central iliumbwa na Mungu. Hiyo ishaenda bwana. Atengeneze Central yake bwana. Achukue matope atengeneze Central yake. But the real Central, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, hiyo haiwezi pata. Aunde yake na aiite Central. Wacha Mama Mary react kidogo, nitakurudisha.
Ngoja nataka kumalizia hapo. So if we work hard and get Nairobi,
wacha amalize.
Okay. We don't need to work hard to get anything. We have them.
See, this is the unfortunate thing. You're not letting me finish. If we work hard and get Nairobi, And then, we've got about 18 MPs.
We have already worked
Coastal.
hard. Kipril, what do you mean if we work hard? Ungesema if we accelerate working hard. Tushafanya job. Kipril.
See, this is the problem. You don't want me to say it.
No, lakini sema, I'm just trying to make you use adjectives well.
I am just trying to tell you that we've got deficiencies in places that we need to target. We need to talk to the people from Central, and we need to talk to the Somalis and Turkana people. But you're not getting it. I've just given you our deficiency. I've given you our deficiency, Mekata. Okay, sawa. Okay, I'm wrong. Wacha Mama Mary aongee. Huyu hapendagi kusikia ukweli.
No. Of course I like listening.
No, what?
Mile kitu nataka uniambie ni why are we pre-assuming how watu wote ni Waruto? Hata kama tumeongea na whether tumeongea na wao, why should we pre-assume Wasomali ni Waruto?
Alinunuliwa juzi tukiwa hapo Azimio bwana.
Okay, give me a quotient confirmation that a significant number of Somalis will vote for Ruto. And why? And give me a reason.
I did not say they're going to vote for Ruto. I was just talking about the MPs that are going to be brought into parliament. Are going to go through UDM, not UDA, UDM. Watenda kwa UDM yao. And then they betray us afterwards when Ruto steals the election. I've just given you the total that if we take every single MP, if we don't lose a single drop of MPs in Central, we still haven't managed. I hate bananas. Mama Mary talk, this guy is unreasonable. Huh?
Magic number.
I'll be back, please.
Okay. So, Bona Kipriru, you don't think we can get 200 MPs? Out of 290, Ruto anatoa hiyo.
Because we're not working. Because we're not working hard enough, my friend.
What is working hard? What is? Can you give me?
We need to go to the coastal region, Bana. We need to go to coastal region.
Who told you we have not reached there?
Nike.
Mimi najua ni vile nataka kuelewa like so okay, ni sawa kwa tujafika Central. Does it mean sio tunaweza kuwa hatujafika coast, but does it mean that coast is unapportioned? Is it unapportioned or where is it? Can you apportion coast then?
Bana, ni ngumu sana convince. It's very hard to try and show you the dangers.
I usually see dangers, lakini kuna wakati sahi bana, huu ni Simba Marara bwana. Mimi hakuna danger naona ya
I'm just trying to show you where he's planning to steal.
They cannot function.
And I keep singing it, but you guys
he is not functioning anywhere. The economy is crashing. Kwani hata Wakenya wanaweza kuwa wanajichukia aje? You want to tell me Kenyans hate bad life hadi sasa waendee Ruto mara ya pili? Kenyans hate good life so much until let me tell you Bwana Kipril, for somebody kuenda apewe ballot na atiki Ruto, huyo mtu lazima ukue yani amedungwa shindano. Either it is impossible at the current situation sahi. Ni kama kuingia kwa nyumba inachomeka. I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling you, you don't need the strategy to defeat Ruto at the moment. You just need to assemble and aggregate your people. Na kuambia watu wako tunapiga hapa. You don't need to assemble for Ruto. That's why he is yawning, trying to ask us what is our strategy. How do we strategize on somebody who is just a mediocre? Mtu ambaye up to now he has not achieved anything. Umesikia Karinda jana vile anasema ati Karinda anaenda kuambia Waembu wa Mbere ati Ruto akichaguliwa tena wamama watakuwa nazaa bure. What is that? Kipril. Ati the president is going to promise. Where did you hear in life president promising? Do presidents promise or they deliver? Si Ruto angesema jana kutoka sahi wa mama kuzaa ni free. How does a president promise? Bana, wewe shaisha bwana. Huyo ni Ruere.
Wacha niende kulala bana wewe.
Yes, historia tunaenda kulala. I'm trying to show you how we have won this election and you don't want to see. Unanionyesha complexity. Hii tushashinda bwana. Hii tushashinda bwana. Na Ruto akipata kura atatuambia ametoa wapi. Who can vote for Ruto in this civilized life?
We're talking about the MPs is going to plant and
wachana na hao bana. We will audit them. By the time tufike huko kwa king, in the king, tunakuwa tunajua huyu ni Wakasongo huyu. Hata akiwa tunajua huyu ni Wakasongo.
Hebu explain ya mtu yetu hapa. And huyu mtu hataki kusikia reality.
No, sometimes reality can be convoluted. Bwana Kiprir. Reality can be convoluted. What you call reality could be also an illusion. Could be an illusion. We are good, man. There's no in which opposition can lose election. Mi hata nimeacha kukosa usingizi bana. Ati Ruto aje bana. Ati Ruto atashinda, Ruto anashindia wapi bwana?
I say shinda, I say steal. You know sometimes
wachana na hiyo bana. Anaiba za nani bwana? Anaiba za nani bwana? Hata sisi ni vimoda bwana. Anaiba za nani?
Okay. Weacha niende kulala bro. Nitakuja baadaye. We'll talk later.
No, you're already exhausted. You are saying, which is okay. I have no problem.
Yeah.
So wacha sisi tujipange kung'oa nini. So tushaanzia kugawa. Tushaanzia sasa
sawa tutakuja baadaye. Okay.
Haya ni sawa kuja baadaye. Me I'm just here. Kazi yangu ni kusema hii uchaguzi tushashida. Yeah, and then when who has a contrary opinion, you have to come and convince me how can Ruto win a civilized election? Unless kama hata sisi ni wajinga. Mtu ana watu anywhere. He has never, everywhere he has been faking. Ai bwana. Huyu bwana hakuna. We have already vanquished Ruto. So ile ugonjwa sasa tuko nayo, or the things which are what we should be talking about now is, can we get good people to represent us? Otherwise, the story ya Ruto hiyo ilishaisha bwana. Sasa to make sure like out of the MPs who we will vote, out of the 200 MPs wa upinzani, because upinzani tunaenda kupata 200 plus. Out of the 200 MPs we will get, we make sure that tugege tusisimika hapo. So we need now parameters to monitor how Akagege looks like. Watu ya Ruto wasisimika hapo within that. So we have to tell even DCP itself, they must be Ruto proof. If DCP has no parameters to measure ama kufanya kuanalyze huyu mtu ni ya Ruto tuachane na yeye, we might end up looking for other people. But tunakutana pale kwa president tunasema tunapigia mtu mmoja, because sisi kwa president sisi tunapigia mtu mmoja, but ikifika huku sasa kwa viti zingine kama DCP hata kuwa na sieving mechanism. Sababu kulingana na vile Cheragei amesema watapanda watu mpaka kwa DCP, and we will look at that. So kitu ya kwanza itakuwa tuna analyze mtu huyu, mtu anaweza kuwa ni mtu ya Ruto, ni sawa kwa DCP, but ni mtu ya Ruto. For instance, mtu kama Medho hawezi kuwa mtu ya Ruto, so tutakuwa tu tunafanya ile inaitwa sasa cross checking. Medho huyu hawezi kuwa mtu ya Ruto, Wamuhea huyu hawezi kuwa mtu ya Ruto. Tukifika Embu, Mokoji huyu hawezi kuwa mtu ya Ruto, because tunaenda hivi Alafu sasa tukuje tuanzie kusikia sijui sio Kalinda, minji zile zimeoza ama Ngojiri yule wa Bahati atuanzie kusikia ati anataka kusimama na chama yetu. Au ni wale watu sasa unaweka hysteric ta nasema huyu hapana. So that is how, so we have to start working with our shoulders high and we have to believe we can do it. Let me tell you, Anna will tell you this now. Leo nataka kuwa na sio motivation, nimekuja kuwapea the art of winning. The art of winning. How do people win? For you to win anything, you have to carry yourself as a victor. The art of winning. Hakuna mtu ushinda akiwa na kiwewe kwa tumbo. The first step of success is believe. I can do it. So we have to believe that we can do it. Yeah. To some extent, that is why now, to some extent, I like Gachagua vibe. Hapo sasa ndio napendanga Gachagua vibe. So you believe, then you strategize. But you cannot strategize without believing. Huyu tutashinda asubuhi. Even Ruto on the other side, anatakanga kuweka the same kiburi. So anasema watu wa UDA in DCP will be a catastrophe. And that is why we need parameters ya kupima. Sawa, wacha niweke huyo Cherargei sababu unajua Cherargei amesema vitu, but ni vizuri wanajisema mapema. Ili sasa tuanzie kuweka layers of evaluation. Ni vizuri. Na pia nitawaekea, wacha kwanza niwaekee huyu mama wa State House kwanza, msikia ati akisema ati na tafadhali, let's stop misusing the name of God vibaya. Wacha kwanza niwaekee Lecho, msikie vile anasema. Ati aliombea mtu ambaye atakuwa anapata watoto mpaka akapata twins. Who can confirm that? I don't know kama wacha niweke hii ya Lecho akiombea mtu. I'm not saying that you cannot pray for somebody, lakini lakini huyu mama anaibaiba ati pale ati tutamu. Huyu mama ni muongo. It's not true. It's not true. Unajua sasa anataka sasa kutuonesha sasa yeye venye Mungu anamusikianga. I don't believe. Hii nayo yes. Sisi ni washindi bwana. Kwani ushindi ni monopoly ya mtu mmoja? Acha niwaekee huyu muongo. Alafu niwaekee ati governor. Can you imagine a whole governor and kijana anakuja ati anamwambia nataka kazi, and the thing which ati the governor is doing is ni kuanzia kuombea huyo kijana badala ya mpe kazi. You see, as Kenyans and Africans, we are also misusing the name of God. Where you have been given authority and power to do something, then unaanzia convolute things into another scenario. Wacha niweke huyu. Na huyu, this is the same woman some few years back alisema aliombea ati kisima mpaka maji kabadilika. Na huyu mama anakujanga na tu vitu. Lakini sasa tumemuonea 18 bana. We don't believe. This is a fake story. It is not true. Rachel is trying to pose as a prayerful woman and she is not. I do not believe. She is not. She is posing as a prayerful woman. Why did she not give these stories 2 years ago? Kwa nini hizi story anakuja kupeana saa hii? wakati uchaguzi iko pale, when wakati mzee wake anazimia, ndio anakuja kutuambia. Kwa nini hii maombi angekuja kutuambia? Mbona hizi testimony zake zinakuja saa hii? These are what we call calculated testimonies. I'm a Christian, lakini hii ni uongo. It's not true. We can audit this. This is not true. So in Kenya to start thinking that Ruto bado mkono wa Mungu uko pamoja na yeye. Tunawajua bana. Stop lying to people bana. Listen to. And I want you look at demeanor, look at how she is assembling herself, how she is correcting herself. It is not true. This is not true.
We have seen, we have heard, we have witnessed. And I don't want to embarrass anybody, as we say, but if you're here, just hold on there where you are seated and believe God. This Easter, I was at home in my village and I went to a shopping center. And there is a lady who walked to me. She had stopped there. And she told me, you don't know how God used you to bless me. She told me in 2012, I was crying. I was childless. They had laughed at me. But you came to Bungoma to a women's meeting. It was actually women economic empowerment, but usually I make a prayer. And she said, you called mothers, women that did not have children. She said, I came in front. You prayed for me. And look, God blessed me with two. With her you go. People of God, women of God, let's believe God today. Let's believe God. I know we have believed.
Confirm up about maombi. And when we are praying for people, there are so many people who also pray for us, including our parents. Hata mimi mwenyewe naweza kuwa nikijiombea. So unaweza kuja kusema, unaweza kuja by the way, uombe na mimi, and maybe uniombea, maybe pengine unaniombea nipate kazi, ama unaniombea kitu kingine, but you have no, alafu sasa maybe nikuje nipate hiyo kazi, and you cannot come out and start saying niliombea Njiru mpaka akapata kazi. You are not sure kama ni maombi yake ilijibiwa ama ni ombi yangu or other people who are praying for me. So a miracle might have happened. Ndio nataka mnisikilize hapo. Unajua, I now want to question religiosity with religiosity. Sasa hili msianzie. Unajua siku hizi mnasema, unajua Kenya, unajua sijui huwezi kulita imani ya Mungu. I want us to question religiosity with religiosity, and I want to bring you closer now. And this one is a hot one. Hata kama mmeniacha peke yangu, this one is a hot one. I will audit for you. I want to audit religiosity with religiosity. Number one, what is making Rachel to think, because hata huyu mama anaombewa, hata yeye anaomba. See ati, and Rachel actually said a one-off prayer to this woman in unison. So what is giving Rachel a moral functionality that maombi yake ndio ilijibiwa na hakuna maombi ya mtu mwingine who might have been praying with it? Because I know mtu ambaye I have been praying with people who have issues. Nimeomba hata na watu ambao hawana watoto. I know you don't pray with one person, you pray with multitudes. It is usually a burden which you are trying to give so many people. It is like wale wanaombea wazee, wale wanataka kukua na wazee, kama akina Anne for instance. You will hear Anne saying, aki Njiru niombeeni nipate mzee. Anaenda anakutana nani, aki niombeeni nipate mzee. Anaenda niombeeni nipate mzee. So but alafu sasa Mbudi akuje atokezee, maybe wakuje wasikizane na Mbudi, and maybe they make a family with the Mbudi. Now question, can we now individualize? Can we say that Njiru aliombea Anne mpaka akapata mzee wake Mbudi? Can I individualize it that way? I can't. because I cannot locate the person who was answered that prayer. Tuliomba tukua wengi. So what Rachel Ruto could have said is tuliombea huyo mama mpaka akapata mtoto. God answered, but it is not you. Si yeye alifanya huyu, si maombi yake. It is prayers of so many people. So this is where now I get a turn off when you want to individualize things that you say Mungu amebariki huyu mtu sababu yangu. It is not true. You are not Jesus. Wewe sio Yesu. You are not divine at like God has a specificity to answer you in specific. So God answers, but unless there is a revelation, hata huyu mama hata kama anamwambia ulinisaidia, she is not sure. She is the one. Kuna pengine hata ni maombi ya wazazi wake ilijibiwa. Maybe even her parents were praying, aki Mungu saidia huyu mtoto wetu apate mtoto. Saidia, saidia huyu mtoto wetu apate mtoto. So there are so many things. So why I criticize Rachel Ruto, it is because she is individualizing success and she is trying to show ni yeye. I can't react much than that. Wacha niwaoneshe. That's why we have to now start talking with the Christian in space. Nataka kuwaonesha naye governor hapa. Governor wa Meru. Nataka kuwaonesha governor wa Meru hapa. Kijana anakuja vizuri kumuomba kazi. Alafu what the governor is doing, anamwambia piga magoti. Piga magoti, piga magoti hapo. Piga magoti hapo, piga magoti hapo, piga magoti hapo. Piga magoti hapo. Piga magoti hapo. Piga magoti hapo. That is Meru governor. I'm not saying prayers are bad, but a governor cannot do this. A governor cannot do this. This is escapism. Huyu ni governor wa Meru. Kijana anamwambia sina kazi, anamwambia piga magoti. Huyu ni governor wa Meru. This is governor from Meru. Nataka muniambie hiyo. That's a governor. Sasa huyu governor, ile kitu tumebakisha sasa, tutaenda kumwambia hatuna barabara. Wa Meru wataenda kumwambia wana barabara, wanaambiwa piga magoti tuwaombe. This is misusing the word of God. Where you are supposed to offer solutions, you cannot be pretending to be offering prayers. You cannot. This is now where we are turning. They think we will turn emotional because of this. They think we will say they are now more religious. We can now start reasoning with them. We cannot. We cannot. This stupidity has to stop. Tutaomba lakini hatutaomba hivi. Tutasifu Mungu lakini hatutasifu Mungu hivi. We will not be escapist. Mtu ako na budget ya bilioni 4, bilioni 5. You are controlling a budget of 5 billion. And this is what you... Hii actually ni kucheka raia. Unamwambia piga magoti hapo tukuombe. This one. Gavana mzima wa Meru. Ruto, ulifanyia wa Meru vibaya sana. Meru did not vote for this. Meru did not vote for this. Meru did not vote for this. I think Meru voted for something better. So that is what now they think. Tutafunga macho tuwasikilize. We will pray God, but we will not pray in their circumstance.
we will pray according to how God has taught us how to pray and the way we understand the Bible. But we will not do things the way the governors and Akina Rachel Ruto want us to behave because they want to practice escapism. We will not. Back to Rachel Ruto. Nilikuwa nawaonyesha huyo governor wa Meru so that you can see the stupidity of these idiots. Wacha Rachel amalize. Naona Mkenya Mukora akiuliza kama maombi yake iko na spams.
Lived, but
I know now Kenyans are questioning. Hii ujinga watu wamekuanga wakisema hapa sijui for so long sijui nini. You cannot question. We will question wrong religiosity. Kama hatuwezi tumia akili kwa vitu kama hizi, tutatumia akili kwingine wapi? If we cannot understand these blinders, where else are we going to use mind? So let me see what people are saying. That is personal. Usiniongeleshe. When was the governor ordained? We told you guys the 5 billion to build a church in the State House was going to bring issues. And looks swollen her eyelids. So sijui ana roof wamefanyana nini? Lakini ani na roof siku moja mutapendana tu. Mapenzi huanza hivyo. You are on the path of knowing each other. Hata Donald Trump na the easiest way of explaining that, Donald Trump na Kim Jong-un walianza hivyo. Little rocket man, dictator. We saw them in parallel 47. Yes. At times when you see people, the heavier the crash, the bigger the intimacy. Na nimemaliza, sitawaelezea hiyo, that is psychological. Wale watu saa zingine unaona ni kama wanaweza uana. Hao ndio wako. Lakini sijasema watu kama akina Judith hata kama ni wapole wako na shida, hapana. I'm just trying to say like first, Rachel is an abused woman. Yeah, wacha Rachel aendelee.
Today our faith has been raised. Yes. Anything that you are trusting God for, I want to do it for you.
Amen.
If you are trusting God for somebody else, a friend, a child, a workmate, I want you to have that. Our sister Professor Joyce comes to pray, and as we all pray, answers prayer. Yes. Our God is true. Our God is real. Yes. They may laugh at you, they may laugh at you. What is this you are believing in? We believe in a God, and we have seen what He has done. Yes. And I want to testify here that occasion we'll have testimonies. Yes. Not just of children that have been born, but careers that have been changed. Yes. Promotion, many more testimonies. Yes. Ask our sister to pray, but let's all be in a prayer mood. Yes. Can someone please, the worshipers, let's worship the Lord for 2 minutes and get into prayer, because this is the reason why He came. Amen. Yes. Let's get us into some prayer.
I wish that you are good people as they speak that way. Hawa wanatuibia kabisa, na ndio wanasema hawawezi. Huyu naye siwezi sikiliza huyu. Huyu hata munikatakate. Huyu siwezi sikiliza. I cannot listen to Rachel Ruto. Hata muko na nguvu, mumemusikiliza. Mkenya mkola uko na nguvu, Rachel Ruto amekuleta hapa.
No, hajanileta mimi, nilikuwa ziara zangu, nilikuwa nimeenda kutafuta mtoto.
Oh, na ukampata? Hata wewe ulikuwa umekaa sana bila kupata, umempata?
Ndio natafuta bado niko hapa kwa shamba najaribu kumtafuta kwa side gani.
Ulitupa mtoto wapi bwana? Utachapwa na mama yake wewe. Ukitupa mtoto itabidi uzae mwingine bwana.
Ile mchezo iko Kenya baba, na nilikwambia kutoka kitambo bwana. Sasa okay, pole, ni uzuri hujasoma hiyo.
It is called religiosity my friend.
Ni vizuri hujasoma hiyo message yangu ya kwanza hapo hivyo nilikuwa nimeweka kwa comment section. Nimeona ukijaribu kuisoma ukaikata.
No, mimi utaniingiza kwa shimo la tewa. Mimi you not drive me to hell. Mkenya mkora. You not drive me to hell.
Umekata. Umekwambia kwa mlango.
No, mimi safari yangu ni ya mbinguni vizuri. You will not drive me to hell. Mkenya mkora. You will not drive me to hell. Okay?
Yaani nilikuwa nimengoja kabisa nione kama utaisoma. Nimeona tu kijaribu kusoma ukasema
I knew you are provoking us here. But it's okay. So you can react to that. Ebu nikuulize Mkenya mkora, can you imagine you are governor wa Vinyandeti, kijana anakuja hapo kumuomba kazi, alafu anamwambia piga magoti nikuombe. Can you react to that? That is what happened in Meru yesterday.
When was she
anaambia watu sasa wapate kazi.
When was she ordained?
No, he is a pastor. His career is a pastor, but he is a governor. He is a pastor, but he is a governor.
Are we in church?
It is you to confirm, not me.
And you know me very well. I ask very rhetorical questions, but rhetorically, even if you are a pastor, and first of all, if you are a pastor, what are you doing in politics? And even if you can be in politics, anyone can be in politics. But sasa unakuja kwa mkutano ya nini ya politics o mkutano tu fua and then unaanza kuambia mtu apige magoti umuombe. It's kind of like when there was this pastor, not Kapole, forgive me. Ule pastor alikuwa anaitangwa nani? Alikuwa nani? Jesus is Alive Ministries. Hii ilikuwa hapa hivi ukiteremka alikuwa anaitangwa nani? The one, okay, you know what? Let me make it easy. Margaret Wanjiru, muende kwa mkutano ya politics, so she's been in the politics. Aende akwambie piga magoti ni kuombe. We are not in church. Make sense? We are not in church. Unaniombea kwa mkutano ya politics, mimi nimebeba vuvuzela. Wewe uko hapa unaitisha kura. Kidogo unaongelea watu wengine vibaya. And then bado unaniambia sasa nipige magoti uniombe. You know, even in the Roman Catholic Church, that was the first of Christianity, according to the Bible, from what we know, before Jesus died. Kabla kateni katwe ndio kukue na Protestants and everything. The priests never used to be in politics. They used to be in kind of different of the Pharisees and you know, kukemea vitu zenye zinaendelea vibaya kwa society and also praying and you know, advocating for Christianity. And that was the time that even brought the Vatican. For those who are Catholics, they will understand what I'm trying to say. Even the Catholics today, you will not see a father going to a political formation and telling you piga magoti nikupigie nikuombe. I mean, the nonsense that is really happening. And Jiru, I mean, I don't like talking about Christianity a lot because I know it's a touchy thing. Lakini I am here to talk of what you want me to talk to, but the Christianity acha niache. Nimeuliza kitu mzuri na nimeuliza as a Christian. Kwani huyu mwenye anaombewa Huyu mwenye anaombewa apate mtoto amepata na osmosis, watoto hupatikana kwa maombi ama watoto hupatikana kwa vitu zingine zenye watu wakubwa tunajua. I mean, and then ni nani anakuombea? Just because you're a first lady unataka kuniombea nipate mtoto? Wenda umenipatia hiyo ball. Sitaki kusema hiyo jina ingine. I mean, it's just logic. That's where my comment was coming. But we can, if you want to keep on going on this, we can. But I don't really like talking about Christianity sana. But we can keep on moving. Leo niko na ka time kidogo. Maybe I got an hour here. There's too much happening in our country, and it's really affecting me. Back to you, studio.
Okay, sawa. Hiyo story ya nini Mkenya Mkora, hiyo story ya Rachel Ruto is heart-wrenching. It's a very sad story. Because huyu mama ile kazi anafaa kukuwa akifanya, she should now be doing like the replica of what Margaret Kenyatta was doing. Beyond Zero campaign, marathon. It is heart-wrenching what this woman is doing. In pretending like kuna kitu anafanya Kenya. Hebu nikuulize, up to now, what has Rachel Ruto done in Kenya?
I don't know, you tell me. Mimi najua nilisikia kuna ofisi bado na tulikuwa tumesema hiyo ofisi hakuna ofisi. Nilisikia akisema watu people from my office, but anaweza kuwa na zake za kando. I really doubt, but I think she's still using finances, but at least hata Margaret Kenyatta agetumianga finances za nini tulikuwa tunaziona. I mean the marathons zenye zilikuwa zimefanywa huko hivyo, and the people that benefited from that. Mi sijasikia mtu amebenefit kutoka huyu. Amu niambie, maybe niko wrong. Have you ever heard somebody that benefited from anything that came from this lady other than the ule jamaa alileta huko hivyo kuja nini iitwaje crusade? Mimi sijaisikia. Kama kuna mtu comment section pia niko naangalia, tutajua. Mimi sijaisikia mtu amebenefit kutoka umama, na bado nimeshtuka nikisikia bado ako na ofisi. That's what she said. She said that she still have people from my office. So I'm wondering, is it a personal office, or did those offices still keep on going even after we denied that she can have an office, and even Charlene cannot have an office? I just don't know what the heck is happening in that compound. Maybe Njiro, if you have any idea, you can tell me. Kwani nimenyamaza ama ni wewe?
Relax kidogo na kuna video natafuta, so
Okay, got you. Yeah, as you look for it.
Nataka pia react history ya Cherargei. Cherargei amesema
unataka kuniua leo. Guy. Yaani unataka kuniua leo kabisa? Okay, sawa. Lera Cherargei na ile kijana nyingine yake.
I'm trying to look, nataka kuona iko kwa wanani because I had shared it somewhere. Yeah, iko kwa nimejua
pia na Cheruiyot pia inaongea matope kabisa, sijui kama unajua hiyo.
Na huyo mjinga bana. Unajua kama tunacheza wajinga, hatuchezi yeah, wajinga square. At least yeah, tunacheza moderated idiots, eh?
Yes.
Unajua pia kama unataka kucheza pia utaki kucheza wajinga. Ndio hii. Dogo.
It is laughable because I just saw the former deputy president, impeached deputy president, just chatted in quietly, like I'm sorry. You know, he was just away in London. In fact, he told us he's going to raise 2 billion for but I'm told he raised only 2 million Kenyan shillings, or was it 1.5 million shillings? Because the Kenyans in London knew that this is a political bondman, and they will not allow him to raise any money. So I want to warn the aspirants under DCP that DCP is the highest auctioning house. Even I've seen some of the Gitungatis like from Kenyatta, Murango. I've seen Garuko Adanwa, the likes of Meto. All of them, they will have to buy the ticket. That ticket has been sold to the highest bidder. And as a government, Kenya is a stronghold of UDA. We will not allow anybody or some individuals to masquerade. We are going to have our candidates in UDA. I don't say DCP, but we say UDA at night. So we know the neighboring. I was in Muranga. I was the neighboring to Muranga here in Kenyatta. We have some women there. We must ensure we win. We must have people who are friendly. And after the election, they come back home. They'll come back. So when I see people singing Kitungate, like my friend from that region, following DCPs, some of them want to be governors, some of them, I'm telling you, now that former impeached president has failed to raise 2 billion in London, or was it 1 billion? They'll have to buy party tickets from this. Only wow, because they will have to buy, because some of us have intelligence that the people who are funded will be given the party tickets by DCP. And that is why he was shy today. I saw him trying to investigate the president and the government. He's not telling the country that he raised 1.5 billion against 1 billion that he had got to raise, because he's so ashamed and embarrassed. Because Kenyans, within and outside Kenyans, do not want the issue of tribalism, issue of head, and issue of ridiculing the head of the president of the Republic of Kenya. So I want to appeal to Kenyans as we go to the hearing period, please and please don't be taken with this political ordinance, this briefcase political parties. And you have seen even now they have done changes in some of the leadership in their former political party. You can tell this is a briefcase political party. So I want to tell my brothers, and I was in Muranga yesterday, and I want to confirm to the nation, the people of Mount Kenya, the people I was in Muranga yesterday, interacted with the locals, they will stand with the government of the day, and they will stand with UDA. All these others are noise from leaders who are busy. Mchana wanaongea hii, usiku wanasema hivi, and I think watanunua. You come and prove kama hujauza Wambunyo sasa anauza kabisa, ni soko huru. That's what I want to go. Yani ni soko huru, anatoa pesa mingi ndio atapewa ticket. Yeah, it is laughable because I just saw the former deputy president impeached deputy president just checked it in quietly, like a child. You know, he was chased away in London. In fact, he had told us he's going to raise 2 billion, but I'm told he raised only 2 million Kenyan shillings, or was it 1.5 million shillings? Because the Kenyans in London knew that this is a political bondman.
Can we have a conversation?
I want to warn
the
DCP is the
no, hiyo kitu haiko imeingia vizuri. Wewe hujasikia jamaa venye have you had the way like the guy is taking, you know, ile kitu inanichekesha is the way he is taking too much keen interest of the affairs of DCP. He is talking about DCP. See?
Ngoga, wait, he was told as who?
Can you imagine Cherargei talking about DCP? You do, let me tell you, psychologically we say, ukisikianga unaongea story ya kitu sana, hiyo kitu imekuweza.
Ngoja, he was told as who?
I don't understand what you say.
I mean, he said he was told that, he told us he was going to raise sijui nini, and he was chased sijui nini. He did not. So,
even he is even putting intelligence, even at the intelligence we have. At Wamunyoro, we will be selling seats to the highest bidder. Oh.
I've been following Njiru, and you've known me for a long time in these channels. I don't talk something that I don't know. By the way, when you wanaenda the candidates wanalipa tu nini ngiri tano tu. That's it. Ebu uliza UDA wanalipanga ngapi? I mean, Ladies and gentlemen, these guys are so addicted before Njiro comes back. These guys are so addicted to just making up some things, and that's why their leader himself, he's always making some deal. I mean, some numbers in his mind whenever he stands on a podium. He wants to make up some numbers that people. I mean, when you go sit back and ask, Ati? And you do your calculation, nothing ever adds up. That's why even today Kim Warrell has never added up. And you find people, I don't know, I think it's like a cult of some sort. I don't know what happens, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to use bad language. I don't know if cult is a bad language.
And ukisikia DCP inapigwa, DCP is in the right direction, bana. You don't fight a weakling. You fight a big thing. Ukisikia kina Cheregei wamefocus na DCP. DCP is on the right direction. Kama upigwi bana, bana, where uko? You need war in this life to grow.
And the problem, Mr. Chair, is that kumebaki na kale, unajua kale kamnyama kenye kale kaumbwa kadogo kachiwawa kanabakingi pale hivyo kakibweka, cause kila kitu yote ishaenda. Hako na kanajua kupiga kelele hako kachiwawa. Hako ndio kachiwawa kako UDA. Kamebaki akajiwezi kako pale hivyo tu kanapiga kelele nini, mwewe ishaenda na kuku na vifaranga. Yani wameachwa tu wako hivyo sasa, kelele hata. By the way, I don't understand, but and we need to change our constitution to a point. On a serious note now, we need to really change our constitution to, if somebody makes some remarks that really do not portray the position that you've been given, you walk away. Because sometimes I even listen to Cheral Gay and at home Guinea. There are a couple of people in our pinpoint TV.
Those who are created the story. He is trying to be relevant, and he still he thinks like watu wa Mlima ni wajinga, they can still gravitate to UDA.
No, hata wachana na Mlima. Me, I look at the intellectual part of someone. Saa zingine hata kwa parliament, the things that, even his point of orders, he has no point of order. He just wakes up and then starts laughing. He says something, kitu ya ujinga kabisa. You're like, seriously, am I even listening to this? I mean, can we be serious with what we're doing, even with our parliament? Huyu Cheriot, hawa tu wanaongea huko hivyo saidi ya gava. I mean, there's nothing they're talking. I mean, there's nothing they're even debating. There's no debate there. Ni kama tu, kwanza is a noise maker. Haizi fukuzwa nje cause nani, Wetangula naye anamshikilia na kina na hawa, huyu mtu wa kudance anaitwa nani, huyu wa Kilifi. All the speakers wanamshikilia kwa sababu sijui he has, I don't know what power he has on them. And this is the nonsense we don't want to even hear no more. We're tired of hearing nonsense. Vitu hata mtoto anaweza kuuliza, daddy, huyu anasema nini? And they make fools of themselves. And they think that there's a joke. And they go home with, allowances. Then they go to their daddy, Ruto. Then they go talk matope somewhere, and nowadays they cannot even talk in front of a legit crowd. They have to talk in front of their own crowd wenye wamelipa, na wakimaliza t-shirt zao zinachomwa. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, is this a comedy? I know this has now become a monologue, that's Njiru, but even though it's a monologue, it's something that I've wanted to get it out. Is it a monologue that we're doing? I mean, is it a comedy that we're doing? The nonsensical things. I mean, we can, a channel like this, sometimes we come and discuss very serious things. Yes, we can have some jokes. All work with no play makes Jack a dull boy. But even though you're doing that, it's just become a joke. I don't even understand what these guys are saying. Sometimes I actually sazini nazimanga nikianza kuona mtu akiongea zile vitu anaongea. It's kind of like I wish Njiro is here because I want to ask him about nini huyu wa Mombasa, Hassan, what he was talking about. Not that I'm defending anybody, but what the was he talking about? In other jurisdictions, you would have been fired on the spot. But he's still there. Some things are not to be spoken. Or even if you're going to speak them nicely. All right? Another, I'm bringing up my topics because Njiro is not here for the viewers. Another thing, you find like this kijana mwenye ameshikwa, Jacaranda. Why was he arrested? For what? Anyway, Njiro, nimeongea mingi kama huko. Unajua uba yako ni kutoka toka. You don't know how to stick in that chair. Yo kiti na kuangana nini? Nitakuja kunulia kiti ingine ukaage hapo. Cause now sasa nimeharibu topic.
Niko hapa, I'm listening to you. Unataka nikule dina nini? Nilikuwa nawekelea maharagwe iko ina boil, tulikuwa tunaongea hapa. Kama unafikiria siku rangi?
Sasa umeambia watu unakula maharagwe.
Is it evil? Kwani kukula maharagwe ni evil? I was putting maharagwe iko ina boil pale as we speak.
So umesikia zile point nimeleta, cause umesikia zile point nimeleta. I want you to hebu uongee juu ya hizo kabla watu wakuje ndio nichomoke. Aja kuna watu wanakujanga kunichokoza ndio nichomoke.
Nani anakuja kukuchokoza juu chomoke? So you have just talked about Cherage and the way you don't want to listen to him.
Kuna zingine mingi nimesema. Thank God huku hapa cause kama ungekuwa ingekuwa noma.
Why? Okay. Paraphrase for me zile umesema.
No, nasikia naona tu kuna nonsensical vitu zingine. I don't know, naona tu watu wengine like sijika naweza kuambia, unajua imetoka ndani na kitu imetoka ndani, saa zingine kuirudisha ni ngumu, kureply. I mean reinstate. Lakini what I'm trying to say, I guess the whole point that najaribu kusema ni first of all tumekam as a country tumetoka mbali. Okay? Watu kama kina Cheralgei na watu wenye wanafikiria kaa yeye, I think for them wamejuanga hii chapa tu ndio wanaweza shika nao watu and they can say whatever. They think this is a comedy, which is not a comedy. So that's why they can go talk matope, especially me you know, mi sikuwaga mtu wa Uhuru, lakini I know Uhuru alifanya kitu yenye angeza fanya. Uhuru akiongea kitu kidogo bas wamekimbia. Hii kitu ya nani huyu Hassan huyu wa Coast naye pia ndio huyu anakimbia. Amesema vitu sasa anaanza kuomba msamaha. Mimi siwezi chukua msamaha yake hata kama niko na damu ya Ukikuyu, lakini mimi si Mkikuyu. That's fine. Aya, watu wanaongea vitu ujinga and they're not really understanding that our country is bigger than this tribal nonsense. Mtu kwa sababu sasa ako pale hivyo. You know what I wish? Kama saizi, by the way, you know, let me just run around cause huku nisikia na nimekuambia umeniharibia dini yangu cause ulikuwa umepotea. I was ranting. Huyu kijana wa nini wa bunge la mwananchi ameshikiwa nini?
You need to tell me the name of that boy who has been arrested.
Angalia kwa comment section na watu watakwambia. He is very vocal.
Wenzake wanafaa wamwende. Now we need to see some riot from bunge la mwananchi. So why would bunge la mwananchi allow one of their compatriot kushikwa na inakuwa business as usual? Hata hao react wachangamke.
Let me come back. Watch for me. I'm coming back. Let me napigiwa kazi.
Evans Kidero, nani
I'm
anasema
coming
Evans?
back.
Ni sawa. So I'm just trying to ask like kama kuna mtu
Yeah,
wa
never
bunge la
mind.
mwananchi.
Never mind. I'll call back. Yeah, kuna huyu jamaa ameshikwa bure tu kabisa kusema. Okay, let me say it. Alisema ati yeye angekuwa ule jamaa mwenye alienda kushika Ruto nini shingo kumsalimia. And remember this kijana mwenye alienda kushika Ruto, we've seen him twice akienda kupita hiyo akibreach hiyo protocol, akibreach na anaenda 2 times, lakini saizi ameandikwa KRA. Lakini yeye alisema tu kwa bunge la mwananchi, akasema yeye angekuwa yeye ndo alishika Ruto kuna kitu ingefanyika. You understand what I'm saying? So hiyo ndo kitu alishikiwa, and now we don't know where he is.
Ruto atajibu tu, acha tusikia. You'll be able to get out. We will know what will happen, but I hope bunge la mwananchi can stand together with their man.
Nikuulize ingine ya since tuko wawili. Na what made Ruto now come back and say that is gonna reduce the fuel prices? Akaanza kufanya ile kitu ya Ndindi Nyoro. Mbona sasa na reduce hivyo, anaweka nini VAT chini na nini?
Alipunguza mafuta leo? I don't know.
Yeah, he did. Alipunguza, lakini hajapunguza. No, unajua, we said it. Do you know how to create a problem and then you solve it halfway?
Ili watu wanasema sini kuchafua nje na unatoa hiyo uchafu na unasema ona venye kwangu ni kusafi.
Unachukua mchanga unaingiza kwa nyumba, alafu unaanza kuclean kidogo kidogo hivi, una clean nusu.
Alafu unatuita ati tusherekee ati venye umeosha vizuri.
The funny thing is that I was looking at the people behind him when he was giving that press conference. Is that watu wenye walikuwa hapo hivyo ni watu hata sijui. And that's after Mbadi amepigwa jana, si kupigwa, walifukuzwa jana juzi kutoka kwa bunge la mwananchi wakienda ku-explain. Did you see that? Haujaona hiyo?
I'm a bit off with the bunge la mwananchi because you know bunge la mwananchi they have become very specific. Wengine unajua ni Waruto, so nimekuwa nikisikiliza watu kama akina Nuru Okanga. I've been listening to very specific ones, so I'm sorry. So kuna wengine sijaona because toka Omoshi nao afanye ile mambo alifanya, I no longer have appetite of bunge la mwananchi. I'm sorry. Unaona
tunajua nini ilifanyika, lakini
na Gaucho hadi Gaucho ile kutuleteanga hapa yeye kuongea story yake, kutuambia venye unamjua, then sasa ati yeye ndiye director wa Mama Rusi Kibaki. Hiyo kitu ilinitoa. Yani some of these people who we thought that we were compatriots together, they had to sell the revolution. I felt that is why hiyo mbunge la mwananchi I look at it with a speck.
Yeah, I share the same sentiments with you. You know how much we had invested in it. But no, jana Mbadi alifukuzwa kutoka huko Jivanji. Alikuwa ameenda kuexplain how much look at this, uko hapo kuna makompu zako. Hebu angalia Mbadi na Esther Passaris in Jivanji, bunge la mwananchi. Waliambiwa hatutaki kusikia.
Na Wajaluo wenzao.
Wewe unajua Wajaluo sasa. Okay, sitaki kuwa mkabila in any way. Najua kuna watu Wajaluo mabeshto wangu nimeona wakisema sasa hata wamesalitiwa, because sasa mwenye alikuwa akidhani anataka
wewe ukitembea na aina kidogo Mkenya mkora, hebu nikuulize, ukitembea na aina what do you expect?
Kuna watu tu wasikiagi. Sasa kuna sasa ndio hiyo.
Ninawasalimu popote mulipo ndugu watazamaji wa hichi kituo, hamjambo. Karibu kwa 27 vile vile kupata maswali ya wananchi ili sababisha wakawakimbiza. Kindly subscribe, like video. Ukifanya hivyo automatically unakubali kazi ambayo ninaifanya. Karibu.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking
the videos bwana. Copyright.
Nina imani kwamba umeweza kupata taswira kamili ya yale ambayo yalikuwa ya of that zinaenda allocation ya state, lakini majibu.
That is why sometimes you tell me, Mbadi, why don't you reduce expenditure? Hakuna mahali hata ukiuliza watu hapa ni wapi tukate, the only thing they will tell you, kata budget ya State House. Sasa State House peke yake ita finance vitu zote Kenya mzima. Hata ukiangalia hiyo budget ya State House ni kidogo, hata tukikata yote.
Why is this specific on budget ya State House? Sini 100 million kwanza akata hiyo, it can do education. Why is this guy education? Why is this? I think I can become a better finance minister than this sloth, this idiot. Unasikia anaongea ati when we are talking about kukata ati tunaongea tu story budget ati ni kidogo. When did the 100 billion become pesa kidogo? Pesa ya machai na mandazi. Umesikia statement hapo?
Najua sio nilikuwa nataka kukudhi because I know you are an economist in your own way.
Hata ukiuliza watu hapa ni wapi tukate, the only thing they will tell you, kata budget ya State House. Sasa State House peke yake ita finance vitu zote Kenya mzima. Hata ukiangalia hiyo budget ya State House ni kidogo, hata tukikata yote tuseme tunafunga State House, hatutaki tena tuwe na State House. Ukifunga hata hiyo budget haitatosha kugharamia elimu ya watoto wetu. Hakuna, we have very limited.
Hiyo budget ya State House haitatosha kugharamia elimu ya watoto wetu. The other day I had kwa mashule they were only looking for 6 billion only.
Na hii ni 14 billion.
Not 14, 100. Huyu jamaa alitumia 100 one year.
100 billion.
Huyu jamaa ni umbwa bana.
Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kukutokoza nayo.
At all in this budget.
Itakuwaje eti kwamba State House inapokea pesa kidogo kipindi ambapo hata wewe mwenyewe unajua State House imekuwa ikiomba
Bro, I mean, come on,
Yeah,
let's go into lectures here.
huyo ni mjinga sana.
Ndio alifukuzwa kutoka huko Jivanji.
And how did they give him audience kuongea vitu na huyu jamaa kuchapwa? Bana, hiyo Jivanji ni ujinga bwana.
No, walimtuambia akatoka, ndio unaona akishikwa na mabodyguard huko, akitoka na nyuma walirudishwa na huko, akaambiwa toeni ujinga hapa. Alifukuzwa by the way, bro, alifukuzwa.
Hebu nikuulize, sababu huyu jamaa unajua anajaribu kuonyesha ati budget ni kidogo. 100 billion. Mkenya mkora.
Yes sir.
Najua umefuatilia mahesabu. Can you tell me budget ya primary and secondary school in Kenya for 1 year ni ngapi?
I'll give you a good example. There was this guy, by the way, I was listening to, akipiga akisema yeye akipewa 150 M with all the classes built, anaweza peana free education na lunch. And I did my calculation and I found it was right. And that's just a word. How many schools do you have in a word?
150 million in a ward ama constituency?
No, ward.
Alikuwa anasema ati akipewa 150 million, what is going to do?
He can give students free education and free food.
Is he also employing teachers? Analipa mpaka mishahara?
Yes, think about it.
Yeah, because 150 million in a ward is excessive. That would be, hiyo ni pesa mingi sana.
Na anabaki na kakitu.
That would be excessive. 150 million in a ward has to do bigger than education. Has to do, hiyo lazima pia ifanye miradi ba. What are you talking about? 150 million in a ward? No bana.
Thank you.
Kama
I like people.
If Didinyoro is using excess of one, ngoja kidogo. If Didinyoro is using an excess of 100 million, na pesa yake inaonekana kiharu.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? 150 million in a ward? That's a very lazy man. Hakuna kitu alikuambia huyo?
No, alinifanya nikafikiria sana, because even in a word, mi hata ukanipatia 50M and then anauliza, how about I'm being paid? I have my salary. What is the problem? Wadi yenyu sijui wadi yenyu kule unatoka, but Njiro, maybe unaweza nipatia tu a rough estimate. How many schools do you have in your ward?
Just ukitaka kujua the number of schools in a ward, how many polling stations do you have in a ward?
No, but I'm asking you literally, how many schools do you have in your ward?
My ward has around 22 schools.
Just the ward?
Yeah, the ward has 22 schools.
How much do the kids pay? Tuition or school fees?
High school and primary.
Let's talk about primary.
Primary sina habari tuition unajua tuition ina vary kwa government schools, mtu atuambie kwa government schools.
No, government schools mwenye anataka kupeleka kwa private apeleke private. But
yeah, government schools I think ni 4,000 ama ni 5,000. Niliona msimamo tulikuwa tunampea around ngiri hapa.
Yeah.
Watoto in a term. So let's say 4,000 in a term.
Round it up to 10.
Mtoto moja 10K.
Yeah.
Okay, ni sawa.
How many kids do you think are in that ward?
Let's say every school to have a minimum of 200 students, 200 kids, 20. So tuseme 4,000, 4 to 5,000.
4,000 kids.
Yeah,
That's
45,000. It's bigger, same 5,000 kids.
You know what? That's a lie, but okay, that's fine. Let's just do the 5,000 kids times 10.
So what is your number? Unataka kusema nini times 2, 10K?
No, times 10. You said that every kid 10K.
5,000 by 10K, hiyo ni, that is 50 million.
50 million, right?
Yeah.
So fees imeisha. At this point, atuongee story ya fees.
Yeah.
All right. Tuingie chakula. How much chakula unaweza nunua? Remember, bado umebaki na 70 at this point. After using 50.
Chakula will be a portion of that. Chakula you can do 30% of what we have spent so far.
So 30% of 50, that will be
just 15 million. 15 million is enough on food.
15 million plus the 50 that we had. So to cost 75.
Yeah, not 75, 65.
65, yes, you're right. So we still had a 150.
We still have 85 to go.
So where's the other 50? What is it gonna do?
Hiyo sasa ni ajenge, aweke makaburo, afanye nini, ajenge mashule, apeane mpaka mabasari za university sasa. There is a lot he can do there now.
So you see where the free education is coming from.
Kidogo nakuja, usiseme nimetoroka.
Numbers don't lie. And Kenyans, you need to understand that. Ndio mali basari yenyu inapoteleaga. Mtu amepewa 150 million. Na area kwenyu ati unaambiwa uende bado ulipe shule. Hako ni kabarabara tu, unangojea tu kale kamebaki kidogo, unaenda unachukua katingatinga unachoma barabara hapo hivyo tu, kako na lami.
Trust me, 150 million in a word, those kids will be like Saudi Arabian kids. Ile mambo unaweza fanyia watoto, au watoto wanaweza kuwa mpaka wakikula omelette shule with 150 million.
Na zinananga wapi na hiyo ndio pesa wanapata?
No, in a word I don't know how much they get. Si word nasikianga wanapatanga bao.
No. They get more than that.
Maybe somebody needs to tell us. See your constituency. I think you are confusing constituency and award.
I'm not confusing anything.
CDF wanapata pesa ngapi CDF?
Buda, unataka nikufanyie research tena na niko na sijui kule nimeiweka venye siko kwa hao. Maze nilipiga.
What is a basic unit of representation?
Yeah, because hata tuseme hiyo word, wewe unasema word yenu iko na mashule mingi. I don't know, ni kwa sababu mimi word yetu mimi najua iko na shule. Let me count for you. 1 2 3 4 shule 4. Na hiyo ni ile ya ushago, si ati Nairobi. Mimi nasema ushago kwetu iko na shule 4. Hiyo hata MP afai kuingilia. Nukumbuke MCA amepata yake, MP amepata yake, na bado uko na governor yenye pia anapata CDF, na bado uko na women rep mwenye hata sijui anafanyanga kazi gani. Anyway, hiyo ni a talk for another day. And then bado uko na governor bado ako na sasa, yeye ndio mwenye amepewa budget yote ya county. We just made our calculation real quick. Si kitu ngumu ukiwa na shule 4 na tuseme hata useme umepewa hiyo 50M. Uko sure shule 4 uwezi lipia watoto wote pesa? Wewe nikikupatia 50M saa hizi Njiro na nikupatie shule 4. Mwalimu kwanza analipangwa pesa ngapi? Mimi najua. I know you are researching as we speak. I can see nakujua. I've known you for a long time. Najua saizi una research.
Dibora anataka email ya Acacia. Acacia alininyima email kabisa Dibora, so you can't get it. Ebu Mkenya Mukora nikuwekee kitu hapa hata but I don't know why they decided to show this man. I hope this boy will still survive. Iko maneno hapa.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go. Kwapa. Na 20. Kwapa.
Hii ni ya 24 wewe.
We don't fear you guys. You hypocrites. We don't fear you. Mr. Speaker. We don't fear you. Tuko ndani. We stomped inside. Sisi ni nani? Hakuna kuondoka man.
Hii ni ya 2024.
Kula parliament.
Good afternoon, Kenyans. My name is Chama, famously known as Mr. Speaker, sir. During 25th June of 2024, there was a lot of challenges during the finance bill 2024-2025. So we as the Gen Zs went out and we entered parliament. During that time, when we entered parliament, there was high taxation during that time. The cost of living was going very high. So sisi kama majenzi tuliamua kutoka nje na tukaenda protest. We entered parliament on the 25th of June of 2024. After tumeingia bunge, many of us, their life changed because many of the young Kenyans lost their lives. Many Kenyans during that time, their life changed forever. Like mine, I have been in hiding for almost 1 year, 9 months. Now I need a change. I need to go on with my life. I need to start a new life. A life that is not about fear. A life that I will do my things. And in this life, I've come to start it now because of the threats that the government, their people have been releasing to me directly, saying that tukikupata tutakufanyia hivi, tukikupata tutakumaliza. Because we know this government is very malicious and I cannot stay in hiding forever. We want to change this country and we cannot change it by hiding. So mimi kama chama nimeamua kuanza maisha mapya. Na hii maisha mapya naianza, nimemtafuta Mheshimiwa Babu Owino as my advocate. If you have anything against me, you have to contact.
Unasema nisicheze, wewe unasema 2024 na ujui mimi nakupea update na uelewi. Unajua Mkenya Mukora?
Pole.
Unajua saa zingine bana, usikunye kama hujafungua trouser, utajiharia bana.
Wewe acha kutranslate nini saying za Kikuyu bwana. Una translate saying za wazee. Sikuwa nimejua kama ulikuwa na maneno umenifichia hapo nyuma. Pole baba. Hapo naomba msamaha.
I hope the young man will be safe because hii kujitoa amejitoa. I'm not very good with him and I know this Ruto government is very vicious. Na unaona kama sasa wakati wa anniversary unajua hii serikali ya Ruto iko na stress sana. Bwana Mkenya Mukora.
But I think now knowing kitu yenye ulikuwa unajaribu kupass hiyo message umeipass. I think it's the right time. I wish luck for him. Lakini I think he did it at the right time.
In politics ama because he looks to be still very critical on the government, which is good. Inakaa msimamo wake bado hujabadilika.
Yeah.
Unasikia vile like you can hear the way he's saying, yes, and the guy is alive. Hata mimi nilishtuka. Nilipata live ndio nikasema what? Si huyu jamaa tulikuwa tunasema wacha amalize alafu.
Sikuwa nimeona hiyo.
Babu is my advocate. Yes, mheshimiwa.
Na mimi nataka nikushukuru sana chama.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker sir.
Yes sir.
Mimi hiyo siku ya Gen Z revolution.
Yes.
Gen Z protest.
Yeah.
Hiyo 2024.
Yeah.
Mimi nilibambika sana na wewe. Siwezi kukudanganya.
Yeah,
mimi nilisema huyu jamaa aliendanga wapi.
Mm.
I've always known that because for 1 year 9 months uli disappear.
Yeah.
So I thought that probably the government, by the use of the DCIs who are abducting and killing people, I thought that probably they had killed Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah.
And because of that time, there was no information that we could receive from any of your relatives.
Yeah.
And when you resurfaced after 1 year 9 months,
yeah,
nikasema you deserve a chance in life because you are a legend. Ulimanage ukaingia na pamoja na other Kenyans mliingia bunge. Na mliingia because there was genuine concern.
Genuine reasons.
There were serious, genuine reasons why you came to parliament.
Yes.
Number 1, lack of jobs.
Yeah.
Number 2, high cost of living. Number 3, overtaxation.
Yeah.
That finance bill was going to tax people to death.
Yeah.
Because of you today and other Kenyans, that finance bill did not see the day of light.
Yeah.
It was not signed by Ruto.
Yeah.
Because of you, you saved so many Kenyans. And I know that the government is malicious. They are still hunting down youth, men and women who came to parliament.
Yeah.
I want to tell the government today that this gentleman you are seeing here, huyu mtu, if you have a problem with him, I'm his advocate.
Yeah.
I'll take care of anything that is going against his will and interest.
Yeah.
If you have a problem against him as a government, as a DCI officer, as a president, as any other person in this country, please go and record a statement in the nearest police station.
Yeah.
From there, they will contact me. Contact me. The moment you contact me, I will produce him from wherever he is. I know that you're malicious as a government and the DCI officers. Any DCI officer who is watching this, msiende huyu Mr. Speaker na mumuue. We know you are capable of doing that. But this death, should he be killed, will not be a statistic. Should Mr. Speaker disappear, we will not take it lightly. We as Kenyans, we need to be allowed to speak. And we know very well that freedom of speech is the oxygen of democracy. Mimi, I'm so proud of you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Kama kuna shida yote ambayo any DCI officer ako na wewe, kama rais ako na shida na wewe, court iko open.
Yeah.
We want to see. There's no mistake that you did. The only mistake you did was to fight for high cost of living. Was to fight against high cost of living. The only mistake that you committed was to fight against high taxation of Kenyans. And therefore, we support you fully. We are proud of you. If there's another chance of coming back to parliament, I will invite you. This time round utapata chumvi. Niliona kama unauliza pale.
Nyama
iko lakini chumvi haiko. Sa round hii kutakuwa na chumvi.
Yes, sir.
Tuko pamoja and God bless you always.
Amen.
Sawa sawa.
Njiro, before you bring my big brother, before you bring Stone naona imekuja. I also salute this guy because tulimtafuta pia sababu tulikuwa tunatafuta huyu jamaa ameenda wapi, and we thought he was one of them mwenye aliumwa, but kumbe pia naye anajua kujificha. And I like, and we have to think about this, the people who fought for our independence and the people who fought even for our second liberation, these people wengine walienda, including the late Sir, God rest his soul in peace, Raila Amolo Odinga. They had to run. Some people like even journalists had to run kwenda kujificha. And for him, mimi venye tu babu amesema hapo hivyo, ni hakuna makosa alifanya. It's a state nini I don't see anything that he did. I have forever until ucheze video. Mimi nilikuwa dhani ngiu kijana ni hiyo statistics. Kumbe yeye alipotea. But that's how great people are born, man. So acha nifungie hapo. I can see my big brother is here. Na sitaki kukanyagwa.
Yes, Bwana Kiora, habari?
Salama Njiru na Mkenya Mkora.
Yeah, now we are now slowly gravitating to the memorial for remembrance of Gen Z. Then suddenly tumeona one of the most pivotal man of 2024 has appeared. Is it the right time for this guy to appear, or still the knuckles of the government are on him?
Jiro.
Huyo boy.
Jiro.
Yes, go ahead.
Nakwambia
Ama atafute tu asira muende tu.
Ngoja niongee. I always tell you on these shows and everywhere I talk. When I talk things, people think I'm extreme, I'm crazy, I'm this. Jana muli disagree, not to disagree, but jana mulikuwa moto sana when I was calling it as it is. Let me call this as it is. Kenyans, we are idiots. You and I included. How would such a guy appear now? In which country? What are we talking about here? This is the worst blunder. What protection do you have in Kenya for such a guy? He has blundered. He's gone. This is the last time you see. Take that to any bank. Peleka hiyo bank yoyote huko kwenye Kairo ama kwetu Kiambere. Who in his right sense? Who would be in his right sense to allow this to happen in Kenya under Ruto? Even if it was under Uhuru. What are you talking about, bro?
Na Babu Owino anasema mkimutaka nitawapea yeye.
Who is Babu Owino? Yesterday we were arguing when you people are telling me, oh, if Gachagua is arrested, Kenya will ban. You guys you are swimming in a pool of, I don't know what to call it. How do you know? Wewe ingekuwa ni wewe ungekuja saa hii hapa ati uko na lawyer.
Lakini we unatuzianga uoga sana. When are we gonna get over this bwana? Itafika mahali tuanze kusema enough is enough. Na ndio tunasema, kwani unataka tuishi mafichoni forever?
Njiru, acha nikuachie Mkenya muendelee kudebate because I can't do that long. No, endelea na Mkenya Mkora.
No, hakuna kitu kwa tunaendelea. It was your time.
No, but I don't like that kind of stupid interjection from him.
Wewe Mkenya Mkora, relax.
Wacha
mambo.
Me si wa yake. He can go to hell if he doesn't want to listen to me. He should switch. Why should he listen to my selling of work? He can mute, he can get off, I talk, and then he can come and talk the other thing he thinks is more sensible than what I'm saying. Okay? So I don't need to discuss anywhere in any forum where people are feeling I'm selling fear to them. Zero. So, me, I'm good doing what I'm doing. I mean,
go ahead.
No, I don't have to. Now I was here work start. If that's the feeling. That was Mato reaction. I was listening to you. It's a stupid reaction from Mato. We have tolerated him for so long.
So now, put your statement so that now I can react.
I don't want to put my statement because I'm selling fear to you guys. I mean, it's being nonsense. I'm giving my opinion. If I were the one, I would not come out because of experience. What experience does Mato have?
And that's what I was also saying. You're going to give you hey. Na kwanza anatokezea hili wakati deadly bana. Anniversary.
He is ill-advised by the likes of Mato. What Mato is in the United States of America. Then he thinks that...
You call him stupid.
Oh yeah, you are, man. Go to hell. Chana you. Start you jinga tena. Njiro mie wacha nisiongee mahali Mato yuko. I can't take it. I can't take it. Honestly. I think I deserve more than that. Someone coming here telling me I'm selling work. Kwani yeye ni mtoto wangu? Am I telling Uoga to you? Am I telling you to follow what I'm saying? If you feel so brave, a Maasai or a Moran, why don't you go to the battlefield? Me, who is a coward, wacha nikae nyuma. Come on, let's use brains, man. Let's make sense. Let's
ile kitu hata imenipia uoga Stone PK ni huyo kijana, unajua ametokezea ile wakati Ruto ako na uoga kabisa. Unajua anniversary ni less than a month.
Let me tell you, it might not even be Ruto, bro. Kenya, you might be executed where Ruto doesn't know, unless you are so ignorant and naive to know what is going on in the country. Kama mkora huyu mnaita mkora. He's so naive about the country called Kenya. The president doesn't have to execute you. Sasa saa hii ule jamaa wa pale nani ameshikwa pale, mtu anaenda unashika jamaa pale, inaitwaje, what do we call this, pale Jacaranda. These boys just for them hearing wanashikwa hapo, ametandikwa karibu auliwe na DCI mchana. We are talking of things we are experiencing live here. Some of us are in politics and we are people on the ground. Wachana na kina Mkenya mkora. There's nothing they know on the ground. Right now, more than 8 hours ago, wamevamiwa hapo Jacaranda just because of talking. Kijana anashikwa na ni kijana unatandikwa mchana. Then you are being told that sasa mtu kama huyo who has been wanted and hunted. Remember, the country said he was killed. You had already been the name. Then you expect an reappear. People will start clapping and enjoying. Then you start telling him he's protected. What protection?
And I'm double sure, like the government will not be. Unajua, this guy appearing and talking hizo vitu is emboldening people. I don't think the government would want that. I think they wanted that history to die.
Isn't it obvious that knowing what is happening to even very, very, very small watu ambao hawana sauti, people who cannot even overthrow the government as you may think, they are all disappearing every day. Subaru zinawashika wanawekwa kwa boot mchana. I mean, you know, people living in abroad wacha to exhibit our ignorance. Unaambiwa na watu, unapigiwa simu, unaambiwa it's hostile. What we are saying here, we are just saying here because they cannot reach us. Enda ukaongea hivyo. Enda na interview, enda uhost huko Kenya. Na uambie mahali huko. Go do that. Uniambie. My friend, and then you tell us we are selling fear. We are telling you reality. Telling you reality. Huh? So Mkenya mkora awache hiyo mambo yake hapa, akija kusema ati I sell fear. They will say no, you say. I the ground. On the ground, there are people who are crazy fanatics of Ruto. They will do those things even without him knowing. And the fact is, you are eliminated. You are eliminated. Yeah, such people are not supposed to be exposed to that easily. The guy has been hunted ever since that day. He did what has never happened in that Kenyan history, and especially under a warrior called Ruto. Remember when Baba started getting close to Ruto, what did we say on the televisions? We started counting days. Why did we forget? We started counting days. The first time he appeared next to Ruto at what you watch football match, hapo ndio Wakenya walianza kuhesabu. It was all over the media, social media, that his days are numbered now. Whether he died of natural cause, but you see, once you get very close to your enemy, a sworn enemy for that matter, Njiru, sworn enemy, mtu anasoea anasema huyu Njiru mahali tutapatana, and then unaenda hata una pretend mumeongea peace, you are shaking hands, and you know in Kenya
and your supporters are laughing at your supporters are laughing. And in politics, there is no permanent enemy. So yeah, statement.
It's a stupid statement. And then unaambiwa ati in Kenya, you know what is happening now, people are burning hatchets. And then in the same country, people are telling us that President Ruto doesn't forgive. What are we talking about? We are talking with both sides of mouth. Here on one hand, unasema haurumiangi, anachukia embarrassment. What happened is the worst that would have happened in his government. Then a boy comes out. Let me call him a boy for the sake I'm older than him, definitely. When he comes out on an interview with one of the most unpopular member of parliament in Ruto's from Ruto's side, you know, an enemy of Ruto's government. At in your interview, and he's assuring him of 100% security, ati anawarn serikali. My friend, that boy cannot be equivalent to Gachagua. All right? If that boy is abducted today, and I don't know, I didn't watch the full interview. I don't know, maybe it never revealed where he went or what he did. But what are we talking about? Actually, nauza uoga. And then we are here cheering him up. Kwa box yako kwa nyumba, you are watching TV from your laptop and you are busy appraising him at the Akai. You should be even offering help for him to get out of that country, preserve him for a better day, preserve him to preside what he fought for, to see the fruits of what he fought for. Come on. But to Njiru, any wants to come in, what can we have?
Let's have a Eddie ameenda. I wanted Eddie to react.
Yeah.
So now bwana Stone PK, can you umesikia naye vile Charagea anasema?
Hiyo Charagea jamii, I've been too busy. Sasa ndio nimetoka job.
I think the best thing is let me give you, it's better to give you analyze wewe mwenyewe.
Na uambie Eddie akuja, Eddie had a burning point. Kile alikuja kuzima moto ya Mkenya mkora.
Because I just saw the former deputy president, impeached deputy president, just chatted in quietly, like a Muchawi. You know, he was chased away in London. In fact, he had told us he's going to raise 2 billion. But I'm told he raised only 2 million Kenya shillings, or was it 1.5 million shillings? Because the Kenyans in London knew that this is a political conman, and they will not allow him to raise any money. So I want to warn the aspirants under DCP that DCP is the highest auctioning house. Even I've seen some of the Gitungatis like from Kirinyaga, Murango, I've seen Garungo Adangwa, the likes of Metu. All of them, they will have to buy the ticket. That ticket has been sold to the highest bidder. And as a government, Mount Kenya is a stronghold of UDA. We will not allow anybody or some individuals to masquerade. We are going to have our candidates in UDA and also in DCP, but they sing UDA at night. So we know that we know the neighboring. I was in Muranga. I was the neighboring to Muranga here in Kirinyaga. We have some women there. We must ensure we win. We must have people who are friendly. And after election, they'll come back home. They'll come back. So when I see people singing Kitungatis, like my friend from that region, following DCP, some of them want to be governors, some of them, I'm telling you, now that former impeached deputy president has failed to raise 2 billion in London, or was it 1 billion, they'll have to buy party tickets from DCP. Only wow, because they will have to buy, because some of us have intelligence that the people who are funding will be given the party tickets by DCP. And that is why he was shy today. I saw him trying to castigate the president and the government, yet he's not telling the country that he raised 1.5 billion against 1 billion that he had gone to raise, because he's so ashamed and embarrassed, because Kenyans, within and outside Kenyans, do not want the issue of tribalism, issue of earth, and issue of ridiculing the head of or the president of the Republic of Kenya. So I want to appeal to Kenyans as we go to electioneering period, please and please don't be taken with this political conmanship, these briefcase political parties. And you have seen even now they have done changes in some of the leadership in their political party. You can tell this is a briefcase political party. So I want to tell my brothers, and I was in Muranga yesterday, and I want to confirm to the nation, the people of Mount Kenya, the people I was in Muranga yesterday, we interacted with the locals, they will stand with the government of the day, and they will stand with UDA. All these others are noise from leaders who are busy. Mchana wanaongea hii, usiku wanasema hivi, and I think watanunua. You come and prove, kama hujauza Wamunyoro sahi anauza kabisa, ni soko huru. In fact, that is what I want to call. Yani ni soko, ule anatoa pesa mingi ndio atapewa ticket. Yeah, it is laughable because I just saw the former deputy president
Aya, Eddie, you can react to much of what we are talking about here. Amaston, pigoro kwa hata kureact hiyo ya huyu
No,
jamaa
no,
Kabere.
no, I spoke. Ellie came in when Kenya was throwing those tantrums, and he provoked me because for long. And then he's mannerless. It is only in your show where people open mic anytime and throw words when people are talking. That's the highest disrespect in the first order. There's no decorum. Even if I'm talking shit, don't open your mic. Just get your ready, and then you can water down all the rubbish I'm talking, but not interrupting and saying that utanifukuza, ninawauzia uoga. There are no babies here. Anyway, let Ellie talk before I comment on Cherio. Thank you.
Habari zenu.
Yes, Ellie, go ahead. Thank you. Tuko.
Nimeona hapo kwanza, unajua mimi nilikwambia ati nikija hapa nikisikia upuzi nitaongea, nikisikia maneno mazuri pia nitaongea. Nilisikia upuzi nyingine hapo ulisema, lakini nisirudie hapo hivyo. Mulicheka hapo wewe na Mkenya mkora wewe Jiru, lakini hiyo ni sawa. Sitaki kutamka ya maneno ambayo ulisema, but I am very happy that this young man Chama has decided to release himself from and his family. This is a very, very difficult moment for such a person, that young fellow who decided to put his life at risk in parliament buildings. We know that even, for example, the person who carried the parliamentary mess, all these British post-colonial artifacts that we use to represent democracy, which is a big laugh, but we know that some of those people, they were shot dead. For example, the person we know that who carried the mess, and so many other young people were killed that day. So to hear the voice of Chama, or as people popularly know him as Mr. Speaker, I think Stony, it is something. To me, it's something wonderful to see this person, because for a long time people thought that he was dead. So I was shocked to see that he's actually alive. We have talked about 29 people, even by the Kenyan Human Rights Commission statistics, about 29 people who have still not been found out of the Gen Z or the youth revolution in 2024. There are 29 disappeared people. So to see this person coming out of nowhere, this is something I think that we should celebrate. It's unfortunate that it had to involve a character such as Babu Owino to give him the platform. But as we know that Babu Owino, we know Babu Owino, okay? So we know that, but we need to concentrate on this young fellow, what he did to achieve the post 2024 finance bill dynamics that came after. the consequences of what he did is more important than whether he has come out now to show his face or not. Because at the end of the day, if the Ruto regime want to kill you, it doesn't matter. They will kill you either here or not or there. They will do it. So it is not a stern criticism of Stony PK. I totally understand where Stony is coming from. What he's saying is that we have a brutal regime that this person, Chama, is probably seeing his last days here. But to me, I think that he's a brave young man. You cannot compare him with those people who prostrated themselves during demonstrations, but while they're working with government. This one here, we know that he was not working with government. We know that he was out to mobilize and attack the system that was attacking the Kenyan people. And he has an iconic image. He's an archive in Kenyan revolution going forward. The problem is that now the politicians are going to use him so that they can benefit from the tremendous efforts that he made, this young man. All said, my second point was something about Al Jazeera. So Al Jazeera, for those of you who know that Al Jazeera News 2 days ago released a documentary or a film clip about Safaricom and how Safaricom has been involved in directly hacking phones of Kenyan people. I mean, people are arrested for numerous frivolous reasons, and then they're taken to the police station. And as soon as you appear there, your phone is hacked. They have systems where phones are hacked within the environments of the police stations. Digital drafting of people's profiles is done. Safaricom has not made a statement yet. This investigation is thorough. Al Jazeera wamefanya kitu ambacho, yani, when the full report comes out, you'll see that there's no democracy in this country called Kenya, because one of the ways that you can breach democracy is to destroy the sense of safety, confidentiality amongst the people. Imagine Safaricom, as in, traditionally we know that Safaricom has been involved in rigging, the rigging nightmare that has been happening in the false so-called elections in Kenya. We know that Safaricom has been involved in that. Hiyo tunajua, lakini hii hapa ambacho tunasikia saizi Safaricom has been involved in basically hotspotting Kenyans to the security services wherever they are. When we grew up back in the days of John Kiriamiti and those are the so-called dangerous people of the time in the 1980s, maybe 1970s. The top criminals that were being hunted down by Kina Patrick Shaw in Nairobi and other parts of Kenya. This kind of thing that is happening now would have been juice for the intelligence services, But what is happening now is that they're not pursuing people who are robbing banks, like in Akiramiti. They are pursuing people who are just talking their thoughts about democracy, what they want Kenya to be. Yani, if you have an active X account or Instagram or Facebook that now they fear you. This is government officials. There is just a checklist of who is to be pursued using the Safaricom network or technology. And this thing is one of top news items in Al Jazeera in the last 2 days. But within our Kenyan speak, it is not even important. And we say that we are a democratic country. I think that one of the ways that this Chama guy that has just resurfaced from the youth revolution in 2024, one of the things that he has probably done in the past couple of months when he was in hiding was to throw away his phone, make himself unavailable, and just live a low-profile life, which is what probably saved his life, plus knowing people who are in the security services. And I think that Safaricom needs to come out and speak the truth, what they have been doing to Kenyans over all these years. Me, I've seen people saying at TCG they miss Michael Johnson, that Mzungu who used to head Safaricom, as if because they were making so much profit and they developed this M-Pesa app, this was the only thing that we can say that Kenya is a hub for. But we have seen that Safaricom imechafua nchi yetu vibaya sana. In fact, its relationship with the Vodafone UK, it made many people, boycott and dump their services in 2017 elections and 2013, including in the diaspora, the Vodafone network. But Safaricom is so powerful. It's a corporate entity. It's part government owned. That this thing, when Kenyans have been told by Al Jazeera, you are under the scope of the big brother, Safaricom. Kenyans we're either afraid to hear that, or we just don't want to do anything about it. This is something which borders on defiling of, 50 million adults in Kenya who survived on mobile telephony, which is called Safaricom. Maybe 45 million Kenyans, adults, And if people think that this is normal, this is really shocking, because I think this is something that now has been fronted out by Al Jazeera. We knew that it was happening, but now a news organization has said, listen, this is what we have found out, that information is being sold to the government. Al Jazeera even mentioned that the Kenyan government has used up to $2 billion in the last few years to literally enter into people's lives, to know who you are, what you're doing, what you're up to, what you might do, and scatter all that information along, sharing it with the international agencies or some agencies that come from sovereign nations such as the United States. They're sharing with the CIA. People are being watched because of a paranoid government. And this thing did not start with William Ruto, because if Safaricom has been around doing this thing has probably been peddled around the intelligence community in Kenya from the days of Mwai Kibaki to Uhuru Kenyatta and now. So the question is, what can Kenyans do? Can Kenyans go to court? What is it that Kenyans can do about Safaricom? You remember that a few years after Kibaki came into power, Safaricom was Now in the stock exchange, people were buying Safaricom shares. And as you know, Kenyans, when there is something that is hot as cakes or hot potatoes, they will kill them to, yani, it's a race to get that. And so many Kenyans invested on Safaricom, the same company that now we're being told has been snooping on the life of Kenyans. They're reading everything about you. And we call ourselves a democracy. I think it's a breach of democracy. I'm happy that the Chama guy has decided to finally come out and say that he's alive. Yes, he needs proper security. Stoney, I think the man needs a lot of security because the only thing that they can do is to kill him. But from his presentation today, I think that he's not afraid. He's the same person that we saw in Parliament buildings in 2024. My message is that Safaricom is an organization that we need to be extremely worried about. They're too powerful. When we are sending these remittances to Kenya using Safaricom, it is only because there's no other option. And should it continue that way? That's the question I have for our conversation. Thank you.
Sawa. Eli, I think I have appreciated your presentation. So, Bwana Stone, are you still there?
Sema.
Aya, ni sawa. So, mimi ningetaka tufunge kipindi sasa. Uko na jambo la mwisho la kuweka?
Mine is just to say we like cheering. You know, sometimes we cheer people, and then, you know, we never know that whoever has been freaked by the nail or the mwiba, endi anasikia uchungu. For us, unaweza sikia mtu alikwambia jikaze tu kama mwanaume, oh, fanya nini? But you who has been pierced, you're the one who knows. When it comes to matters security, there is no heroism in being the past. Okay, that's my belief, personal belief. There is a heroism in being the present and the future, and you can never be the past and be a hero. We will see you, oh yeah, this when you are past. So the best is to make sure you try to be the present and the future. And some of the very witty people are the ones that live to see the fruits of their heroism. And this also depends on the tactics you engage. Okay, if Dedan Kimathi knew what was going to happen to him, he would not have allowed. He would have actually done that which he needed to do when they were in that basement. When they were in that place with that guy who I'm not going to mention. Had he thought very fast, he would have been President Baka, maybe recently or something like that. So it's always very important to go by the instinct. And sometimes we mistake and call our instinct cowardice. Because in Jiro, it could be me and you, we may need to meet. And Kumbe, you are the one who has been sent to terminate me. So if my instinct tells me that's what you're going to do, I'd rather do it fast. Yeah, before you draw your gun, I draw my gun. J.M. Kariuki would have saved his life had he done what he thought he should have done with the pistol. Maybe he would still have died, but he would have really eliminated some of those people that were around him, who actually are the ones who did what they did to him. basically what I'm saying is there's no heroism in applause, you know. That does not say that, you know, you try to kind of, you know, cover whatever needs to be done. Because, for example, the resurfacing of this chairman is very good, but there are better ways of coming out and, you know, letting people. Let me say, for example, if Akombe had decided, let me be a hero in my country, would she be there? Would we have known all the data and details she gave out? Had she decided to, that let me remain, you know, people always tell you, die in your countries, you remain. If you have an opportunity to take cover or duck a bullet, it's better you duck, then it passes and you stand, survive. Other than you saying, I'm so brave, unaenda kifua tupu kama ule mama alikuwa wa Uganda, alikuwa anaambia watu ati she had water, that atakupaka na bullets zikishutiwa hazitakuua. And you can imagine how many people died out of that, some of them very strong people. So there is some wisdom, you need to use some wisdom in how you fight for this. For example, the delusion that most of us in Kenya have, Elia has alluded to that we are a democratic country. But the truth of the matter, the reality of the matter, there's nonsense. There's nothing like that. What we have is not anything you can even describe close to democracy. Yeah. And it is coming to pass. So when you give such opinion, people think, oh, you are demeaning, we are good. Like I had another friend who was arguing, saying, you guys who are working out Kenya, you are criticizing the country. There's no other country that has this kind of democracy. And it is sickening. What Elia has just described about Safaricom and all that, and what we've seen going around, is that anything, an iota of democracy? Where is that part of democracy? In which country do we have that kind of a thing as a tenet of democracy? Even when people try to compare democracy in America, why do Americans call it the American democracy? Why is it branded American democracy? Or the Eagles or UK and whoever? Why do people brand it? So we should say, maybe the way you have called it, our Kenyan democracy, we should start defining it, you know, and not trying to look at the general tenet. Because there is no real, what democracy is about. There is no country that practices. I don't know of any, honestly. That was what do we call it? It was I think somebody came up with an abstract, an utopian kind of a space, yeah, which countries and human beings are struggling to reach. You know, it is very difficult because human beings are human beings. I don't know, even in the animal farm, the description of what the animals were doing, you can't call that democracy. So where can we have that abstract thing called democracy? Those things. It's like when I read the Bible also, some things that are described in the Bible, I try to look for them on earth because the earth is managed by human beings. Hakuna sioni. Even when I take the basic 10, I think Amri zile 10, the 10 commandments, just those 10 points. I try to look at where they are being practiced. Mahali unaweza enda ukute mtu amescore 9/10 ama 8/10 or even 6. Hakuna. Yeah. So knowing that personally, that's why I would want not to live in that, you know, kind of blind and cloudy dream, saying that, oh, I'm a Democrat, we are fighting for democracy, oh, there is freedom this, freedom that. Where is that freedom? When even people, and I don't want to use the term small, when ordinary mwananchi wakiongea, wakidiscuss generally, the way tulikuwa tunakula story mtaani, tunakuwa na kipindi ya kudiscuss soka, then tunarudi tunadiscuss mambo ya mababu, madadi zetu, family zetu, then tunaingia topic ya kudiscuss siasa, general, ile tete a tete. Then somebody comes, parks a Subaru, and boom, you are gone. Sure. Then you tell me, oh, this guy is very good, he has appeared, Mazee is a hero, nini. Come on, guys. Let's be really serious. Would you have advised him if he came to you? Ungemwadvise aje? That's how we should look at it. If he came to me, for example, I would even want him to issue that state. If I'm where Eddie is, I would like him to issue that statement to the country, to Kenya. Talk to Kenyan from my house, from the living room of my house. Okay? Mahali najua Subaru haitapaka hapo nje. He still remains a hero. But tunaenda kumexpose huko nyumbani bana, wherever he is. Okay, I know we are saying, oh, he has been hiding. Probably he cannot reveal, and I don't want to believe he has been there in that country, not in Ruto's whatever. Ruto, they hunt you. Ni kama vile tulikuwa tuna hunt masungu huko Buruburu huko mtaani when it was a forest. That's how you are hunted. Yeah. It is serious. We are just hoping that maybe.
Me, I don't even believe it's in Kenya.
Thank you, Eli.
I don't
believe. Eli, you have a feel. You know, kukula kachumbi kidogo kama sisi. We know what it means. Some of us who are kids, when there are those mambo ya pambana and all that, you know, Wanyiri Kihoro was living in our plot. Zile tunaita servant quarters. I'm traumatized up to date. The way he was raided and beat. Yani,
Wanyiri the one who ended up in London.
Yes, Wanyiri Kihoro. Yeah.
And
you know,
London, I remember, yes.
Yeah, and the wife was in a coma for a very, very long time after that.
Yes, so, I remember him. Yeah.
So ukisikia mtu anapayuka kama Mkenya mkora, they don't have any experience. They don't know what, the shoe hurts whoever is the wearer. Okay? The young man is a hero, it's true. But we want him to live to see what he fought for. That should be our motto. And that's the patriotism I want Kenyans to have. That's why Wanyiri Kihoro and fly out, there were Kenyans offering to host him. And that's why he came back and he participated in a lot of transformation and all that. People like Ngugi wa Thiong'o and all that. You don't call me a hero na unataka nikae pale Buruburu. Mahali nakuja kuchukuliwa anytime, naenda na finyo ma vitu nini na nakuwa traumatized, I become a cabbage, I'm not even able to communicate and all that. Look at Matiba. You allow, like now, this guy, the lawyer, Babu, is assuring all this. But when they pick this guy, charge him because he can be charged, and then he speaks, he will be, yes, fighting for his bail, but where will he be sleeping? Atakuwa ndani ya cell. Babu atakuwa kwa hiyo cell. Come on. Babu atakuwa kwa hiyo cell kumprotect. Ndiye asidungwe mashindano ama asifanye zile vitu zinafanywa watu. Surely. Why are we so naive? Yeah? You are saying you protect him. Utamprotect aje? Na watamzungusha.
Tony, but on the other side, did you not hear Gachagua saying that he will defend and fight for the youth revolutionaries through and through, including a physical confrontation? I'm saying this because I know Gachagua talks too much, but that's one of the things that he has presented in his submissions, that if anything happens to those 29 youth, if they come, if they are found, there are 29 people.
Yeah,
no one knows where they are. No one knows where they are.
Why doesn't he know where they are if he says he'll fight for them? That's another naive statement. How will he fight?
People are saying there are some conversations that most of the 29 youth, they fled the country, but no one knows if this is true or false. The thing is, the number has been put forward by the NGOs. Even Amnesty International talks about 29 disappeared. Those ones, they have not been found since the youth revolution. These 29 people. So when this guy showed up today, this Chama, I don't know if he's one of the 29, but me, I believe that he has not been in Kenya because it is very unsafe. Kenyans, they talk too much, and they kuna watu wangepatiwa pesa ili watoe nini pale yuko, alafu angepatwa by now. Me, I don't believe this guy for nearly 2 years he has been in Kenya. Huyo, a government just gives someone 1 million and they will talk. They will
Yeah.
say where he is.
Now
This
you
is
know. Yeah.
yes. We know this thing. I'm sure we agree very much on this. You know, when we look at the people who have and I'm sorry to cut you short, but if we look at the people who escaped or went into exile through different disguises, including Raila Odinga dressed as a priest, Alejo Maria scattered through Lake Victoria into Uganda, the way Koigi Wamere escaped. Andrew Ngumba, he was just a criminal. You know, he started the Rural Urban Credit Circle. Those were the original circles of Nairobi. He ended up in Sweden, a corrupt fellow who was chair of the Nairobi City Commission back in the day. We can say about people like that. But if we look at the political people who went into exile, yani kichini chini, is what I think that this youth, these 29 people, where are they? You know, this is something which this Chama guy, this Chama fellow, for presenting himself today, there are so many questions that he has to answer. He needs to tell Kenyans, does he know what has happened to these 29 people? Or is the intelligence services quiet about this because these 29 people were killed? If we know that these people escaped the country and they are safe, that's it. We are happy with that. After all, the elections is next year. There will be a new government. And hopefully the next government can tell this youth that disappeared or who escaped the country to come back. But there's another strand of thought that these people, they did not run away. They were dealt with by force in Kenya. So yani, unajua this guy Sony, mi nilifikiri aliuliwa. By the way, I am very, very happy to see that he is alive, because he's one of those I thought that huyo alimalizwa kabisa zamani. And you can see the media has given him a low profile. It's Babu Owino trying to stage himself, and then the politicians will milk him completely to the point where he'll even join Ruto. I will not be surprised. Sorry to cut you short. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's okay because that's the same train of thought. But you see, yeah, you correctly put. There are many questions. We jubilate. We are happy. In fact, like one thing that haunts me forever, you know, whenever I look at these photos, is this guy and then the guy that was holding the mace. And also another two guys that are my neighbors, and then they were caught up around the bride, whom I know personally. They are young. They call me uncle. I mean, they called me uncle because they are no more. So some of us have we not only just stand here to talk about Kenya and the way things should have happened, but we were directly affected. And especially if you are in a Nairobi person, you've been involved in those political things or social things, you've interacted with most of those you see uprising are people that are so active in the estates, you know, about community issues. They don't just sprout. See, ati mtu anasimama anaanza kuongea mtu masikizwa manina. No, they are very active. Wengine ndio youth leaders kwa vijiji, because vijijini or in the estate these days we have a lot of organized groups. Kuna groups za kufanya general cleanliness, kuna groups za kufanya general monitoring of security for the parents, for the so those organized groups produce the leaders that are now able to articulate some of these issues. So I happen to have known a few of these, And I know a few that went down because we participated in their matangas and all this kind of a thing. So we are talking of reality, and those of us, those who are on the ground, they know the reality. Okay, they know the reality, and majority of people know how. You see, this chairman appearing, it's a jubilation, number one, that, oh my good God, he's alive. It is a relief and a half. Fantastic, and we thank God for that. But then a quick question comes: is he safe? Will he be safe after this now? You know, it is not enough to say or to be with my lawyer. Tumeona lawyer, a very good lawyer and a very able lawyer, Omari, akiwa desperate bwana. Eli, he can anakuwa desperate, anasema Eli, my client ako ndani, sijamuona siku 2-3. I'm demanding atoke. Na gava inakataa kutoa mtu. So we know it is not like in Uzi world zingine whereby a lawyer or attorneys are very powerful. The law, the constitution is also powerful. Watu wakisema msifichwe, that kind of, although they also have their loopholes. But is it Kenya yetu ndio tunasema ati sasa uko na lawyer kama mtu kama Maina Wanjigi alikuja mpaka akakuwa amejifungia ndani ya nyumba, anaingia mpaka basement mpaka hawezi toka. Those of you who can remember, na hiyo ilikuwa siku za Uhuru. Uhuru was seen as a bit more, a little bit not very ruthless, but you can imagine, even people who have the means undergoing that. Sasa unaweza imagine the wounded buffalo or the wooden snake sahi in the name of the rezo, vile anaumia, ana bleed sahi, alafu akuone pale ati kwa TV, na si yeye ana bleed, ni psychopaths wao kama hao akina Cheruiyot na nini. Na ujue sasa wale watu wako nao katika hizo DCI na nini, yani they are out to demonstrate. Nimekwambia today mchana wana arrest kijana huyu anaitwa Kidero. I think he's named after the Kidero who was the governor. Kidero, we know him, ni vile sina time ningemcheza hapa akiongea. Anaongea kama akina kunduki na nini. Jamaa ameshikwa mazee, amepigwa, yani you can imagine unashikwa hata kama umefanya offend gani. Kwanza ule mtu anakutandika, anakubeat. Ni gava. And gava is supposed to, of course, if you have an offense, inakuarrest, inakuprotect, inakupeleka kukuchaji. Hao wanakumob justice before they even take you. Sasa unafikiria hata ujui kama atafika kwa hiyo cell, hiyo police station, because of the beating is being subjected to, and then we think that it is really heroic, that wewe uko pale tu na kamtu. By the way, the gava doesn't recognize Babu Owino at all. Hakuna kitu Babu Owino anaweza zuia gava ifanye. Hakuna. Ni nini? Ile tu kusema mtaita maandamano, which never works anymore in Kenya. Tunaita maandamano, we lose lives. Because our maandamano simalizangi msururu, ni kutokelezea halfway tunarudi, inaisha. So when I say this, I'm not secret nauza fear what Nani was saying. I'm just facing reality, saying there is a better way of doing it. Now that he has done it, sawa, lakini he should, if possible, go back to where he was. Now that we know he's alive, arudi engage hiyo coverage alikuwa nayo, okay, ndio awe safe na ndio tukue na yeye akiona what he fought for. That was my way. Cheruiyot, wacha ni comment hiyo because Njiru wants to close. Surely we have become too petty, and when we say too petty, the leaders reflect us, because they say ukiangalia kiongozi ujue anaongoza watu, na watu wanaongoza they have some similarity, because it is believed watu ndio wamemchagua kwa sababu of the traits they saw. So when we have Cheruiyot talking, Ruto talking, Cheruiyot kwanza anasema their strong base is Mulima, you know, and he proudly so. I mean, he proudly talks with a lot of authority that Mulima is UDA stronghold. Okay, give it to him. Of course, because of what? Going by the past history. Yani, ndio anasema ndio ilifanya shinda. So he is right. Mulima is their strong. Going by then. Otherwise, if we want to go by today, bado hatuko na ile parameter, hatujapima, hatuna kipimo. Of course, we've had surveys going on and all that, and then the perception, okay, and what we are seeing is what is making us think that Mulima has swayed away from Ruto. Those are the two sides I would look at it. Now, when Cheruiyot condemns and vilifies Gachagua's visit abroad, that's childish. It is childish in the sense that why is it your business when Gachagua goes out there to talk to people and fundraise for his activity? All of us will fundraise. Most of us who are going to buy, we are going to fundraise, but we will fundraise to willing giver. Unaona? So you have to condemn at Son PK alienda huko kuraise nini? He had targeted 20 million, alipata only 500,000. It's not your business. And then you start saying, oh, it's because what UK wanajua ni economy. That's a lot of BS from somebody of Cheruiyot. I hope I take them with a lot of, I believe their status is what they are being described to be. Because for me, where Gachagua goes to do his fundraising, it would be none of my business if I was in UDA government like they are. Because everyone has to go mahali. There is a Kikuyu saying that says, mtu afunge punda yake ama ng'ombe yake mahali anaona pana nyasi. It is you who determines, hii punda yangu nitaifunga hapa naona itakula masaa mawili. It's not your neighbor to come and start criticizing you. Kwani wewe ulifungia punda yako wapi ama ng'ombe yako ulifungilia wapi? No. Wewe achana mimi na punda yangu. Sisi tuache Gachagua na strategy zake. Why are you worried? Why are you worried? Gachagua alienda na akakata his strip shop. And if anything, by the way, with all due respect, otherwise, wakina UDA ni vile wanakuzi. Gachagua was hosted properly. There's nowhere Gachagua alienda Sweden, and I think he had his, supporters there. He launched his office, he launched DCP, and he was really welcome. Just like anybody else would go to, you go to where you've been, people are prepared for you. You don't just buy a ticket and start. If I want to go to Ellie's place and we are organizing some political things, Ellie has to do the groundwork, brief and all that, and then when we land there, we have the activities, and we saw Gachagua carry out the political activities as diligently as they should be. He was hosted, there was dinner. So whether he didn't raise the 2 billion you are talking about, and who said, where on earth would you raise that? That billion money is raised by Mount Kenya only. And we should not start condemning, because when Mount Kenya will meet for that dinner of theirs and for the candidate that they will have agreed upon, nobody can raise to the kind of money they raise in an hour in Kenya. That is on record. Hakuna, nobody, no, hakuna, tuende tu hata tuseme Kabila, that can sit for 1 hour or has sat for 1 hour in the past and did what Mount Kenya does when they are serious about their candidate. So Cheruiyot is just, these are just very, very bitter kind of argument. The way Mount Kenya does their things is unchallenged. I'm telling you. Yeah. And that's why they are the main target anyway. Ukitaka kutukanana, unatukana Mount Kenya. Ukitaka kuwapenda, au ndio darling, ndio upite kura, that is where you come. Why? Whether it is true their numbers are high or not, that has been the way. Until it will be proven differently, that's when we shall now start seeing a different whatever. But as of now and as of now, they seem to be the influencer, most influencing force Why? Those are the things we need to unwrap. Yeah. That why are we like now? It's the target. Why are we drawn towards only that one subject away from all other big issues that are happening? When there is a strike, tunaambiwa ilikuwa ni one strike. When so I think for me, I would ignore what Cherio is doing. It's because they lack material. They have forgotten that they're in government and they should be concentrating in delivering what they promised to deliver. Okay? And leave opposition alone. Opposition is doing their work to criticize them and to provoke them to do what they promised to do to Kenyans. Back to you, Lil.
Yeah, actually, it is not Cheruyot, it is Cheragei.
No, was that Cheruyot or Cheragei?
Ni Cheragei. Samson ndiye ameongea. Cheruyot talked about Mungiki venye Gachagua anatengeneza Mungiki Mlima Kenya.
By the way, do you know that is nonsense? That is, these guys.
We can react to that.
No, Jiru, as I say, some of us are very close to ground. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo inaendelea. They are just dropping into darkness and picking those sensational topics, sensational things that have happened in Kenya. They know in Kenya, if you want to bring hate kwa kabila fulani ama side fulani, you pick some of those things that happen. There is nobody, nowhere, that stories of Mungiki have even emerged. Hakuna. They are just trying to cover their new generation of goonism. That the way they want to run away from how they have mobilized goons working with police and all this, to cover their evil that they have to bring in. Now, in fact, Gachagua has nowhere near after hiyo idea ya Mungiki. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. This I can say. Na sijalipwa na Gachagua ama Gachagua is busy mobilizing people and making sure that his party has as many candidates as possible because he has a beef, a serious beef. Yeah, a serious beef with who? With the Ruto. And the architect of Mungiki, it's so long gone. Even ilikwenda iliisha. For those of you who don't know, and if it is Cheruyot, he should consult Ndora Waruingi, the bishop. Aende amconsult, amwite kwa ofisi, ampe brief ya Mungiki. Ndiye ajue that Mungiki was there for a purpose and they achieved or never, I don't know what they achieved, and hiyo ilikwisha hivyo, So their fears and trying to invoke that to Mwananchi is business. And I hope Bishop can come on TV and say that. He has his TV channel. He can come there because he was Mungiki, him and his brother, Minor, and so they Cheruyot should not try to instill fear in people about Mungiki. Mungiki ilipitwa na wakati. Hiyo maneno ilipita. Your strategy is gone. That was for then, okay? Ikapitwa na hiyo wakati. Now we are talking about goons walking side by side and using police vehicles. We are talking of people carrying marungu that majembe na wakitembea na polisi in Ruto's government. That has never been seen anywhere. Mungiki was not walking around with policemen. Mungiki had their own way of doing things. So Wakenya tusiletwe hizo ujinga zingine na Cheruyot if they lack and if they have failed to do what they're supposed to do. Wananjiru. In fact, what they are doing, they are forgetting that hao watu wao hizo wanaita goons. What will they do with them after election? Watawapeleka wapi?
Ask again. Umeulizaje?
Nimesemaje? Cheruyot should be worried. What will they do with those jembe wielding, hao wanabeba hizo miti au maguns, watafanya nao nini after election?
And you have to sustain them for the next 5 years after politics.
Exactly. So that should be their worry. Their worry. And
their worry is they get power.
No.
That is why they are promising women watakuwa wanazaa bure Ruto akirudi.
Yeah. So what will have changed? Mbona hawakuzaa bure when Ruto came in na ali promise kwa manifesto? Aya, Njiru. Okay. When women were under Ruto Uhuru or Ruto, women walikuwa wanazaa bure. Yeye akakuja akatoa. So atarudisha aje na aliona haifai. Linda mama. I mean, even I called my people where Karinda was giving that garbage. I told them, you people, are you idiots? Ati unajua nitoravetwa mundu ngiri ithatu you can eat but don't swallow the garbage. One guy, my very strong guy there, amwalimu, alisimama akasema, akauliza hivyo, sasa kama nyinyi ndio mlitoa Linda mama ile ilikuwa bure hapa Mtuobare Health Center, tulikuwa tu bibi kazi yake ilikuwa ni kuja kufanya hivyo umesema, na anakuja nyumbani amebeba kit ya miezi 2 ya kusafisha mtoto nini. Mimi nilikuwa tu natafuta pesa ya boda ya kwenda kumchukua bibi na mtoto. Sasa mulikuja mkatoa hiyo. We've been not having that for all this time. Now you are telling us we have to elect you back to bring it. What has changed? Jamaa alifukuzwa hapo mbio. You know, and Karina could not answer. Oh, acheni yale matomato toka konuma ni mkonji. I mean, it is garbage. She was lamenting there. Na sasa watu wakamwambia hiyo unaongea hapo ndio Ruto anaongea, and it's not making sense. It's not making sense. So I don't think.
Na nikuulize bwana Stone PK, because I think it's always good for people to understand and note some of the things. Is Karinda aware of the danger which is incoming? Or she is sacrificing herself for Ruto? Is she aware is she aware that there is a tsunami in Murima?
Very, in fact, by the way, and I know if I tell you this, you now get something to add on to your normal story of things went, I was supposed to do this. But let me say it anyway to add it to your story.
I was on it sasa, sawa, ndio hiyo sasa, wacha nisikie sasa. Nilijua kuna pahali mabega imeishikana.
Unajua, from the very close circles. Unajua ile ukishaingia, you know, most of us from our areas, we don't know how to swim. Other than people who are neighbors of Kinakadita River, you know, you could not know how to swim if your area you did not have a pool or whatever. But when you happen to be thrown into a pool, unajua ni survival. You would actually sometimes make it, even when crossing the river. You don't know how to swim, lakini kwa sababu umeona ni kifo, unapiga hiyo maji mpaka unapata mahali ya kujishikilia. That is what some of the people who are very close to me and close to Karinda, that's what they have confined. That ni vile amejipata ndani ya pool katikati. Which is pool? Ruto pool, UDA. She's yani saa ingine in their meeting hata analia. Unaona? Because anaambia watu tafadhali, can you imagine, anaambia watu tuache tu tumalize tu hii jani tu tafadhali, because you know she even takes it personal. Anasema muombe gwenda, when somebody says please sympathize with me.
Alisema hivi Stone PK, I have to say it, ngojea kidogo. Yani tugukora mwikirithetie bau mweterete kuminukia.
Yes, imagine that.
Urakaragia vile kanaongea tugukora mwikirithetie bau mweterete kuminukia.
Unauminukia
kana
Can you imagine? That is a voice of desperation.
I will have to look for that video. I will have to look for that video. Hey, huyo mama, na ndio nikuulize bwana Stony PK, as we react to this story. Lazima ujiingize kwa guillotine willingly.
Because one of the madhambi you have already done. Mume misappropriate funds. Mumefanya, unaingia unashikana na criminal Bananjiro, and that's why integrity is very important. You better die in poverty, but with high integrity. The moment you entangle yourself, those who entangled themselves in Ruto, and they regret today, because once Ruto goes, there will never be anybody in terms of community. You'll be ndio umeiba pesa labda utaweza kukula individually, but there is nowhere where anybody who has served in Ruto's government will stand and in a suit mbele ya watu uongee watu wakuchie. Can you imagine that kind of a thing? Assuming you are 40 years and you have another 30 years to live. Can you imagine you living in a community that does not respect you at all? So, unfortunately, because they got into it, they are innate. That's why they are saying, ikue, kama mbaya, mbaya. Every moment she's talking, and it's a representation of all the others. It's lamentation and full of regret, but regret, you see it in the body language. Can you imagine you asking a crowd, ati, sasa, nini vile mmenyamaza hivi? Si labda mmenyamaza hivi na mmepanga kweli kweli mnanipeleka nyumbani. I'm interpreting what you are saying in Kiembu. Can you imagine a lady looking at you, Njiru anakuambia sasa, Njiru, si labda hizi story zote nimekuelezea unaongea hapo, already umemake decision unichukui. You have already made up your mind that kweli mimi tu ni bure. You are rejecting me. That is now what she's doing. Every meeting anaenda to plead because it is home and dry. The only now thing people have been asked to decide, because there is the Mukunji force, and then of course there is the older force of LK. So people are very soft on the opposition, but in terms of UDA, it is the die is cast, and that now you can imagine. If the die is cast for her, she cannot remain in Embu. Remember, she's a governor in Embu, let me say, by mistake. According to Kenyan politics. It is not normal that you go and continue to lead the people of where was your home after you got married and left. I mean, African-wise, it is, well, there are few people who have done that, Kinangilu and all that. But basically, people want, when you go, when kama wewe ni mwanamke umeolewa uko Teso, that is where you should go and help your husband build the community in Teso there, because now you belong to her. So it's only respect that the people of them give to her because of the father. The father has been there as the MP, and so she kind of inherited, which is another practice that people or Kenyans should try to avoid. The fact that so-and-so was an MP, then the son should be, and that, unless, of course, the son also cuts his own niche. He's not prohibited or limited. Just because of being son of a minister does not disqualify you from pursuing what your dad was. If you can prove to your community that you are capable, then that's good. That's good. There is nothing competitively yet. It's okay. So basically, to some extent, you have sometimes when you seek for community favor, and if the community favors you, you are supposed to reciprocate properly. And I believe that is what is done. And when they feel like now you have done enough, it is upon you now to change the tact. And if the people feel like now they need their seat back, you should not start resisting. I'll give you an example of Mbere South. Then the South had predominantly Nyaga ruling, from father to son, father to two sons. And then the community came and said, we are tired of this family, XYZ. They evaluated the development versus the period, and they said, we need a change. And they were saying we need a change with our own, blah, 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 because of some tribal politics. So that, Jeremiah Nyaga originally was from Kambani, then he came into Mbere, blah, blah, blah. So when they realized they could not have, or there was no strong volunteer from Mbere tribe, they went for an immigrant, okay? An immigrant family that came from Kambani and settled in Mbere, and therefore, once they settled there, as long as you have the grandfather, then that's how we went for Mutava Musiemi to be able to do that. So what I'm demonstrating here is that when a community decides, like now, the community called Kenya has made a decision, which is irreversible. It is only now what you do with that decision that will help. Okay? And this decision the community has done, it is endemic. It has gone from border to border. It is the entire Kenyan community. So when you hear what Embu is talking about, is what Kakamega is talking, is what, people should not start saying, this. No. It is the general accept. And it has gone all the way, by the way, to the world level. You have to be very careful when you are talking about UDA. Can you imagine, because I monitored Karina's tour in the county, that even the ward level the village level meeting, yeah, because like one ward in the Kiambere ward has 24 villages. When she went to, I think, to 3 or 4, those village level meetings were tightly, the security was so tight. Why? Why do you deploy so much security? Security in terms of goons that have been paid, goons for making sure that they look at you when you boo, so there should be no booing. Okay? Then they will look at those who have been paid to cheer. These days in Jiro, you pay people to come and cheer, so that when you say, every point you say, wanna clap. If you want to know that formula, you find sometimes they cheer even when you put a comma. They still cheer it, and you've said nothing, it's a comma or a post. Unakuta wana cheer. That is what is happening today. And it is all the way from the village to the presidential level. Endelea.
Nataka watu wasikie Mbarire akisema hiyo ka statement to ukora mwikirize wena mwetereta kumenukia. It was so lovable. Kidogo tu. Aya, Stony PK, I know you are a literature teacher. So in literature, that is a statement she is giving her fears, which is to, like for example, like Stony PK, ile wakati mtu ni mgonjwa sana na naona ni kama hata toka hapo, nimeenda kuona mtu hospitali. Hata sasa siku nyingine nikaanzia kusema I will be very careful kuanzia kupea mtu encouragement. Sasa si unajua Stony PK, tukienda kuona mtu hospitali akiwa amelazwa, tunaanzia ile wana no ratheka ruba ino kuma kiumia gitingithiro tai murute.
Yeah.
You see like the way we try to tunakujaza kabisa. Sasa mimi nimeenda kuona mtu mgonjwa kabisa. Sasa mimi namwambia ni anandirona ukithiria mithenya tuko wenu ni makurute twambe tukuthinjire mburi. Na nuko bai muruku nginya na muruku ndurandekia. Sasa hiyo mimi namwambia hivyo hata mkono haifiki na hapa. So according to him he doesn't feel like atatoka.
Yeah.
So at times when you hear such statements from Mbarire, she has already smelled the cat. Na ukitaka hata kusikia mpaka reaction za watu, ulisikia hata kuna watu wengi sana walikuwa wanajibu hapo. Si watu ni kumwangalia tu wakasema wewe konda. Si unajuaga story ya Wayambu, wanakuangalia tu hivi tu wanasema tu wewe konda tu wewe tu fanya tu ujinga yako uende. So and I don't know why Mbarire has decided to sacrifice her life. Me personally, I feel maybe there could be some relationship with 350. Stony PK, there is something beyond profession which makes you to sacrifice the way she is sacrificing. Uwezi niambia hii ni siasa. Hii sio siasa hii. I want to tell you, Bwana Stony PK, in politics, no one can sacrifice this way. In politics, okazingi nyake mindie mai makenga gena na maniuno na marima monze. Uwezi kwa kitu wa juu. This one is bigger than politics. Na nimekubalizia.
Mimi sisemi kitu kwa sababu you know ni noma. Huyu mama ako katika hali ya hatari. Unajua sasa she has gone all open. She is pleading. When you hear somebody hiyo nini umepeana, hiyo example, hiyo description umepeana, it's a sign of total surrender and desperation. Amesurrender, anasema walai, yani because anaambiwa hata na wale intelligent wake wanawaambia mami kumeharibika, which is true.
And then you see Stony PK kitu ingine, Mbarire thinks Ruto will save him through stealing of votes.
Yeah, that is what they are hoping.
I think that is what is. I think to them they feel it is easier to stay there uibiwe kura kuliko utafute. You get the gist?
Yeah.
So I think to them washaambua na Ruto, nyi tu kaeni hapo, nataka tu quorum. Ruto anawaambia nyi kaeni hapo, nitajua vile nitawapanga. Nyinyi tu mkae hapo, nitajua vile nitawapanga. So hao ni wale watu wanaambua tu mkae hapo tu, nitakuja nikiwanjazia vikabu. Do you try to imagine it the way I'm imagining it, Stone?
Yeah, and sasa because the scenes are so huge, and also in terms of the resources, the gaps are huge. They have really looted, but then they have looted, and Mwananchi has made up their mind, because if from governor level kurudi chini, Mwananchi can control the ballot, from governor kwenda chini, Mwananchi can take charge and can take control. So if the Mwananchi decides utaenda unless ikue na very 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 strong inaitwa nini, strong base. Yeah, the going, if the county people have decided, it is very eminent. Yeah, so that actually should give us the synopsis of exactly what is happening with UDA candidates in all other places, and especially where there is now the aggressive onslaught of number one, very strong candidates to the people, okay, and a very acceptable candidate by the people, and then backed up by a vocal party, and in that area, for example, the DCP is very vocal, and then you have a candidate that has been very, very, very connected with the people, and then happens to combine with a vocal party. So you can see that is a tsunami to people like Karinda. That combination is lethal. And you know, any party that is very clever will do the Gachagua kusikiza ground thing. Because when you go to an area, then you find they are talking of Mr. X. You are supposed to quickly take that Mr. X, who the people want, and the sailing will be that easy. So that is...
Stony PK, ukitaka kujua Mbarira is under the water, is that she is a lone ledger. If you want to do even a small litmus test, ebu niambie ni gavana mgani anafanya siasa na yeye? Who are they collaborating with? Hata huyo Muthomi Njoki wa Tharaka Nithi, who also pretends to be.
Muthomi is in deeper state.
Hata yule Mumeru ana... Can you imagine ati gavana wa Meru yule alitoa Kawira, kijana anaenda kumuomba kazi, anamugongea dua.
Imagine.
Did you see that?
No, sikuona, nilisikia tu watu wanasema.
Yeah, and then you can see the attempt, and but then Stony PK, I also wanted you to react to this. Do you know that Rachel Ruto has started the same shenanigans ya kanisa? Hadi ati anasema leo ati kuna mama alimuombea akapata twins after kukosa watoto ati for 10 years.
Nobody is going to buy those nonsense.
Wameanza sasa. No, I think Stony PK, it is better. Nataka usikilize vitu zingine, they are better when you hear. Nataka usikie the way she is saying it. Nataka tu uisikie tu vile mama anaisema. Mama, si mnamuita mama taifa.
Mimi sijawahi bana.
Kwanza venye anajifanya mtu ameokoka. I want to see like I don't... Nataka uniambie, is this the religiosity environment? Is it going to... Nataka usikie, hebu sikia hapo.
Himself, and it will continue to grow from glory to back to the pulpit, and ask her to make a prayer for many women. Globe, people are crying out there. Let's pray for our mothers in the villages. Let's pray for our young people. We have witnessed. Just hold on there where you are seated. There's a lady who walked to me. She had stopped there. And she told me, a lady who walked to me. She had sister. I was at home in my village and I went to a shopping center. And there is a lady who walked to me. She had stopped there. And she told me, you don't know how God used you to bless me. She told me in 2012, I was crying. I was childless. They had laughed at me. But you came to Bungoma to a women's meeting. It was actually women economic empowerment, but usually I make a prayer. And she said, you called mothers, women that did not have children. She said, I came in front. You prayed for me. And look, God blessed me with twins. She was right there. With
Stony PK, hapo lazima unireactie kidogo. You see, like wakati kona shida, najua ni Mkatoliki. You know, I want to take you to some deep theology. When you have a problem, you have shared your problem with so many people. Maybe tuseme niko na shida ya kazi. I'm just using, ama maybe tuseme niko na shida ya ugonjwa. And many people are praying for me. My parents could be praying for me. Maybe you as a friend, you could be praying for me. Kama vile sasa na kuombea usiku na mchana ushinde ile kiti tunasema. Nisiseme vile na kuombea. Sasa tuseme ukuje ufanikiwe sasa. Then ile wakati unaingia bunge sasa nianzie kusimama pale, hebu nianzie kusema bwana, mnajua bwana, huyu besti yangu Stony PK bwana ametoboa juu ya maombi yangu. Tulipika mpaka ukacheka bwana. Sina kuombea bwana. Si utatoboa na mwambia. So the question which I'm asking you, do believers or Christians have an assurity, especially where many people are involved in the same prayer request or prayer item? How do we identify niombia nani ilisikiwa?
Yeah, you know that. Yeah,
So I want to drive you a little bit. Wewe na bibi yako mnaomba. Wewe na bibi yako mnaombea kitu, story ya pesa sasa. Especially kama sasa vile mko mbali sasa, you are praying for something. Wewe unaombea na bibi yako anaombea. Then alafu sasa hiyo kitu inakuja inatendeka, alafu sasa then Sunday sasa bibi yako tunamsikia na huko akiringa akisema bwana, nimeombea hiyo kitu mpaka ikatendeka. So
ni mimi ndio
question, were you a joyrider in those prayers? So ile swali najaribu kukuuliza ni, when we are praying for issues, who should take glory of the response when we get positive response to it? If it, though I am double sure hii kitu Rachel Ruto anasema hapa, it was a fake. Hakuna kitu kama hii aka nika kitu tu aliwekelea. Hii story Rachel anasema hapa, hii ni story ya njamba hii. Hakuna mama kama huyu. Story PK. I don't know if you are getting me. Hapa hakuna mama ati aliombewa hapa. Hii ni kitu tu alifikiria hapa. Sasa watu ni tuandanganya nini haraka haraka hapa?
Hiyo unajua, she has learned from the best. She has learned from the best how to come up with zile zinaitwa spontaneous lies and similes and examples, which the husband is very good at. You know, what makes you own that result of the prayer? That's terrible. You know, and you know, sasa unaona ana invoke into emotions. Tena women, you know, mama alikuwa hana mtoto.
Kuna mama alitoa kitambaa hapa kupanguza macho. Hebu unajua tulipikia huku kuona. Kuna mama hapa alitoa kitambaa. Huyu. Kidogo tu utaongea. I want, as he think that is statement, nataka uone huyu mama.
Came to Bungoma to a women's meeting. It was actually women economic empowerment, but usually I make a prayer. And she said, you called mothers, women that did not have children. She said, I came in.
Andi mama akajiguza bwana. Stone, andi mama akajiguza. Go ahead, nimekuachia uanalyze hiyo injili.
Yeah, so again, we are being drawn into this very, very desperate situation, because now the card is the one that was played before. Anakuja anafikiria Wakenya wamesahau, and by the way Wakenya husahau haraka sana. Now huyu ata engage gear ya spiritual, watu kuanza kuonyeshwa vile msipowapatia mtu wa Mungu nafasi ya pili, even God atasikia maombi. Some of the people are also saying that hakuna problem inasolviwangwa in one go. So problems za watu haziwezi kusolviwa na 5 years, so you have to give the government another 5 years for them to solve that problem. But now what we are telling people, and what now Gachagua and his team, the opposition, should embark on, is to say Kenyan problem need not be solved by a specific government or a specific individual. That's why we had the Vision 2030. The Vision 2030 was a strategic development plan that was supposed to be there for anybody, any government that comes in. And the wisdom in that was that development will remain the constant, all right, focus for whoever comes in to manage the affairs of the country, all right? And that should always remain as the target. It is the bullseye that we should be aiming at. So telling, if you didn't achieve, yours is to measure how much have you achieved in the period that you have been given. If by 5 years, Kenyans feel your pace and style and skills was too slow, that instead of what you would have done in 5 years, you've done very little, equivalent to a 2-year term, then that is why we cannot renew your contract. So we will have to look for somebody else who will come with better skills and better strategic approach to fit into this global plan that we have, which was Vision 2030. But when you came in and destroyed all the pathway towards the Vision 2030 and started your new pathway, which does not define where we are going, it only tells us to go to Singapore. Yet we already had an established target, which was Vision 2030, and we had we had enumerated the key indicators as to whether we are really moving towards that direction. You came and destroyed all that. Okay, the key performance indicators. You don't have any. What you are doing, you are galloping in the ocean. You are galloping in darkness. You're just telling us this, telling us that. Then we as citizens have the authority now to tell you we cannot give you an extra term. All right. In fact, to quote Mother Karua, I would say we should have fired you as soon as yesterday. But then, because unfortunately we are not able to exercise that power of dismissing you as soon as possible, then we give you the benefit of doubt, and we let you complete your 5 years, and then after that unaishia. Okay. Yes, so that is how I view it, and Kenyans should be wary of this. The repeat of this script, the repeat of the religiousness in the suffering, it should not be taken anymore, because it is when we are trying to numb ourselves not to feel the pain that we are going through. Tunainvokiwa maneno ya religion to appeal to our sympathy, so that we are able to forget and swing deep into this route, which will be a disaster. That is why I keep on insisting that for the opposition, the job is not very difficult. The job should be to really bring out the issues. For me, I even feel like we should focus on two things. We should not focus on, and I keep on repeating this, Mwananchi doesn't need party recruitment drives. I don't know, I don't know how many are seeing it the way I'm seeing. Because according to Mwananchi, Mkenya wa leo, these are very extraordinary times. It is not hatuna luxury ya siasa. For me, this time is life or death. And life or death is not about party recruitment and all this. And I agree with some of the very senior people who have commented. I thought sometimes I was alone, but when I participated in some discussions, I found people sharing the same. That as of now, it is not about which party has more than which. It is how are we able to remove this person. And the big elephant now is that the egos, the ego of these people, these individuals that Kenyans are forcing for them to unite, are still in play, which is human nature anyway. But now the elephant in the room is how do these people fight their egos? Wananjiru. So for me, I've said Kenyans know this script, we know. Tuachane now. Hii religiosity, if there is such an English word. Hii mambo ya kuja kuinvokiwa Yesu Mungu
inaitwa religious. Actually, Stony PK, just to put into perspective, ili watu waweze kuelewa Rachel Ruto vizuri. Rachel Ruto is the same person alituletea yule Benehin, yule ambaye alikuwa anaombea mpaka ati dota yake apate mzee. Huyo dota yake amepata mzee mpaka sahi.
Wapi? Atapata.
Do you remember that Benehin?
Of course. I remember Benehin. I remember seeing she turned maji sijui maji ya State House sijui ikakuwa damu. I mean, Kenyans, we should shun off those kind of garbage now. For me, I will call it garbage. Kenya, we are religious in our own way, and let us be left alone to obey and praise the God, the Lord that we believe in individually. Let religion be an individual matter. It's not a national issue. And I don't know why Akina Gachagua should come out very clean by you saying, you singing into this tune of Rachel. By the way, let me tell you, Njiru, I would not recommend that Kenyans, wherever they are, they invoke maneno ya religion as a national outlook. No. That is wrong because people are misusing it. People are misusing it. It's what is being used as a
Tony PK, kuna bila pia ukikaa sana bila kutanja Mungu, wataanzia kukuita muganga na Illuminati sasa. Do you know that?
Yeah, because unataja Mungu sana, yet you become the devil that we are now cursing. I mean, peana hiyo example. Tulitajiwa Bwana asifiwe every corner, every morning, kila mahali. Where are we? Why are we lamenting? Why are we gnashing our teeth? Why are we crying? Yet the engineer of Bwana asifiwe is the one in the hell. So, I mean, Kenyans have all the evidence. Tuache hiyo maneno sasa. Can we now for once say, you go take your Bwana asifiwe to your bedroom and your family living room? Okay? In the public, we want to see you doing what pertains to the community. We don't want your Bwana asifiwe, yet we are being told these billions and billions of money is disappearing. And yet you are the Bwana asifiwe. You know? So for me, I tend to think the opposition should fill in that vacuum now. They should come and tell Kenyans, don't be diverted, don't be discriminated. You are not very safe, and you are not this, and you are not that. Okay? Me, for one, in any meeting, when I stand to talk, I don't greet people with Bwana asifiwe, because I don't know which Bwana you believe in. Okay? So I greet you normally. But when we talk one-on-one, then we are able to interact, and I tell you how religious I am and all that. On person, one-on-one. I don't need to confess to multitude. You need to confess to multitude in Peleka. Where would they take me with that? Okay? And then the proof is that, of course, those who go confessing in public, they are the worst evil. Okay? They are the daughters and sons of Satan.
Wewe, right? Sisi Tony PK, sijui kama hujafuata injili nyingine, unasikianga kukisemekana, ukikataa, that's what tulilewa tukiambiwa hivyo, ati ukikataa kumbora ni nini? Kumbora, what is kumbora?
Confess.
Yeah. If you don't confess about Jesus in this world, ukifika na huko mbinguni hata atakukana.
Now, those who are interpreted by the writers. Kila mtu ana interpret the way.
Do you remember that statement which was very corrosive to people? Unasikia kwanza hata jamaa akitoa ile inaitwa testimony. Watu wale kiuga ona tu aleka kumumbura. I remember, you know, Stony PK, because this is how you grow up, eh? Wacha niweke kama hapo. This watu wale kiuga ona tu aleka kumumbura tu goko nthi, ona tu kuria guru
no gatokana.
So yani unakuta sasa Bwana Yesu asifiwe, alafu sasa wama mwingine anatangazea hapo Bwana Yesu asifiwe, niye mbita kwa kanini na vono kile vende dhama vende dhama wa vende mau yathira na vo mwakari wa anga ni 46 ethwa ndongo ni 46 kana ni 47 eni iyo mwerwa nakuma vendeo ndio nataka undu gako undu tawe gari wake ni no kumutumikira na nindi na undu wengi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Alafu kanisa inaisha, munaenda kudiscuss vile mutakula pesa ya kanisa. Shetani asifiwe.
Yeah. That's what.
So
now.
I think I don't know who taught us this testimony thing, because I think because there is somebody who said it is only in Africa where a meeting will start by prayer, it will end by prayer, and in between pesa imepotea.
Yeah. Do you know the Muzungus laugh at us? How do you start a meeting with a prayer? Unaanza
na muna discuss ujinga, or you are not even discussing things which are adding value to even you or the society.
And
or you are having a meeting to actually, can you imagine hata Ruto mwenyewe akiwa kwa State House, saa zingine tunaoneshangwa ati kwa TV wakianza mkutano na maombi, na saa hiyo anaongea story, na saa hiyo wanaongea story ya vile watatuibia mafuta ile G2G yao. Can you imagine they are talking about corruption na wameanza na maombi?
You know, unajua hakuna mtu alikuwa religious kama Kibaki na Uhuru. Unajua hivyo? Bwana Jiru.
Yes.
But it was personal. I'm telling you, personal. Wewe unaenda kanisani kivyako. Si ati kwa cabinet meeting unakuja unasema let's pray. The prayer in a cabinet meeting should be the national anthem, or you bring back the loyalty pledge to the country. I pledge my loyalty to the country, Kenya. You know, that is what I would have done. That should be the prayer, or the national one stanza of the national anthem. You can recite it, and then that, because it's an enough universal prayer for all of us in the country and what we would want, the prosperity we would want. Then the rest, madoido mingi tunaacha individuals. From after the meeting unaweza sema watu waende waka praise and worship wherever they want to do, mahali huwa wanafanya. Mary yuko ndani. Mary, karibu. Sorry.
Ebu Mary anzia na testimony hizo matestimony za 8s.
Unajua akina Mary ndio huwa wameokoka.
Ebu mama Mary tupe hizo testimony za 8s.
Na wamama.
Imagine uko kwa kanisa and it is a 4 square, ni muramona andu wetu, ni muramona munaniona watu wetu, and imagine you are in a rectangular house.
Nisalimie
kwa hiyo yule ananiona yule. But I think anyway, mama Mary, hebu endelea, pengine wewe ndio sponsor wa hiyo mambo.
Mama Ruti anaenda wapi kesho?
Mama Mary, sema. So Stony PK now, and maybe I want you now to react.
Eli uko hapo, labda ana point bwana. Eli
before Eli akuje, there is a very key point nataka kukuuliza. So Stony PK, do you now understand the reason why, like when Gachagua is saying na huyu mtu alikuja na Biblia akatudanganya, where that point is also very vital, because it is also like a warning to people. Like somebody can come with the Bible, somebody can come with the religion and con you. Are you now seeing where like that statement is not entirely wrong?
I agree, it's not entirely wrong, but do you want to believe at this time and age, 2,000 years down the line, that you can still be conned and lied to with using the Bible? Then what have you graduated in? As a Christian today, for over 2,000 years, you've seen the evils that have been meted by the so-called, the so-called left, the right-hand man of God, of Jesus. Mpaka hao watu tunaitanga hawa ni watu wa Mungu. That's a term I never use in my life. There's nobody, every human being kama kuna Mungu belongs to God. So I don't have ati mapasta na wapatia very high esteem because wamevaa ibore ati sasa unaweka ati hao ni watu wa Mungu more than I am. They are not any better than me. Nothing makes them even better than you. Okay? Nothing. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kama ni theology tu ndio wameenda tu kusoma nini. But you know the basic. You know God, you are God, the creator. All right? You even don't need to go to class to be taught on how to be good to God, to obey God, and also be able to live with the people in the right way. It's one of the simplest subjects on earth. One of the basic rule. Number one, penda mwenzangu kama unavyojipenda. Hiyo ni tosha, itakupeleka mbinguni. Tosha hiyo. Because if you do unto others what you want to be done to you, that's it. Inamaliza kila kitu. You don't need a pastor to come and spend 3 days preaching to you and telling you how you should behave. All those are conmanship. So even Gachagua, I want him to run away from that topic at that. Alikuja akakonvinziwa. Then he's too cheap to convince. If he can be lied to by a human being, ati juu amekuja amebeba Bible, a whole 60+ years old man, ati akakuja mpaka ati kwa nyumba yako, then hata Rachel angeenda very easily. Not Rachel, bibi yake anaitwa nani? Pastor, Bishop ama
anaitwa Dorokasi. And biblically, kidogo stonifique as you react to that. And biblically, do you know the meaning of the word Dorcas?
I don't know.
Dorcas is Dorcas ni Otana. Otana in
kindness.
Otana, it kind of like Dorcas in the Bible was she was an image of yule mama alikuwa anapeana sana.
Yeah.
Dorcas was she was like
when you are giving, you very.
So Dorcas was an extreme giver. So I don't know if that woman has lived to that name. I don't know, but I was just trying to tell you because sometimes names have impartation.
They have. So that's why I'm saying
unajua ni kama vile kama wewe unaitwa Mwaniki, so najuanga wewe unapenda kuanika mbaya sana, unaanikanga watu mbaya sana. So have you lived to your name?
No, my name is Mwaniki is a bee keeper, beehive keeper. Okay?
Sio kuanika watu, sio
kushambulia watu. Ni kuanika miato. You know miato?
But what about an extended meaning?
You can extend it now to the contemporary times, you know. It is allowed. You graduate it. I can also tell you why I'm called Stone, you know. I can give you, because you acquire names based on your contemporaries, people like people look at you and and it actually reflects that when your mother chose the baptism name, there is what she equated that name to. Now, when your grandmother, because your original name must have come from the family. When they called you Njiro, there is a reason, of course, because you are named either after your dad's mom or your mom's dad and that. But originally, that name, there is a meaning. Kuna vile wanaona ina equate to that. So you are right. Names have meanings, and the meanings are developed with time, to come and describe what people think. All right. In the modern days, utasikia mtu akikuita stopper. Your contemporary is calling you stopper. Wanajua why they think you are stopper, something like that.
I don't know why that one has come. Today I was reading about the story about Condoleezza Rice. This woman who was Secretary of State of America, and I was shocked that that name Condoleezza, it was a customized name for only her. Na hiyo jina ni mama yake alitengeneza because of her love of Italian music. So like she built a name which did not exist. Sikuamini. Kumbe mtu anaweza jenga jina. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can concord a name. You can concord. Unajua people can be creative. Watu wanaweza kuwa creative. Ushasikia mtu anaitwa kuna mjamaa alikuwa anaitwa mkono mtaani, aliitwa mkono because alikuwa one hand of his was so strong, alikuwa akikupiga ngumi hiyo unaishia hospitali.
Yeah, ile jina ile majina najua, like they usually used to come out as nicknames, like we had a guy who alikuwa anaitwa Kegonda. I knew of Kegonda. Then there was Kegonda. Yeah, there were some names which were very like contemporary. Giosi, because like huyu alikuwa anachukua kila kitu.
Aya Bush, kama college kuna jamaa moja tulikuwa tunaita Bush, tulimbandika Bush. You would find him, kuna Bush ilikuwa na huko nyuma, asante Bush beyond the college. Unashindwa, kwa nini wewe kila saa tukikutafuta unatoka kwa hiyo Bush? What is it that you go, wewe unatoka kufanya pande hiyo? Unaona? Sasa watu wakamnickname Bush. So every time una meet unakuta ametoka from that direction. So you start wondering, huyu mtu ni nini anakuanga hii area sana? So people give you names and sometimes
na actually unajua bwana Stone PK pia wazungu interpretation ya majina wazungu is a direct interpretation of our names. Like for example in Mbere mko na mtu anaitwa Kedhaka. Kedhaka is a bush.
Yeah, Kedhaka is bush, yes.
Richard Kedhaka, Richard Bush.
Yeah.
Huyu amekuwa mzungu.
Ni Mbere huyo Kedhaka.
Sasa ndio nasema sasa.
Alafu Jeru is white.
Yeah, white and there are so many white people who are called white.
Jiro is black. They have black. Mr. Black, Mr. Nani, they have those names.
Yeah. So like there is a conjunctional similarity.
Yeah. So for me, going back to what you were saying, maybe speaker Merudi ama Eli has anything. If any of them has, open your mic and just start saying only that tunaendelea kwa sababu hamjasema. So nilikuwa nasema maybe this should be, it's not outside the discussions today, but the growing fear today, as of today, the growing fear in Kenya is that the opposition might drop the ball that has been thrown to them by Mwananchi. You know, Mwananchi is now worried because all people cannot go as a presidential candidate. Mwananchi has made a resolve that this is a one-term government, and they are baying and praying that these people present themselves with one candidate. Jiru, can you imagine how good that situation is? That the people have decided there is a resolve. Now wanasema rigging or no rigging, tumedecide hii ni one-term government. But our only fear, wananchi wanasema everywhere, and I keep on telling you, Jiru, to find a rapid survey. Wananchi have no problem with whatever choice. How beautiful is that? Tungekuwa kwa church ningekwambia say amen. How beautiful is that when mwananchi says,
so hii tunasema one term, ungeniambia sema one term.
Tunasema yeah. Nimekumbuka vile Wanjohi.
You know, so as you are reacting to that, let me tell you something which I got shocked yesterday, Sunday. Can you imagine? I was being showed. I think your video nitaitisha ni vile nilifuta kimakosa. Ati mama wa miaka karibu 90 hajawahi enda, like she is just a villager. She is just a villager in wisdom. Can you imagine mama wa miaka 90 anajua one term ni nini? Na unasikia akisema si one term ni kung'oa Ruto. Hata sio huyo. Sasa huyo alikuwa Mwea. Ati mama wa karibu miaka 90 plus, ati akisikia watu wanasema one term anajua one term ni kung'oa Ruto. Kwani hiyo messaging na hiyo messaging imefika aje? Can you give me the genius of that packaging? Because I cannot imagine ati hata mama wa miaka 95 karibu miaka 100 anaelewa one term inamaanisha nini. Can you tell me the genius of that packaging?
It's like ni kama umeni read my mind. My mom, my stepmom, my dad had many wives. Our remaining mom, she will be celebrating 100. And I'll record her. Actually, I did a mistake. We had a conversation the day before yesterday, just to come to what you are saying. And I was so shocked with the things she was telling me about the hardship and about yani vile huyo Ruto yuko, the way anatakiwa aichie. For her, she didn't talk about one time, but all what she was, the words and the phrases she was using, all amounted to one time. Mtu akisema ochia na viana kamuro giagiriro ni kulikuwa mwatore akarakadwe na kuwathia adhiadhiete. A old woman saying that kind of a thing. So let me tell you, this 90-year-old lady you're talking about is because she is in the community. She's one, hearing what people are saying, and two, I'm sure whoever the grandsons and daughters and whoever are, there is a support that she's been getting. Unaona? And she can tell you, because sasa ukija umwambie mami, leo siku kuja na sukari, niko broke, sikupata kibarua. Vibarua nishiapile, vibarua zilikuisha. Anakuuliza kwa nini? Ati hii serikali iko ya mtu anaitwa president, tunaita Ruto, tulichagua ndio imeharibu. So she thinks from that, it affects her directly. And she builds, oh, my son, my grandson is not even able to feed the family. Leo hawakukula kanyama for the last 6 months. Tangu, kwani ni nini kilifanyika? And she will start interrogating, because of course, if she is in the right state of mind, then she has seen so many things happen. She knows when they had run. She knows the time when there was, for example, she can start enumerating to you, siku za Kenyatta tulikuwa na hizi sherehe, siku za Uhuru tulikuwa tunaenda kuchukua hii pesa ya wazee. You know, so then she will wonder, huyu amekuja anaitwa Ruto, this must be a devil. And that is how you find now such a woman, if such a human being, if the brains are still okay, she will be able kushikanisha. You know, so it's not a surprise that huyu mtu amechukiwa na ameimpact mpaka ile very, very, very bad. That's why I was telling you, this is the easiest moment that we have. But my fear, and I continue saying this, I know some people accuse me of saying I'm selling fear. It's because I'm reading and I can feel and I can see our opposition leaders. I can tell you, Njiru today, these people are not together. The egos are too much. And that is risky, and we are running out of time. Even here on this the TV, unakuta watu wakisema, oh, tunataka huyu. Yani, you are vouching for an individual, forgetting of what is ahead of us. Yesterday, we had a very big debate, discussion. People fighting for their own, the one they are supporting, losing the focus on the poor, showing us how Kachagwa is the best, how Matiang'i is not, how Kalonzo cannot. It's not about now saying who cannot, because it's not an individual game. It is a team that we want, and they have accepted that it is a team that will go to fight Ruto, and it will be one among the same, equals. You are all equal. There is no one who is more than the other. It is not possible. And that is a fact that needs to be forced into the heads of these people. And then they should stop individualizing and saying, I will. Because if we give an individual to tell you the truth, give it even to Gachagua to run, he will be beaten 6 o'clock in the morning by Ruto. He will do nothing. He will do nothing. You need a force of everybody, goodwill ya kila mtu, not feeling that Njiru ndiye anajiweka pale ama nini. It is a serious force. And even if we say it's Sifuna, it should be not Sifuna, it is Sifuna times 10. But we will fall back to this garbage of thinking that you are the one commanding the biggest vote. We will lose like we've never lost before. Now here is the game that Ruto wants us to go into. There is no individual here who can topple Ruto. Never. Hakuna. It's not possible. It is supposed to be a very strong, united force. Watu wa swallow hiyo pride. Watu waache kusema mimi ndio nakutoka kwa kura mingi na nini. And then number 2 also, we agree that Kenya is about tribes. All right? Kenya is about tribes, and each tribe has a say in this country. Then we give these people the mandate that once we give you the government, can we now build something like what was proposed by BBI, where every tribe will feel the same? And then the Gen Zs take over from there. The Gen Zs take over to now that space which they don't want definition of tribe to define what the outcomes of whatever objectives they want to achieve. You have to make them this. You have to midwife it. There has to be a transition. There has to be a trend. It can't happen like a Big Bang theory thing. It cannot. It's not about Big Bang and things happen. No. There has to be that strategic transition, and the bridge has to be well prepared. And this bridge cannot be prepared with some people feeling that they are more active than others. Huyu ndio ameshikilia opposition and all that. And that I'll keep on singing until cows come home. It is about collective responsibility and doing this situation, approaching it in an extraordinary way, because it's not ordinary. If we go to the usual rhetorics, usual politics, sijui chama gani ni strong kuliko hii, sijui hii home, hawa ndio huku ni stronghold, sijui nini, mtakuwa very surprised bwana Njiru. Eli, Mary Wainaina, are you there? Bye.
Yes, I'm here.
Haya,
But is
Mama Mary,
any...
tumeongea mambo mingi sana sasa. Do you need a storyline? Si wewe ni kutereza tu.
Yes, I'm here. Mimi, I think even I did not hear what you said. I was moving up and down, but I can guess.
Unajua hiyo story ya kutereza inakuanga ya story pekee, sio mimi.
That combination can tell what is going on. Yeah. Aston PK, habari yako. Eli, habari yako. Yes. Actually, the only thing I wanted to comment in ya huyo mama, huyo Rachel. Rachel has been capturing so many things that it has never worked. I would say that. Because these people, they know how to take advantage of the situation and then put it like they are the one who owns it. Hiyo mambo ameongelea, hata siku ingine mbeleni aliongea habari ya maji, the way she cleaned the water. Ati maji haikuwa ina kunywika, ilikuwa sijui nini, sijui alitoka kwa neighbor akaenda akafanya nini. And when you get to the deep part of the story, it doesn't make sense. This is the same lady na bwana yake walienda waka-invite huyu mtu anaitwa Benhin ati akuje aombee nchi yetu ndio mvua inyeshe. Even people started speculating that the meteorological had already advised the country that there will be rain coming within a short time. Hata huyu Benhin aliporudi kwa nchi yake pahali alitoka, alisema yeye hata hakuwa ana interest ya kuja Kenya. Hao ndio walimruhusisha, alafu atina sijui wakampembeleza akuje, but he didn't want to come. It was a lie that he was coming there to do whatever he was coming to do. And this guy also is not it's not somebody you can trust in whichever way that he tried to preach. He has got so many scandals all over the place. Amekula pesa ya watu wengine, alikuwa amewaambia atawaponya cancer, that Benhin. And it never worked. People were crying and asking for their money back. So, what a combination of a husband and a wife lying to people. Sasa anataka kutuambia yeye ndiye atakuwa anaombea watu wapate watoto twins. it is it is so ridiculous for me to say so that she talks on something that she said it is. She says that she had worked, prayed for, and all that. Ninauliza, kuna mambo mingi sana imefanyika Kenya ambayo inahitaji maombi, lakini sijaona akijihusisha mambo kama hiyo. Think about again, she is involved. I am not with any evidence, but the way we hear people talk, she is the one recruiting people, taking them to Dubai, those Middle East country. And those girls of ours, or those children of ours, when they go there, they suffer a lot. Na hawa ndio watu wanarudi kusema ati wanaombea watu wapate watoto. How do you pray for people that seriously to get children, they get twins, and yet on the other side, you are the one selling our people slavery to other countries mercilessly. So wanajaribu kutuonyesha nini? Kumbuka, huyo ni bwana yake alikuwa amepiga magoti kwa kanisa, analia, crying for what? These people, they don't cry or they don't have mercy at all to humanity. Na mimi nasema hivyo kwa sababu ya yale nimeona. Si ati yale nimejua hapo mbeleni, but yale nimeona. Wametuambia, wanafanya, wanarudi, wanabadilika, wanakuwa kitu tofauti. And that is how we'll take them. That is how we understand them. Na wasione sisi tunawaonea. Wao ndio wanajileta. Kama wewe si mkulima, usichukue jembe ukataze yule mwenye kulima alime. Kwa sababu hutalima na umefanya yule mwingine asilime. What am I saying? Wacha kujihusisha na kitu ambacho hata hakiko ndani yako. You are pretending to be, because that is where people fall. Wanakufuatia kwa sababu wanafikiri you are humble, you have humanity, you have empathy. But nothing we get from them. Why can't she pray for her husband to get better so that he can stop lying to people? If she is that strong, could change minds za watu ama could change lives za watu, aombee bwana yake aache kutudanganya. And that would be even the most powerful prayer we would see in our country, to change her husband to be a truthful man, honest man. Mtu ambaye haui watu, amuombee aache hiyo tabia mbaya ya kufanya madhara kwa watu. Those are things that we can really trust. But you cannot be coming with petty things, telling us about water, telling us about children. Children are born so many times, twins, even triplets, even quadruplets. Na si ati wameenda kuombewa. Iwe ati hiyo ndio mfano, hakujawahi kuwa twins. I don't trust them. And I ask God to forgive me if I'm judging them wrong. But I'm saying through experience what they have done and what has come out of that. So many things they have done in our country, very bad. While they pretend that they are Christians. Hizi mambo yote machafu wanafanya, honestly, being that the husband is a Christian, the wife is a Christian, na watoto wao wanafanya hii maovu. Tumesikia habari ya damu inauzwa kutoka Kenya. Watu wanadonate damu ya Wakenya wao, just in case they have accident, they can have blood access. There's nothing. Yote inauzwa. Ni nani wanauza? You hear they are all involved. What is that? So when I look at all what is the trend of their history, it doesn't make sense. They are the same people who make arrangements of how people gonna fight. Bwana yake amefanya maovu mengi sana na dakika hii tumefika ama wakati huu tumefika, bibi yake angekuwa basi ameomba bwana yake akabadilika. But there is nothing. They are even going further than that. Tukiwauliza hayo maswali, watarudisha. Are they going to answer those questions to us, to tell us why they do that? Why do they lie? All of them. Why do they corrupt if they are Christians? Because that is not a role of a Christian, corrupting, killing, abducting. All these things comes to account. Boma ambayo inaomba Mungu, ama ni wacha Mungu, hii sio tabia yao ya kuwa vile wanafanya. I'm sorry, me at my own capacity, niko na fikira zangu pekee, na hivyo mimi ndivyo ninaona. Sijui kama Wakenya wengine wanaona hivyo, but it is a very bad thing for people to pretend that they are godly while they are inflicting pain to Kenyans. Then we trust them because we see they are godly people, but in the end, we find we are in chaos. We find we are in pain. We start losing our loved ones through their hands. Godly people don't behave the way they behave. And God does not behave the way they are behaving, does not direct them to do what they are doing to Kenyans. Lying to us, killing us, and finishing the country does not go in the order of God. God does not like that. I believe so. Because what I know is that we have to be humble to each other. We have to love each other. But when time comes, if that is about fight or whatever, let it be mitigated so that we don't go to that end. Lakini hakuna shida iko Kenya. Shida imetengenezwa, imeundwa na watu fulani. And so when these people come and stand in front of us trying to talk about God, it's for us to listen to them, but on the other side, people are screaming. How can that work? People on the other side are screaming. These other people are congregating here, listening to somebody who is talking very humbly, and he or she is the cause of the other side is screaming. You can't be two-way. Lazima uwe one side. Either uwe muhot ama mcold. That is how the Bible says. Otherwise, mimi siongei mengi, lakini I feel bad when people come to tell us things that they want us to believe and they are not true and they are not there. And if you have performed that miracle, perform even to your family so that they can be people who can rhyme with other people. Not that coming to make us peaceful, but you are not peaceful. You are killing us. We can rely on that. So I'll stop there, Njiro. Ni hivyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Asanteni.
Aya, ni sawa. Wacha niwaachie video ya mwisho for your reactions. Tony PK, are you there? Kiora, are you there? This is a very important video bwana. Sitaki kuweka kama huko. Aya, Mama Mary, wacha nikuwekea hii video nataka usikie. The new Kenya.
I'm here.
Niko. Sasa nani alisema yumbo iongee hapa? Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nani lazima hii TV sitaki kuona mtu akiongea. Bwana zima TV. Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe tena inaongea hapa. Umesikia? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe inaongea hapa. Sasa nani alisema yumbo iongee hapa? Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nani lazima hii TV sitaki kuona mtu akiongea. Bwana zima TV. Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe tena inaongea hapa. Umesikia? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe inaongea hapa. Sasa nani alisema yumbo iongee hapa? Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nani lazima hii TV sitaki kuona mtu akiongea. Bwana zima TV. Nani aliwasha hii TV? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe tena inaongea hapa. Umesikia? Nisiwahi pata hii ng'ombe inaongea hapa. Sasa nani alisema
Tony PK, nani ng'ombe?
That is how Kenyans are feeling right now.
Mama Mary, is it reality ama ilikuwa kujifanya?
Hiyo sio kujifanya. That guy is a serious guy. I believe so. I believe so. And in fact, in most people, that is what they feel. You have heard so many people say that whenever they see that face or they hear the voice, they turn off the TV. People don't watch TV nowadays.
Mama Mary,
Yes.
sometimes it's good to go for experience. Experience is the best teacher. Whoever said that was a philosopher and a scientist, and I think more than a PhD holder. Wale tunawaitanga wahenga. Muhenga, do you know we don't have wahengas anymore? Ask yourself why. Because
Mimi ni muhenga, by the way.
no, you are not. You can't. You are far from it. You can't. You can't. And I'm sorry to tell you that.
Uliza akina Keshe na Ann, wananitanga muhenga.
No, of course, those are jokes. They don't know who muhengas are. A muhenga go and research what a muhenga was. Now, usisome biased things. For you to have been qualified to be a muhenga, today, do you know today there is no, it's very hard to go into a village. Let me give you, into a village, and then if you do a quick sample, when the ukute, there is one person that the village feels is almost 100% perfect. Human beings are not perfect, okay? But do you know it's very difficult today to go and get somebody you can rate to from 60 to 70. Yani ule villagers watakwambia akiangai huyu ni ngumu, because we have what we call social and moral erosion, which was brought about by religion, foreign religion. This I would say, whether we have Christians here or not, the moral erosion was erased by the adoption of the foreign ideologies. That's why you can't pick somebody who is, and the village can come out and say, who we can trust him 100%. Why? And before, they used to be there. That is a topic for another day. It's a serious topic. Now, when we talk of experience, why I asked about experience is, when you have no experience, you would take that as a comedy. These days, an era of content. But if, for example, you happened to be there during the 24 years of Moi, if you happen to be there, not as a kid, but as somebody who was maybe you are in secondary school, yani ulikuwa unachukua gazeti unasoma, ulikuwa unasimama, unasikia news, saa hii ni saa 7, ile news unasimama kusikiza, because of course there are those who are there and they would say, me, I'm not a politician, sitaki kusikia mambo ya siasa. But there are those from that young age who would, when it is news time, they would switch the TV news ya saa 7 na saa 1 na saa 3, even when you are in secondary school. Again, there are those who would never miss to read the newspaper. There are those who would begin by the headlines, and there are those who would only go to look at the newspaper on the spot. Now, there were that kind of a thing. I mean, that generation that was so glued to newspapers and all that. Okay? And if daddy came without a newspaper, you would miss something because you are waiting for it. And in the morning when you are going, you would stop at newspaper vendor for like 30 minutes. Unaanza kusoma hapo. Later, people started being charged. That is much later in the 80s, in the 90s actually. The news vendor would charge you a bob. You read and give back the paper. But for us, so those early days, you would anakupatia unasoma tu na unarudisha, hakuna shida. If you don't have access to it. Why am I bringing this? When and during Moi's time, the pain that he meted on people. And I'm saying this, if you are kid in school drinking that milk, you didn't know anything. Because ukiwa mtoto, hata sahi, hii wakati wa Ruto, if you are, let's say 12 years, not 12 even, if you are still under the parents' care, you don't know. Utakuwa unaambiwa Ruto alikuwa mbaya, you have no idea about it. But the only people who will now tell you the story of Ruto is those people who are either joining college or they were in the final year form 4 going to college, then the parents could not manage. All right? Na wanauliza kwa nini dadi siendi college na natakiwa nianze next semester. Dadi anasema sina pesa. Why? You know, now at that age you are able to see your father struggling or your mother struggling. You know, and you can see failure coming into your face. You can see darkness and doom coming, because the moment umeona went to college, went to Tibet, went to the next step, then now you'll be able to tell a story as it is that, oh, mimi nilimaliza form 4, nilikaa nyumbani for 6 years, nikafanya dada. You'll be able to narrate the bitterness and the misses of that period. Now, when you hear that kind of comment by that parent, during this period of content, mahali watu wengine wanaweza toa jokes, wale hawajawahi experience this, watasema alikuwa ana create content. But anybody who was there during Moi's time, akajua vile ilikuwa, kuna watu hata walikuwa wanakuja, anatoa order, hii TV isije ikafunguliwa wakati wa news. Because you can imagine if 3 years people are feeling this way, how are people feeling for 10 years, 11 years, 12, 13, 14, up to 24? Watu walikuwa wamefika mahali ingine ya ajabu. Sasa hao watakwambia huyu jamaa anapiga nduru hivyo na anasema hataki kuona hii umbwa ama ameita ng'ombe. That's the reality, bro. That is it. Pigia watu. You know, I want people to call home. And when you call home, talk to people. Ongea na wale jamaa wa Ndudi. Waulize ni aje, hata you know like me, I call, najua various position, nasema haya sasa hebu tuende online wase Njiru, you know, na hata kuuliza ala kuko aje huko. The lamentations you get. Mtu anakuambia ndio nimepata Ndudi, and you know Ndudi is the sign of poverty in Kenya today, Njiru. I know this, someone may not understand it.
What? Say again.
Ndudi is the sign of poverty.
Viki.
Yes, Ndudi pikipiki.
Na venye nilikuwa nataka kununua.
No, yeah, yes. But anybody now,
unaambiwa na PK the truth, usinunue.
And then unanunua yako ya kwenda Mungedo. But anybody doing Ndudi business is the total signature of poverty in Kenya today. Unfortunately, I can tell you the story of Ndudi. Do you know how Ndudi came back? How we started Boda Boda? Boda Boda was brought by one PS Njiru, your namesake, during Kibaki government. Okay? He is the author of that concept of bringing in transportation access for people. It was part of the SME development, because when people are able to access and move quickly, goods and services, then you build the economy from mashinani. All right? And that's why the Ndudis that came during Njiru's time, they were all tax-free. If you remember buying a pikipiki, before then, anybody owning a pikipiki in the village was a lot. How much was a Yamaha or a Honda that time? 200,000.
Unasema nini bana? Pikipiki zilikuanga za wadosi bana. I remember like nilikuwa naona pikipiki na mabishop wa kanisa. Ni Apostolic Church.
Bishop na education
hao ndio walikuanga wanaendesha na Yamaha ilikuanga ile pikipiki ya juu hivi bana. Si ati hii to boxer.
Yeah. So now you get it, Njiru. So now I'm telling you the story. So PS Njiru, who is your namesake, when he was brought by Kibaki from that time, he was working for, I think, ADB. So Kibaki went for him and told him, please, kuja unisaidie. One of the concepts, and I think he got that experience from the West Africa. West Africa are very good in terms of maneno ya bodaboda. So he came and he wrote that paper and he said, the best we can do to kickstart, let's make people move. Number one, remember, you would not move from the interior into the main road because hakuna barabara, and most of the country was like that. So they brought, well, now you could even buy and do it for 100,000, a pikipiki. It dropped up to even 55. I remember I bought mine, zangu nilinunulia jana, I think it was 55,000 each, you know. So because they were tax free, all right. So that was a sign of trying to kickstart, jumpstart the economy by mobility, which worked very well. Unaona, mama badala ya kwenda sokoni anachukua half a day kufika sokoni, half a day kurudi, anachukua nduthi, anabebwa within 10 minutes ako sokoni, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, anarudi kuendelea kuchunga mbuzi zake na kondoo zake na kuku zake. That is what is called building an economy from grassroots. All right. Now today, ati unaambiwa kuchukua nduthi kutoka hapo kwenda market ni 300 shillings. Sasa unashindwa. Yani watu wanaanza kurudi Kavangi Maguru. Yani afadhali niende miguu. Tunarudi pale pale tulitolewa na PS Njiru, of whereby now you would walk to your market, takes you half a day, and then another half a day kurudi. So the whole day is spent while you are going out there to do those kind of a thing. That's why I'm saying Nduthi now is bringing us back to the vicious cycle of poverty because of the mismanagement of this government. That is what I was trying to demonstrate. So when you hear now, for example, the lamentations from the Nduthi people, because Nduthi, ukiona mtu anaendesha Nduthi usifikirie ni mtu hajaenda shule, ati ni mtu hapa nini. It was a way of people trying to make, quick, inaitwaje, stopgap means of earning, as maybe you wait to go to college, you look for another job, then unaachia mwingine hiyo Nduthi na unaenda. But now you have a graduate sticking on that Nduthi for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. What does that tell you? It is the really pit for poverty. So that's the danger we have. We are degenerating into very, very, very bad space. And if this is not salvaged, our country is going to be in a serious mood. And this is, for me, these are areas that I really feel the opposition people should really be so focused on, other than mambo ingine ambaye haisaidii. Yeah. I can see what are those are the commenting, like people on this comment side are discussing their other issues. So Njiru, that is why I say mambo ya Nduthi, we have converted it into symbol of poverty. Back to you, Njiru.
Sawa Mama Mary, uko na jambo lingine la kuongezea? Other than huyo beste ametusiana hapo vibaya sana.
One minute.
Haya ni sawa. Okay, I think It has been a good show. So mi Stone PK, I think unaweza weka umpi yako ya mwisho sasa.
Yangu ya mwisho ni hiyo kusema we have to really, lazima tufikirie hii. I don't know how you call it in Kimbere, tunasemanga tuko Kenya iko mahali tunaita ni wakati wa Kabende Meruka. Okay, it is Kabende Meruka.
Kambon get swallowed.
Kabon teremuka tafadhali, lazima tuende, otherwise mwenye nyumba amekuja na amebeba kibuyu. Okay, so it is not a time to start negotiating with the Kabon. They should go to the Gachaguas, to the Kalonzos, to the Matiangis, to mothers and all that. It is not a time to nurse and massage individual egos. Kenya is at the blink. Is it brink or blink? Brink. Yeah. Hata ni blink na brink, both. If you blink, you die. If you blink at the brink, you miss a step, you fall into the cliff. It is a serious issue. Very serious issue. If they can't make a decision as to who should be the flag bearer, they should go for none of their part. Who we use in other English language, like a compromise. If they still have their egos, then they should even ask one. I don't know how they will ask us. Okay, we can get a non-political person completely asimame hapo na Wakenya tumchague tung'oe hii kitu. They pull all the resources and then we do it. Otherwise, when they go individual, the path we are headed, the path we are taking is not a path that is designed to removing Ruto. Ngumu sana. Those are my words. Otherwise, we hope to see you and hear you baadaye.
Okay, ni sawa. Mama Mary, can you do your final reaction as well? Tufunge sasa tuende tulale.
Nanjiru, tujajua conversation hii iko huko kwa comment ni gani. I don't know what has been going on there.
Comment section wanajienjoy bana.
Oh, them they are in a different show.
Yeah, saa zingine tunajua watu wa comment section wako hapo, they are pumping each other. Unasikia like Anne na Acacia wako na dialogue yao, Rufruf anajaribu kuachanisha like anataka kubreak hiyo board hapo. Unaona Dibora ndiye huyo naye anakuja na story zake, Rachel ndiye huyo ametokezea, wanaitanisha email. I don't know, like we have been having a dialogue of email 4 days ago now.
Sasa tutaanza kucharge pande hiyo, basi hiyo business iko huko kwa sababu
so kuna hao watu tu ana in fact I doubt if they can actually give a summary of what you have said.
Ansa India ananiambia ati niko kwa village party.
Yeah, anyway, I think they also personally I like the chat when it is that way. So zingine it makes you finish the boredom as well.
You know, people have asked me, people have asked me which party am I in.
So uko DCP, uliniambia kitambo.
No. Sijakwambia party ile niko. I'm not in any party at the moment. Niko kwa party ya Mwananchi. I'm in the Mwananchi party.
But pia Mwananchi is not in a vacuum.
No, Mwananchi. No, by the way, that's another mistake we are making. We are doing sweeping statements. Njiro, and as an analyst, you have to be very careful. Even in Embu County, our county, where we don't talk to 10 people, then you think that Embu is DCP. No. You would not be having those people who Karinda was pleading to at your, and even when we say people are paid, that is okay, people are paid here, but you cannot be paying people every day to attend your meetings. Yeah. So and this is an assumption we should stop. And this has to go to the opposition, that we want to think the country is all 100% Ruto. Apana. What we have is we have a bigger majority, presumably, against Ruto. But there is that other side which we should continue to go for. We should continue to try and win more people to our side. Otherwise, we should not assume that, oh, it's 90-10 or 80-20. No. It's still a serious. By the way, there are people who don't see badness in Ruto. I'm telling you. I get so surprised even at my village level. Kuna watu wanasema hapana, acha nikae tu kwa serikali. Na ukiangalia huyu mtu anakuambia kwa serikali hata viatu hana. You know? So Jiro, let's build up the momentum first. The euphoria you are talking about. The samples you did yesterday, the survey you did yesterday, you saw what it gave you, the random survey. So we have to be a bit objective. Those are my last words. Bye bye kwa kila mtu. Moyo yote ni mema. Let's mobilize towards salvaging this country called Kenya. Thank you.
Kioro, umemaliza nikuulize swali? Yeah, mimi kuna confidence niko nayo. Maybe I want you to confirm my confidence today.
Yeah.
Unaona 2022 when we used to be in other channels and other places, ulikuwa unaona venye watu wa Ruto walikuwa wanatusumbua even in our channels. They were visible, you could see them. Watu wa Ruto walikuwa wanaonekana. In the last couple of days or couple of weeks or even a year, especially in the online content, including like even people trying to come and you know, like such channel kama yetu is a random channel. I rarely see those watu wa Ruto. Au watu wa Ruto ni vile wameamua kwenda underground ama ni hope wameruse, because I'm not seeing them, by the way. Ama hapa nani anaweza niambia amekutana na mtu ya Ruto? Stone PK, can you react to that?
Yeah, that, you know what they have done? When you talk to Ruto ni nani, there are people you know, isn't it? There are people you know.
Where are they? Like, watu ya Ruto wako wapi?
No, they have decided not to come.
Sorry?
They have decided not to come, but they are still Ruto side. They are Ruto people. Are you getting me?
Okay.
Yeah, they just decide to keep away. Look at what is happening in Nyanza. Look at what is happening even in Bunge Mwananchi.
Na hao, okay, kidogo, nataka tuende surure. Hao watu wa Nyanza ni wa Ruto?
Of course. Kuna watu wa Ruto Nyanza. Yeah. Hata kwa meeting, public meeting, don't listen to leaders. Don't listen to leaders. Listen to common mwananchi. Na unajua,
can you say it for me? Can you say it for me watu wa Ruto? Like, ebu niambie, hapa kuna watu wa Ruto hapa. Hapa kuna watu wa Ruto. Hivi ndivyo wanaongeanga. Is it possible like you try and paint for me picture watu wa Ruto wako wapi and everywhere. How they are speaking?
They are all over. They are all over in all forums. Everywhere. You have Ruto people. Kila mahali, even in the village, hata kwa hiyo village yako, enda kwa hiyo
siwaoni or they have decided, ama ni mimi siendi kule wako.
We utawaonea wapi? We uko job, utawaonea wapi? Where do you want to see them? You are not in Kenya.
I go to Facebook, I'm in X, I'm in YouTube. Why am I not seeing them?
No, forget about social media, my friend. Forget about social media. Enter ground. Talk to people on the ground. When do you even switch on for, tuseme, Jacaranda? Go to live Jacaranda. As you work, skiza Jacaranda throughout 1 hour or 2 hours. You'll be shocked. You will be shocked. You will be shocked that
So unataka kusema bado remnants wa Ruto wako, so tusiringe tusione ni kama hawako.
Exactly. Wewe una imagine mtu anasimama mbele ya public, wacha media, mbele ya public na anaanza kuongea vile Ruto ni mzuri. Jiro bwana, wewe unakuwa ignorant mazee at your level, it's bad. And then you think that everything is social media. Hapana. When you are working, mahali unaweza just go into live, even X, when the live, you will hear people talking, and even go to, not even Jacaranda, go to even bunge la mwananchi, huko Kondele, sijui bunge la mwananchi Jacaranda ya Nairobi, bunge la mwananchi huko Masoweto na nini, you'll be surprised. So that's why I'm saying we have a job to do. We have a job to do. Ground ni tofauti bwana. Wewe una imagine mtu anasimama mbele ya public anaanza pronounce true term fearlessly.
Stony PK, I think sasa tutafunga sasa, please.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate for what we have done today. Tupatane kesho. Majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu. Viva. Work continues. Bye.